Section 9 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 2, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5, Part 1, Tabooed Things. Section 1, The Meaning of Taboo. Taboos of holiness agree with taboos of pollution, because in the savage mind the ideas of holiness and pollution are not yet differentiated. Thus, in primitive society, the rules of ceremonial purity observed by divine kings, chiefs, and priests agree in many respects with the rules observed by homicides, mourners, women in childbed, girls in puberty, hunters and fishermen, and so on. To us, these various classes of persons appear to differ totally in character and condition. Some of them we should call holy, others we might pronounce unclean and polluted. But the savage makes no such moral distinction between them. The conception of holiness and pollution are not yet differentiated in his mind. To him, the common feature of all these persons is that they are dangerous and in danger, and the danger in which they stand and to which they expose others is what we call spiritual or ghostly, and therefore imaginary. The danger, however, is not less real because it is imaginary. The imagination acts upon man as really as does gravitation, and may kill him as certainly as a dose of prussic acid. To seclude these persons from the rest of the world so that the dreaded spiritual danger shall neither reach them nor spread from them, is the object of the taboos which they have to observe. These taboos act, so to say, as electrical insulators to preserve the spiritual force with which these persons are charged from suffering or inflicting him by contact with the outer world. To the illustrations of these general principles, which have been already given, I shall now add some more, drawing my examples, first from the class of tabooed things, and second from the class of tabooed words. For in the opinion of the savage, both things and words may, like persons, be charged or electrified, either temporarily or permanently, with the mysterious virtue of taboo, and may therefore require to be banished for a longer or shorter time from the familiar usage of common life. And the examples will be chosen with a special reference to those sacred chiefs, kings and priests, who, more than anybody else, live fenced about by taboo as by wall. Tabooed things will be illustrated in the present chapter, and tabooed words in the next. Section 2. Iron Tabooed. Kings may not be touched. In the first place, we may observe that the awful sanctity of kings naturally leads to a prohibition to touch their sacred persons. Thus, it was unlawful to lay hands on a person of a Spartan king. No one might touch the body of the king or queen of Tahiti. It is forbidden to touch the person of the king of Siam under pain of death. And no one may touch the king of Cambodia for any purpose whatever without his express command. In July 1874, the king was thrown from his carriage and lay insensible on the ground, but not one of his suite dared to touch him. A European coming to the spot carried the injured monarch to his palace. Formerly, no one might touch the king of Korea, and if he deigned to touch a subject, the spot touched became sacred, and the person thus honoured had to wear a visible mark, generally a cord of red silk, for the rest of his life. The use of iron forbidden to kings and priests. Above all, no iron might touch the king's body. In 1800, King Ting Song, Oang, died of a tumour in the back, no one dreaming of employing the lancet, which would probably have saved his life. It is said that one king suffered terribly from an abscess in the lip, till his physician called in a jester, whose pranks made the king laugh heartily, and so the abscesses burst. Roman and Sabine priests thought not to be shaved with iron, but only with bronze razors or shears, and wherever the iron graving tool was brought into the sacred grove of the Arval brothers at Rome, For the purpose of cutting an inscription in stone, an expiatory sacrifice of a lamb and a pig must be offered, which was repeated when the graving tool was removed from the grove. As a general rule, iron might not be brought into Greek sanctuaries. In Crete, sacrifices were offered to Menedemus without the use of iron, because a legend ran that Menedemus had been killed by an iron weapon in the Trojan War. The Archon of Plataea might not touch iron, but once a year, at the annual commemoration of the men who fell at the Battle of Plataea, he was allowed to carry a sword wherewith to sacrifice a bull. To this day, a Hottentot priest never uses an iron knife, but always a sharp splint of quartz in sacrificing an animal or circumcising a lad. Use of iron forbidden at circumcision, childbirth, and so forth. Among the Ovambo of southwest Africa, custom requires that lads should be circumcised with a sharp flint. If none is to hand, the operation may be performed with iron, but the iron must afterwards be buried. The Antandori and Tanala of Madagascar cut the navel strings of their children with a sharp wood or with a thread, but never with an iron knife. In Uap, one of the Caroline Islands, wood of the hibiscus tree, which was used to make the fire drill, must be cut with shell knives or shell axes, neither with iron or steel. Amongst the Moguis of Arizona, stone knives, hatchets, and so on have passed out of common use, but are retained in religious ceremonies. After the Pawnees had ceased to use stone arrowheads for ordinary purposes, they still employed them to slay the sacrifices, whether human captives or buffalo and deer. Use of iron forbidden at certain times and places among the Eskimos. We have seen that among the Eskimos of Bering Strait, the use of iron implements is forbidden for 4 days after the slaughter of a white whale, and that the use of an iron axe at a place where salmon are being dressed is believed by these people to be a fatal imprudence. They hold a festival in the assembly house of the village, while the bladders of the slain beasts are hanging there, and during its celebration no wood may be cut with an iron axe. If it is necessary to split firewood, this may be done with wedges of bone. At Kushnook, near Cape Vancouver, it happened that Mr. Nelson and his party entered an assembly house of these Eskimos while the festival of the bladders was in progress. When our camping outfit was brought in from the sledges, 2 men took drums, and as the clothing and goods of the traders who were with me were brought in, the drums were beaten softly and a song was sung in a low humming tone. But when our guns and some steel traps were brought in, with other articles of iron, the drums were beaten loudly and the songs raised in proportion. This was done that the shades of the animals present in the bladders might not be frightened. The Eskimos on the western coast of Hudson Bay may not work on iron during the season for hunting musk oxen, which falls in March, and no such work may be done by them until the seals have their pups. Negroes of the Gold Coast remove all iron or steel from their person when they consult their fetish. Use of iron forbidden on certain occasions among the Highlanders of Scotland. The men who made the Need fire in Scotland had to divest themselves of all metal. There was hardly any belief, we are told, that had a stronger hold on the mind of a Scottish Highlander than that on no account whatever should iron be put in the ground on Good Friday. Hence no grave was dug and no field ploughed on that day. It has been suggested that the belief was based on that rooted aversion to iron which fairies are known to feel. These touchy beings live underground, and might resent having their roof pulled from over their heads on the hallowed day. Again, in the Highlands of Scotland, the shoulder blades of sheep are employed in divination, being consulted as to future marriages, births, deaths, and funerals. But the forecast thus made will not be accurate unless the flesh has been removed from the bones without the use of any iron. In making the clevie, a kind of Yuletide firewheel, and birkhead, no hammer may be used. The hammering must be done with a stone. Iron not used in building sacred edifices. Amongst the Jews, no iron tool was used in building a temple at Jerusalem or in making an altar. The old wooden bridge, Pons Sublucius at Rome, which was considered sacred, was made and had to be kept in repair without the use of iron or bronze. It was expressly provided by law that the temple of Jupiter Liber at Fulvo might be repaired with iron tools. The council chamber at Cyzicus was constructed of wood without any iron nails, the beams being so arranged they could be taken out and replaced. The late Raja Vajianagram, a member of the Viceroy's Council and described as one of the most enlightened and estimable of Hindu princes, would not allow iron to be used in the construction of buildings within his territory, believing that its use would inevitably be followed by smallpox and other epidemics. Everything new excites the awe and fear of the savage. The superstitious objection to iron perhaps dates from that early time in the history of society when iron was still a novelty, and as such was viewed by many with suspicion and dislike. For everything new is apt to excite the awe and dread of the savage. It is a curious superstition, says a pioneer in Borneo, this of the Dusans, to attribute anything, whether good or bad, lucky or unlucky, that happens to them to something novel which has arrived in their country. For instance, by living in Kindram has caused the intensely hot weather we have experienced of late. Some years ago, a harmless naturalist was collecting plants among the high, forest-clad mountains on the borders of China and Tibet. From the summit of a pass, he gazed with delight down a long valley which, stretching away as far as eye could reach, to the south, resembled a sea of bloom, for everywhere the forest was ablaze with the gorgeous hues of the rhododendron and azalea in flower. In this earthly paradise, the votary of science hastened to install himself beside a lake. But hardly had he done so when, alas, the weather changed. Though the season was early June, the cold became intense, snow fell heavily, and the bloom of the rhododendrons was cut off. The inhabitants of a neighbouring village at once set down the unusual severity of the weather to the presence of a stranger in the forest, and a round robin, signed by them unanimously, was forward to the nearest mandarin, setting forth that the snow which had blocked the road, and the hail which was blasting their crops, were alike caused by the intruder, and that all sorts of disturbances would follow if he were allowed to remain. In these circumstances, the naturalist, who had intended to spend most of the summer among the mountains, was forced to decamp. Collecting in this country, he adds pathetically, is not an easy matter. The unusually heavy rains which happened to follow the English survey of the Nicobar Islands in the winter of 1886 to 1887 were imputed by the alarmed natives to the wrath of the spirits at the theodolites, dumpy levellers, and other strange instruments which had been set up in so many of their favourite haunts, and some of them proposed to soothe the anger of the spirits by sacrificing a pig. When the German hand stayed was a captive in a cannibal tribe of Brazilian Indians, it happened that shortly before a prisoner was to be eaten, a great wind arose and blew away part of the roofs of the huts. The savages were angry with Stade, and said that he made the wind to come by looking into the thunderskins, which they meant a book he had been reading, in order to save the prisoner, who was a friend of his, from their stomachs. So the pious German prayed to God, and God mercifully heard his prayer, for next morning the weather was beautifully fine, and his friend was butchered, carved, and eaten in the most perfect comfort. According to the Orochis of eastern Siberia, misfortunes are multiplied on them with the coming of Europeans. They even go so far as to allay the appearance of new phenomena like thunder at the door of the Russians. In the 17th century, a succession of bad seasons excited a revolt among the Estonian peasantry, who traced the origin of the evil to a watermill, which put a stream to some inconvenience by checking its flow. The first introduction of iron ploughshares into Poland having been followed by a succession of bad harvests, the farmers attribute the badness of their crops to the iron ploughshares and discard them for the old wooden ones. To this day, the primitive Baduis of Java, who live chiefly by husbandry, will use no iron tools in tilling their fields. The dislike of spirits to iron allows men to use the metal as a weapon against them. The general dislike of innovation, which always makes itself strongly felt in the sphere of religion, is sufficient by itself to account for the superstitious aversion to iron entertained by kings and priests and attributed by them to the gods. Possibly this aversion may have been intensified in place by some such accidental cause as the series of bad seasons which cast discredit on iron ploughshares in Poland. But the disfavour in which iron is held by the gods and their ministers has another side. Their antipathy to the metal furnishes men with a weapon which may be turned against the spirits when occasion serves, as their dislike of iron is supposed to be so great that they will not approach persons and things protected by the obnoxious metal. Iron may obviously be employed as a charm for banning ghosts and other dangerous spirits. Iron used as a charm against fairies in Highlands of Scotland, and often it is so used. Thus in the Highlands of Scotland, the great safeguard against the elfin race is iron, or better yet, steel. The metal in any form, whether as a sword, a knife, a gun barrel, or what not, is all powerful for this purpose. Whenever you enter a fairy dwelling, you should always remember to stick a piece of steel, such as a knife, a needle, or a fishhook in the door, and the elves will not be able to shut the door till you come out again. So too, when you have shot a deer and are bringing it home at night, be sure to thrust a knife into the carcass, for that keeps the fairies from laying their weight on it. A knife or a nail in your pocket is quite enough to prevent the fairies from lifting you up at night. Nails in the front of a bed ward off elves from women in the straw and from their babes. But to make quite sure, it is better to put the soothing iron under the bed and the reaping hook in the window. If a bull has fallen over a rock and been killed, a nail stuck into it will preserve the flesh from the fairies. Music discoursed on the melodious instrument, a Jew's harp, keeps the elfin women away from the hunter, because the tongue of the instrument is of steel. Iron used as a protective charm by Scotch fishermen and others. Again, when Scotch fishermen were at sea, and one of them happened to take the name of God in vain, the first man who heard him called out, "Cold iron," at which every man of the crew grasped the nearest bit of iron and held it between his hands for a while. So too, when he hears the unlucky word pig mentioned, a Scotch fisherman will feel for the nails in his boots and mutter, "Cold iron." The same magic words are even whispered in the churches of Scotch fishing villages when the clergyman reads a passage about the Gadarene swine. In Morocco, iron is considered a great protection against demons. Hence it is usual to place a knife or dagger under a sick man's pillow. The Sinhalese believe that they are constantly surrounded by evil spirits, who lie in wait to do them harm. A peasant will not dare to carry good food, such as cakes or roast meat, from one place to another without putting an iron nail on it to prevent a demon from taking possession of the viands, and so making the eater ill. Iron used as a protective charm against devils and ghosts in India. No sick person, whether man or woman, would venture out of their house without a bunch of keys or a knife in his hand, for without such a talisman he would fear that some devil might take advantage of his weak state and slip into his body. And if a man had a large sore on his body, he tries to keep a morsel of iron on it as a protection against demons. The inhabitants of Salsette, an island near Bombay, dread a spirit called Gira, which plays many pranks with a solitary traveller, leading him astray, lowering him into an empty well, and so on. But the Gira dare not touch a person who has on him anything made of iron or steel, particularly a knife or a nail, of which the spirit stands in great fear. Nor will he meddle with a woman, especially a married woman, because he is afraid of her bangles. Among the Majhar, an aboriginal tribe in the hill country of South Mazapur, an iron implement such as a sickle or a betel cutter is constantly kept near an infant's head during its first year for the purpose of warding off the attacks of ghosts. Among the Maravars, an Aboriginal race of southern India. A knife or other iron object lies beside a woman after childbirth to keep off the devil. When a Mala woman is in labour, a sickle and some neem leaves are always kept on the cot. In Malabar, people who have to pass by burning grounds or other haunted places commonly carry with them iron in some form, such as a knife or an iron rod used as a walking stick. When pregnant women go on a journey, they carry with them a few twigs or leaves of the neem tree or iron in some shape to scare evil spirits lurking in groves or burial grounds which they may pass. In Bilaspur, people attribute cholera to a goddess who visits the afflicted family, but they think that she may be kept off by iron. Hence, during an epidemic of cholera, people go about with axes or sickles in their hands. Their horses are not shod, otherwise they might possibly nail horseshoes to the door. But their belief is more primitive, for with them iron does not bring good luck, but it scares away the evil spirits. So when a man has had an epileptic fit, he will wear an iron bracelet to keep away the evil spirit which was supposed to have possessed him. Iron used as a protective charm in Annam, Africa and India. The Annamites imagine that a newborn child is exposed to the attacks of evil spirits. To protect the infant from these malignant beings, the parents sometimes sell the child to the village smith, who makes a small ring or circlet of iron and puts it on the child's foot, commonly adding a little chain of iron. When the infant has been sold to the smith and firmly attached to him by the chain, the demons no longer have any power over him. After the child has grown big and the danger is over, the parents ask the smith to break the iron ring and thank him for his services. No metal but iron will serve the purpose. On the slave coast of Africa, when a mother sees her child gradually wasting away, she concludes that a demon has entered into the child and takes her measures accordingly. To lure the demon out of the body of her offspring, she offers a sacrifice of food, and while the devil is bolting it, she attaches iron rings and small bells to the child's ankles and hangs iron chains round his neck. The jingling of the iron and the tinkling of the bells are supposed to prevent the demon, which he has concluded is repast, from entering again into the body of the little sufferer. Hence many children may be seen in this part of Africa weighed down with iron ornaments. The use of iron as a means to exorcise demons was forbidden by the Coptic Church. In India, the mourner who performs the ceremony of putting fire into the dead person's mouth carries with him a piece of iron. It may be a key or a knife, or a simple piece of iron, and during the whole time of his separation, for he is unclean for a certain time, and no one will either touch him, or eat or drink with him, neither can he change his clothes. He carries a piece of iron about him to keep off the evil spirit. Iron used as a protective charm in India and Scotland. In Calcutta, the Bengali clerks in the government offices used to wear a small key on one of their fingers when they had been chief mourners. When a woman dies in childbed in the island of Salsette, they put a nail or other piece of iron in the folds of a dress. This is done especially if the child survives her. The intention plainly is to prevent her spirit from coming back, for they believe that a dead mother haunts the house and seeks to carry away her child. In the northeast of Scotland, immediately after a death has taken place, a piece of iron, such as a nail or a knitting wire, used to be stuck into all the meal, butter, cheese, flesh, and whiskey in the house, to prevent death from entering them. The neglect of this salutary precaution is said to have been closely followed by the corruption of the food and drink. The whiskey has been known to become as white as milk. When iron is used as a protective charm after a death, as in the Hindu and Scotch customs, the spirit against which it is directed is the ghost of the deceased. Section 3. Sharp weapons tabooed. The use of sharp-edged weapons is sometimes forbidden lest they should wound spirits. There is a priestly king in the north of Zengwe, in Burma, revered by the Sote as the highest spiritual and temporal authority, into whose house no weapon or cutting instrument may be brought. This rule may perhaps be explained by a custom observed by various peoples after a death. They refrain from the use of sharp instruments so long as the ghost of the deceased is supposed to be near, lest they should wound it. Thus among the Eskimos of Bering Strait, during the day on which a person dies in the village, no one is permitted to work, and the relatives must perform no labor during the 3 following days. It is especially forbidden during this period to cut with any edged instrument such as a knife or an axe, and the use of pointed instruments like needles or bodkins is also forbidden. This is said to be done to avoid cutting or injuring the shade, which may be present at any time during this period, and if accidentally injured by any of these things, it will become very angry and bring sickness or death to the people. The relatives must also be very careful at this time not to make any loud or harsh noises that may startle or anger the shade. We have seen that in like manner, after killing a white whale, these Eskimos abstain from the use of cutting or pointed instruments for 4 days, lest they should unwittingly cut or stab the whale's ghost. The same taboo is sometimes observed by them when there is a sick person in the village, probably from a fear of injuring his shade, which may be hovering outside of his body. After a death, the Romanians of Transylvania are careful not to leave a knife lying with a sharp edge uppermost as long as a corpse remains in the house, or else the soul will be forced to ride on the blade. For 7 days after a death, the corpse being still in the house, the Chinese abstain from the use of knives and needles, and even of chopsticks, eating their food with their fingers. On the 3rd, 6th, 9th and 40th days after the funeral, the old Prussians and Lithuanians used to prepare a meal, to which, standing at the door, they invited the soul of the deceased. At these meals they sat silent round the table and used no knives, and the women who served up the food were also without knives. If any morsels fell from the table, they were left lying there for the lonely souls that had no living relations or friends to feed them. When the meal was over, the priest took a broom and swept the souls out of the house, saying, "Dear souls, you have eaten and drunk. Go forth, go forth." In cutting the nails and combing the hair of a dead prince in South-Celebes, only the back of the knife and the comb may be used. The Germans say that a knife should not be left edge upwards because God and the spirits dwell there, or because it will cut the face of God and the angels. Among the Monombos of New Guinea, a pregnant woman may not use sharp instruments. For example, she may not sew. If she used such instruments, they think that she would thereby stab the child in her womb. Sharp-edged weapons are removed from a room where there is a lying-in woman. Among the Kayans of Borneo, when the birth pangs begin, all men leave the room, and all cutting weapons and iron are also removed, perhaps in order not to frighten the child, says a writer who reports the custom. The reason may rather be a fear of injuring the flitting soul of mother or babe. In Uganda, when the hour of a woman's delivery is at hand, her husband carries all spears and weapons out of the house, doubtless in order that they may not hurt the tender soul of the newborn child. Early in the period of the Ming dynasty, a professor of geomancy made the alarming discovery that the spiritual atmosphere of Kuying, a city near Yanqing, was in a truly deplorable condition through the intrusion of an evil spirit. The Chinese emperor, with paternal solicitude, directed that the north gate by which the devil had effected his entrance should be built up solid, and that for the future of the population of the city should devote their energies to the pursuits of hairdressing, corn-cutting, and the shaving of bamboo roots, because, as he sagaciously perceived, all these professions call for the use of sharp-edged instruments, which could not fail to keep the demon at bay. We can now understand why no cutting instrument may be taken into the house of the Burmese pontiff. Like so many priestly kings, he is probably regarded as divine, and it is therefore right that his sacred spirit should not be exposed to the risk of being cut or wounded whenever it quits his body to hover invisible in the air or to fly on some distant mission. Section 4. Blood tabooed. Raw meat tabooed because the life or spirit is in the blood. We have seen that the Flamen Dialis was forbidden to touch or even name raw flesh. At certain times, a Brahmin teacher is enjoined not to look on raw flesh, blood, or persons whose hands have been cut off. In Uganda, the father of twins is in a state of taboo for some time after the birth. Among other rules, it is forbidden to kill anything or to see blood. In the Perils Islands, when a raid has been made on a village and a head carried off, the relations of the slain man are tabooed and have to submit to certain observances in order to escape the wrath of his ghost. They are shut up in the house, touch no raw flesh, and chew betel over which an incantation has been uttered by the exorcist. After this, the ghost of the slaughtered man goes away to the enemy's country in pursuit of his murderer. The taboo is probably based on the common belief that the soul or spirit of the animal is in the blood. As tabooed persons are believed to be in a perilous state, for example, the relations in the same manner are liable to the attacks of his indignant ghost, it is especially necessary to isolate them from contact with the spirits, hence the prohibition to touch raw meat. But as usual, the taboo is only the special enforcement of a general precept. In other words, its observance is particularly enjoined in circumstances which seem urgently to call for its application. But apart from such circumstances, the prohibition is also observed, though less strictly, as a common rule of life. Thus some of the Estonians will not taste blood because they believe that it contains the animal's soul, which would enter the body of the person who tasted the blood. Some Indian tribes of North America, through a strong principle of religion, abstain in the strictest manner from eating the blood of any animal, as it contains the life and spirit of the beast. These Indians commonly pull their new-killed venison, before they dress it, several times through the smoke and flame of the fire, both by the way of a sacrifice and to consume the blood, life, or animal spirits of the beast, which with them would be a most horrid abomination to eat. Among the Western Dene or Tene Indians of British Columbia, until lately, no woman would partake of blood, and both men and women abhorred the flesh of a beaver, which had been caught and died in a trap, and of a bear strangled to death in a snare, because the blood remained in the carcass. Many of the slave, hare, and dog group Indians scruple to taste the blood of game. Hunters of the former tribes collect the blood in the animal's paunch and bury it in the snow. The Melabar, a Bantu tribe in the north of the Transvaal, will taste no blood, hence they cut the throats of the cattle they slaughter and let the blood drain out of the carcass before they will eat it. And they do the same with game. Jewish hunters poured out the blood of the game they had killed and covered it up with dust. They would not taste the blood, believing that soul or life of the animal was in the blood, or actually was the blood. The same belief was held by the Romans, and is shared by the Arabs, by Chinese medical writers, and by some of the Papuan tribes of New Guinea. Royal blood may not be spilt on the ground, hence kings and princes are put to death by methods which do not involve bloodshed. It is a common rule that royal blood may not be shed upon the ground, hence when a king or one of his family is put to death, a mode of execution is devised by which the royal blood should not be spilt upon the earth. About the year 1688, the Generalissimo of the army rebelled against the King of Siam, and put him to death after the manner of royal criminals, or as princes of the blood are treated when convicted of capital crimes, which is by putting them into a large iron cauldron and pounding them to pieces with wooden pestles, because none of their royal blood must be spilt on the ground, it being, by their religion, their great impurity to contaminate the divine blood by mixing it with earth. Other Siamese modes of executing a royal person are starvation, suffocation, stretching him on a scarlet cloth, and thrusting a billet of fragrant sandalwood into his stomach, or lastly, sewing him up in a leather sack with a large stone and throwing him into the river. Sometimes the sufferer's neck is broken with sandalwood clubs before he is thrown into the water. When Kublai Khan defeated and took his uncle Nayan, who had rebelled against him, he caused Nayan to be put to death by being wrapped in a carpet and tossed to and fro till he died, because he would not have the blood of his lion and Perils spilt upon the ground or exposed in the eye of heaven before the sun. Friar Recold mentions the Tartar maxim, "One Khan will put another to death to get possession of the throne, but he takes great care that the blood be not spilt, for they say that it is highly improper that the blood of the great Khan should be spilt upon the ground. So they cause the victim to be smothered somehow or other." The like feeling prevails at the court of Burma, where a peculiar mode of execution without bloodshed is reserved for princes of the blood. Another writer on Burma observes that according to Mongolian tradition it is considered improper to spill the blood of any member of the royal race. Princes of the blood are executed by a blow or blows of the bludgeon, inflicted on the back of the neck. The corpse is placed in a red velvet sack which is fixed between two large perforated jars and then sunk in the river Arawadi. Princesses are executed in a similar manner, with the exception that they are put to death by a blow in front instead of the back of the neck. In 1878, the relations of Bough, King of Burma, were dispatched by being beaten across the throat with a bamboo. In Tonquin, the ordinary mode of execution is beheading, but persons of the blood royal are strangled. In Ashanti, the blood of none of the royal family may be shed. If one of them is guilty of a great crime, he is drowned in the river Da. As the blood royal of Dahomey may not be spilled, offenders of the royal family are drowned or strangled. Commonly they are bound hand and foot, carried out to sea in a canoe, and thrown overboard. When a king of Benin came to the throne, he used to put his brothers to death. But as no one might lay hands on a prince of the blood, the king commanded his brothers to hang themselves, after which he buried their bodies with great pomp. In Madagascar, the blood of nobles might not be shed, hence when 4 Christians of that class were to be executed, they were burned alive. In Uganda, no one may shed royal blood on any account, not even when ordered by the king to slay one of the royal house. Royalty may only be starved or burned to death. Formerly, when a young king of Uganda came of age, all his brothers were burned except 2 or 3, who were reserved to keep up the succession, or a space of ground having been fenced in with a high paling and a deep ditch. The doomed men were led into the enclosure and left there till they died, while guards kept watch outside to prevent their escape. Among the Bwenda of southern Africa, dangerous princes are strangled, for their blood may not be shed. Reluctance to shed any human blood on the ground. The reluctance to spill royal blood seems to be only a particular case of a general unwillingness to shed blood, or at least to allow it to fall on the ground. Marco Polo tells us that in his day persons caught in the streets of Kambuluk, Peking, at unseasonable hours were arrested, and if found guilty of a misdemeanor were beaten with a stick. Under this punishment people sometimes die, but they adopt it in order to eschew bloodshed, for their Baxis says that it is an evil thing to shed man's blood. When Captain Christian was shot by the Manx government at the Restoration in 1660, the spot on which he stood was covered with white blankets, that his blood might not fall on the ground. In West Sussex, people believe that the ground on which human blood has been shed is accursed will remain barren forever. Among some primitive peoples, when the blood of a tribesman has to be spilt, it is not suffered to fall upon the ground, but is received upon the bodies of his fellow tribesmen. Thus in some Australian tribes, boys who have been circumcised are laid on a platform formed by the living bodies of the tribesmen, and when a boy's tooth is knocked out as an initiatory ceremony, he is seated on the shoulders of a man on whose breast the blood flows and may not be wiped away. When Australian blacks bleed each other as a cure for headache and other ailments, they are very careful not to spill any of the blood on the ground, but sprinkle it on each other. We have already seen that in the Australian ceremony for making rain, the blood which is supposed to imitate the rain is received upon the bodies of the tribesmen. Also the Gauls used to drink their enemies' blood and paint themselves therewith. So also they write that the old Irish were wont, and so have I seen some of the Irish do, but not their enemies, but friends' blood, as namely at the execution of a notable traitor at Limerick, called Murroe O'Brien. I saw an old woman, which was his foster mother, take up his head whilst he was quartered, and suck up all the blood that ran thereout, saying that the earth was not worthy to drink it, that therewith also steeped her face and breast, and tore her hair, crying out and shrieking most terribly. After a battle of Horn Island, South Pacific, it was found that the brother of the vanquished king was among the wounded. It was sad to see his wife collect in her hands the blood which had flowed from his wounds, and throw it on her head, while she uttered piercing cries. All the relatives of the wounded collected in the same manner the blood which had flowed from them, down even to the last drop, and they even applied their lips to the leaves of the shrubs, and licked it up all to the last drop. In the Marquesas Islands, The persons who helped a woman at childbirth received on their heads the blood which flowed at the cutting of the navel string, for the blood might not touch anything but a sacred object, and in Polynesia the head is sacred in a high degree. In South Celebes, at childbirth, a female slave stands out of the house. The house has been raised on posts above the ground, and receives in a basin on her head the blood which trickles through the bamboo floor. Among the Latuka of Central Africa, the earth on which a drop of blood has fallen at childbirth is carefully scraped up with an iron shovel, put into a pot along with the water used in washing the mother, and buried tolerably deep outside the house on the left-hand side. In West Africa, if a drop of your blood has fallen on the ground, you must carefully cover it up, rub and stamp it into the soil. If it has fallen on the side of a canoe or a tree, the place is cut out and the chip is destroyed. The Kafirs, we are told, have a great horror of blood, and must purify themselves from the pollution if they have shed it and been bespattered by it. Hence warriors on the return from battle purge themselves with the medics, and that so violently that some of them give up the ghost. A Kafir would never allow even a drop of blood from his nose or a wound to lie uncovered, but huddles it over with earth, that his feet may not be defiled by it. One motive of these African customs may be a wish to prevent the blood from falling into the hands of magicians who might make an evil use of it. That is admittedly the reason why people in West Africa stamp out any blood of theirs which has fallen on the ground, or cut out any wood that has been soaked with it. From a like dread of sorcery, natives of New Guinea are careful to burn any sticks, leaves, or rags which are stained with their blood, and if the blood has dripped on the ground, they turn up the soil and, if possible, light a fire on the spot. The same fear explains the curious duties discharged by a class of men called Remanga, or blue blood, among the Betsilio of Madagascar. It is their business to eat all the nail parings and to lick up all the spilt blood of the nobles. When the nobles pare their nails, the parings are collected to the last scrap and swallowed by these Remanga. If the parings are too large, they are minced small and so gulped down. Again, should a nobleman wound himself, say in cutting his nails or treading on something, the Remanga lick it up as fast as possible. Nobles of high rank hardly go anywhere without these humble attendants, but if it should happen that there are none of them present, the cut nails and the spilt blood are carefully collected to be afterwards swallowed by the Remanga. There is scarcely a nobleman of any pretensions who does not strictly observe this custom, the intention of which probably is to prevent these parts of his person from falling into the hands of sorcerers, who on the principles of contagious magic would work him harm thereby. The tribes of the White Nile are said never to shed blood in their villages because they think the sight of it would render women barren or bring misfortune on their children. Hence executions and murders commonly take place on the roads or in the forest. Unwillingness to shed the blood of animals. The unwillingness to shed blood is extended by some peoples to the blood of animals. Thus when the Kafirs offer an ox to the spirits, the blood of the beast must be carefully caught in a calabash, and none of it may fall on the ground. When the Wanaka in Eastern Africa kill their cattle for food, they either stone or beat the animal to death, so as not to shed the blood. Amongst the Damaras, cattle killed for food are suffocated, but when sacrificed they are speared to death. But like most pastoral tribes in Africa, both the Wanika and Damaras very seldom kill their cattle, which are indeed commonly invested with a kind of sanctity. Some of the Ewe-speaking Negroes of Tongaland in West Africa celebrate a festival in honour of the earth at which it is unlawful to shed blood on the ground. Hence the fowls which are sacrificed on these occasions have their necks wrung, not their throats cut. In killing an animal for food, the Easter Islanders do not shed its blood, but stun it or suffocate it in smoke. When the natives of San Cristobal, one of the Solomon Islands, sacrificed a pig to a ghost in a sacred place, they take great care that the blood shall not fall on the ground. So they place the animal in a large bowl and cut it up there. It is said that in ancient India the sacrificial victims were not slaughtered but strangled. Anything in which a married chief's blood falls becomes sacred to him. The general explanation of the reluctance to shed blood on the ground is probably to be found in the belief that the soul is in the blood, and that therefore any ground on which it may fall necessarily becomes taboo or sacred. In New Zealand, anything upon which even a drop of a high chief's blood chances to fall becomes taboo or sacred to him. For instance, a party of natives having come to visit a chief in a fine new canoe, the chief got into it, but in doing so a splinter entered his foot, and the blood trickled on the canoe, which at once became sacred to him. The owner jumped out, dragged the canoe ashore opposite the chief's house, and left it there. Again a chief, in entering a missionary's house, knocked his head against a beam, and the blood flowed. The natives said that in former times the house would have belonged to the chief. As usually happens with taboos of universal application, the prohibition to spill the blood of a tribesman on the ground applies with peculiar stringency to chiefs and kings, and is observed in their case long after it has ceased to be observed in the case of others. The prohibition to pass under a trellis vine is probably based on the idea that the juice of the grape is the blood or spirit of the vine. This notion is confirmed by the intoxicating or inspiring effect of wine. We have seen that the Flamandalis was not allowed to walk under a trellised vine. The reason for his prohibition was perhaps as follows. It has been shown that plants are considered as animate beings which bleed when cut, the red juice which exudes from some of them being regarded as the blood of the plant. The juice of the grape is therefore naturally conceived as the blood of the vine, and since, as we have just seen, the soul is often believed to be in the blood, the juice of the grape is regarded as the soul, or as containing the soul of the vine. This belief is strengthened by the intoxicating effects of wine, for, according to primitive notions, all abnormal mental states, such as intoxicating or madness, are caused by the entrance of a spirit into the person. Such mental states, in other words, are accounted forms of possession or inspiration. Wine, therefore, is considered on two distinct grounds, as a spirit or containing a spirit. First, because, as a red juice, is identified with the blood of the plant, and second, because it intoxicates or inspires. Therefore, if the Flamandalis had walked under a trellised vine, the spirit of the vine, embodied in the clusters of grapes, would have been immediately over his head and might have touched it, which, for a person like him in a state of permanent taboo, would have been highly dangerous. This interpretation of the prohibition will be made probable. We can show first that wine has been actually viewed by some peoples as blood, and intoxication as inspiration produced by drinking the blood, and second, that it is often considered dangerous, especially for tabooed persons, to have either blood or a living person over their heads. Wine treated as blood, and intoxication as inspiration. With regard to the first point, we are informed by Plutarch that of old the Egyptian kings neither drank wine nor offered it in libations to the gods, because they held it to be the blood of beings who had once fought against the gods, the vine having sprung from their rotting bodies, and the frenzy of intoxication was explained by the supposition that the drunken man was filled with the blood of the enemies of the gods. The Aztecs regarded pulque, or the wine of the country, as bad, on account of the wild deeds which men did under its influence. But these wild deeds were believed to be the facts, not of the drunken man, but of the wine god by whom he was possessed and inspired, and so seriously was the theory of inspiration held, that if anyone spoke ill of or insulted a tipsy man, he was liable to be punished for disrespect to the wine god incarnate in his votary. Hence, says Sahagan, it was believed, not without ground, that the Indians intoxicated themselves on purpose to commit with impunity crimes for which they would certainly have been punished if they had committed them sober. Thus it appears that on the primitive view, intoxication, or the inspiration produced by wine, is exactly parallel to the inspiration produced by drinking the blood of animals. The soul of life is in the blood, and the wine is the blood to the vine. Hence whoever drinks the blood of an animal is inspired with the soul of the animal or of the god, who, as we have seen, is often supposed to enter into the animal before it is slain, and whoever drinks wine drinks the blood, and so receives into himself the soul or spirit of the god of the vine. Fear of passing under women's blood. With regard to this second point, the fear of passing under blood or under a living person, we are told that, Some of the Australian blacks have a dread of passing under a leaning tree or even under the rails of a fence. The reason they give is that the woman may have been upon the tree or fence, and some blood from her may have fallen on it, and might fall from it on them. In Uki, one of the Solomon Islands, a man will never, if he can help it, pass under a tree which has fallen across the path, for the reason that a woman may have stepped over it before him. Amongst the Karens of Burma, going under a house, especially if there are females within, is avoided, as is also the passing under the tree, of which the branches extend downwards in a particular direction, and the butt end of fallen trees, etc. The Siamese think it unlucky to pass under a rope which women's clothes are hung, and to avert evil consequences, the person who has done so must build a chapel to the earth spirit. Disastrous effect of women's blood on men. Probably in all such cases, the rule is based on a fear of being brought into contact with blood, especially the blood of women. From a like fear, a Maori will never lean his back against the wall of a native house, for the blood of women is supposed to have disastrous effects upon males. The Arunta of Central Australia believed that a draught of women's blood would kill the strongest man. In the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, boys are warned that if they see the blood of women, they will early become grey-headed, and their strength will fail prematurely. Men of the Bunandik tribe in South Australia think that if they see the blood of their women, they will not be able to fight against their enemies and will be killed. If the sun dazzles their eyes in a fight, the first woman they afterwards meet is sure to get a blow from their club. In the island of Vatar, it is thought that if a man or lad comes upon a woman's blood, he will be unfortunate in war and other undertakings, and that any precautions he may take to avoid the misfortune will be vain. The people of Seram also believe that men who see women's blood will be wounded in battle. It is an Estonian belief that men who see women's blood will suffer from an eruption on the skin. A fan negro told Miss Kingsley that a young man in his village, who was so weak that he could hardly crawl about, had fallen into this state through seeing the blood of a woman who had been killed by a falling tree. The underlying idea regarding blood is, of course, the old one that the blood is the life. The life in Africa means the spirit, hence the liberated blood is the liberated spirit, and liberated spirits are always whipping into people who do not want them. In the case of the young fan, the opinion held was that the weak spirit of the woman had got into him. Section 5. The head tabooed. The head sacred because a spirit resides in it. Again, the reason for not passing under dangerous objects, like a vine or women's blood, is a fear that they may come in contact with the head, for among many peoples the head is peculiarly sacred. The special sanctity attributed to it is sometimes explained by a belief that it is the seat of a spirit which is very sensitive to injury or disrespect. Thus the Yorubas of the Slave Coast hold that every man has 3 spiritual inmates, of whom the first, called a Lori, dwells in the head and is a man's protector, guardian and guide. Offerings are made to this spirit, chiefly of fowls, and sometimes of the blood mixed with palm oil is rubbed on the forehead. The Karens of Burma suppose that, being called the Thor, resides in the upper part of the head, and while it retains its seat, no harm can befall the person from the efforts of the 7 Kelas, or personified passions. If the soul becomes headless or weak, certain evil to the person is the result. Hence the head is carefully attended to, and all possible pains are taken to provide such dress and attire as will be pleasing to the soul. The Siamese think that a spirit called Kuan, or Quen, dwells in the human head, of which it is the guardian spirit. The spirit must be carefully protected from injury of every kind. Hence the act of shaving or cutting the hair is accompanied with many ceremonies. The Quan is very sensitive on points of honour, and would feel mortally insulted if the head in which he resides were touched by the hand of a stranger. When Dr. Bastian, in a conversation with a brother of the King of Siam, raised his hand to touch the prince's skull in order to illustrate that some medical remarks he was making, a sullen and threatening murmur bursting from the lips of the crouching courtiers warned him of the breach of etiquette he had committed. For in Siam there is no greater insult to a man of rank than to touch his head. If a Siamese touched the head of another with his foot, both of them must build chapels to the earth spirit to avert the omen. Nor does the guardian spirit of the head like to have the hair washed too often. It might injure or incommodium. It was a great solemnity when the king of Burma's head was washed with water down from the middle of the river. Whenever the native professor, from whom Dr. Bastian took lessons in Burmese and Mandalay, had his head washed, which took place as a rule once a month, he was generally absent for 3 days together, that time being consumed in preparing for and recovering from the operation of head washing. Dr. Bastian's custom of washing his head daily gave rise to much remark. The head of the king of Persia was cleaned only once a year on his birthday. Roman women washed their heads annually on the 13th of August, Diana's Day. The Indians of Peru fancied they could rid themselves of their sins by scrubbing their heads with a small stone and then washing them in a stream. Objection to have anyone overhead. Again, the Burmese think it an indignity to have anyone, especially a woman, over their heads, and for this reason Burmese houses have never more than one story. The houses are raised on posts above the ground, and whenever anything fell through the floor, Dr. Bastian had always difficulty in persuading a servant to fetch it from under the house. In Rangoon, a priest, summoned to the bedside of a sick man, climbed up a ladder and got in at the window rather than ascend the staircase, to reach which he must have passed under a gallery. A P.S. Burman of Rangoon, finding some images of Buddha in a ship's cabin, offered a high price for them, that they might not be degraded by sailors walking over them on the deck. Formerly in Siam, no person might cross a bridge while his superior in rank was passing underneath, nor might he walk in a room above one in which his superior was sitting or lying. The Cambodians esteem it a great offence to touch a man's head. Some of them will not enter a place where anything whatever is suspended over their heads, and the meanest Cambodian would never consent to live under an inhabited room. Hence the houses are built of one story only, and even the government respects the prejudice by never placing a prisoner in the stocks under the floor of a house, though the houses are raised high above the ground. The same superstition exists among the Malays, for an early traveller reports that in Java people wear nothing on their heads, and say that nothing must be on their heads, and if any person were to put his hand upon their head, they would kill him, and did not build houses with stories in order that they may not walk over each other's heads. In Uganda, no person belonging to the king's totem clan was allowed to get on the top of the palace to roof it, for that would have been regarded as equivalent of getting on top of the king, hence the palace had to be roofed by men of a different clan for the king. Sanctity of the head, especially of a chief's head in Polynesia. The same superstition as to the head is found in full force throughout Polynesia. Thus of Gatanawa, a Marquis in chief, it is said that to touch the top of his head, or anything which had been on his head, was sacrilege. To pass over his head was an indignity never to be forgotten. Gatanawa, nay, all his family scorn to pass a gateway which is ever closed, or a house with a door. All must be as open and free as their unrestrained manners. He would pass under nothing that had been raised by the hand of man, if there was a possibility of getting round or over it. Often I have seen him walk the whole length of our barrier in preference to passing between our water casks, and at the risk of his life scramble over the loose stones of a wall rather than go through the doorway. The Marquis and women have been known to refuse to go on the docks of ships for fear of passing over the heads of chiefs who might be below. The son of Marquis and High Priest has been seen to roll on the ground in an agony of rage and despair, begging for death because someone had desecrated his head and deprived him of his divinity by sprinkling a few drops of water on his hair. It was not the Marquis and chiefs only whose heads were sacred. The head of every Marquis was taboo, and might neither be touched nor stepped over by another. Even a father might not step over the head of his sleeping child. Women were forbidden to carry or touch anything that had been in contact with or had merely hung over the head of their husband or father. No one was allowed to be over the head of the king of Tonga. In Hawaii, the Sandwich Islands, If a man climbed upon a chief's house, or upon the wall of his yard, he was put to death. If his shadow fell on a chief, he was put to death. If he walked in the shadow of a chief's house, while his head painted white, or decked with a garland, or wetted with water, he was put to death. In Tahiti, anyone who stood over the king or queen, or passing his hand over their heads, might be put to death. Until certain rites were performed over it, a Tahitan infant was especially taboo. Whatever touched a child's head while it was in this state became sacred and was deposited in a consecrated place, railed in for the purpose at the child's house. If a branch of a tree touched the child's head, the tree was cut down. And if in its fall it injured another tree so as to penetrate the bark, that tree also was cut down as unclean and unfit to use. After the rites were performed, these special taboos ceased. But the head of the Tahitan was always sacred. He never carried anything on it, and to touch it was an offence. In New Zealand, the heads of the chiefs were always tabooed, tapu, hence they could not pass or sit under food hung up, or carry food, as others, on their backs, neither would they eat a meal in a house, nor touch a calabash of water in drinking. No one could touch their head, nor indeed commonly speak of it, or allude to it. To do so offensively was one of their heaviest curses, the grossest insults only to be wiped out with blood. So sacred was the head of the married chief, that if he only touched it with his fingers, he was obliged immediately to apply them to his nose, and snuff up the sensitivity which they had acquired by the touch, and thus restore it to the part from whence it was taken. On account of the sacredness of his head, a married chief could not blow the fire with his mouth, or the breath being sacred, communicate his sanctity to it, and a brand might be taken by a slave, or a man of the tribe, or the fire might be used for other purposes, such as cooking, and so cause his death. It is a crime for a sacred person in New Zealand to leave his comb, or anything else which has touched his head, in a place where food has been cooked, or to suffer another person to drink out of any vessel which has touched his lips. Hence when a chief wishes to drink, he never puts his lips to the vessel, but holds his hands close to his mouth, so as to form a hollow, into which a water is poured by another person, and thence is allowed to flow into his mouth. If a light is needed for his pipe, the burning ember taken from the fire must be thrown away as soon as it is used, for the pipe becomes sacred because it has touched his mouth. The coal becomes sacred because it has touched the pipe, and if a particle of the sacred cinder were replaced on the common fire, the fire would also become sacred and could no longer be used for cooking. Sanctity of the head in Polynesia and elsewhere. Some Maori chiefs, like other Polynesians, object to go down into a ship's cabin from fear of people passing over their heads. Dire misfortune was thought by the Maoris to await those who entered a house where any article of animal food was suspended over their heads. A dead pigeon or a piece of pork hung from the roof was a better protection from molestation than a sentinel. If I am right, the reason for the special objection to having animal food over their head is the fear of bringing the sacred head into contact with the spirit of the animal, just as the reason why the Flamen might not walk under a vine was a fear of bringing his sacred head into contact with the spirit of the vine. Similarly, King Darius would not pass through a gate of which there was a tomb, because in doing so he would have had a corpse above his head. Among the Awuna tribes of the Gold Coast, West Africa, the worshippers of Hebezio, the god of thunder, believe that their heads are sacred, being associated in some mysterious way with the presence of the protective spirit of their god, which is passed into them through this channel at baptism. Hence they carefully guard their heads against injury, especially against any wound that might draw blood, for they think that such a wound would entail the loss of reason on the sufferer, and that would bring down the wrath of the thundering god out of his mouthpiece, the fetish priest, on the impious smiter. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic Religion by Sir James George Frazer. Part 2, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5, Part 2. Section 6. Hair Tabooed. When the head is sacred, the cutting of the hair becomes a difficult and dangerous operation. When the head was considered so sacred that it might not even be touched without grave offence, it is obvious that the cutting of the hair must have been a delicate and difficult operation. The difficulties and dangers which, on the primitive view, beset the operation are of two kinds. There is first the danger of disturbing the spirit of the head, which may be injured in the process and may revenge itself upon the person who molests him. Secondly, there is the difficulty of disposing of the shorn locks, for the savage believes that the sympathetic connection which exists between himself and every part of his body continues to exist even after the physical connection has been broken, and that therefore he will suffer from any harm that may befall the severed parts of his body, such as the clippings of his hair or the parings of his nails. Accordingly, he takes care that these severed portions of himself should not be left in places where they might either be exposed to accidental injury or fall into the hands of malicious persons who might work magic on them to his detriment or death. Such dangers are common to all, but sacred persons have more to fear from them than ordinary people, so the precautions taken by them are proportionately stringent. The hair of kings, priests, and other taboo persons is sometimes kept unshorn. The simplest way of evading the peril is not to cut the hair at all, and this is the expedient adopted where the risk is thought to be more than usually great. The Frankish kings were never allowed to crop their hair. From their childhood upwards, they had to keep it unshorn. To poll the long locks that floated on their shoulders would have been to renounce their right to the throne. When the wicked brothers Clotaire and Chaldebert coveted the kingdom of their dead brother Clodomir, they inveigled into their power their little nephews, the two sons of Clodomir, and having done so, they sent a messenger bearing scissors and a naked sword to the children's grandmother, Queen Clotilde at Paris. The envoy showed the scissors and the sword to Clotilde, and bade her choose whether the children should be shorn and live or remain unshorn and die. The proud queen replied that if her grandchildren were not to come to the throne, she would rather see them dead than shorn, and murdered they were by their ruthless uncle Clotaire with his own hand. The king of Ponape, one of the Caroline Islands, must wear his hair long, and so must his grandees. The hair of the Aztec priests hung down to their hams, so that the weight of it became very troublesome, for they might never poll it so long as they lived, or at least until they had been relieved of their office on the score of old age. They wore it braided in great tresses, 6 fingers broad, and tied with cotton. A Haida medicine man may neither clip nor comb his tresses, so that they are always long and tangled. Among the Hoz, a Negro tribe of Togoland in West Africa, there are priests on whose head no razor may come during the whole of their lives. The god who dwells in the man forbids the cutting of his hair on pain of death. If the hair is at last too long, the owner must pray to his god to allow him at least to clip the tips of it. The hair is in fact conceived as the seat and lodging place of his god, so that were it shorn, the god would lose his abode in the priest. Hair of priests, chiefs, sorcerers, and others kept unshorn. A rainmaker at Baruma in the lower Zambezi used to give out that he was possessed by 2 spirits, one of a lion, the other of a leopard, and in the assemblies of the people he mimicked the roaring of these beasts. In order that those spirits might not leave him, he never cut his hair nor drank alcohol. The Maasai clan of the El Giboron, who are believed to possess the art of making rain, may not pluck out their beards, because the loss of their beards would, it is supposed, entail the loss of the rain-making powers. The head chief and the sorcerers of the Maasai observe the same rule for a like reason. They think that were they to pull out their beards, their supernatural gifts would desert them. In central Borneo, the chiefs of a particular Kayan family never allow their hair to be shorn. Ancient Indian law requires that when a new king has performed the ceremony of consecration, he may not shave his hair for a year, though he was allowed to crop it. According to one account, none of his subjects except a Brahmin might have his hair cut during this period, and even horses were left unclipped. Amongst the Alfours or Salibs, the Lelin or priest who looks after the rice fields may not shear his hair during the time that he exercises his special functions, that is, from a month before the rice is sown until it is housed. In Usukuma, a district to the south of Lake Victoria, Nyanza, the people are forbidden to shave their heads till the corn has been sown. Men of the Tsutsat tribe in British Columbia do not cut their hair, believing that if they cut it, they would quickly grow old. In Seram, men do not crop their hair. If married men did so, they would lose their wives. If young men did so, they would grow weak and enervated. In Timor-Leste, married men may not poll their hair for the same reason as in Seram, but widowers and men on a journey may do so after offering a fowl or a pig in sacrifice. Hair kept unshorn on various occasions, such as a wife's pregnancy, a journey, and war. Malays of the peninsula are forbidden to clip their hair during their wife's pregnancy and for 40 days after the child has been born, and a similar abstention is said to have been formerly incumbent on all persons prosecuting a journey or engaged in war. Elsewhere, men travelling abroad have been in the habit of leaving their hair unshorn until their return. The reason for this custom is probably the danger to which, as we have seen, a traveller is believed to be exposed from the magic arts of the strangers amongst whom he sojourns. If they get possession of his shorn hair, they might work his destruction through it. The Egyptians on a journey kept their hair uncut to their return home. At Taif, when a man returned from a journey, his first duty was to visit the Rabbah and pull his hair. Achilles kept unshorn his yellow hair, because his father had vowed to offer it to the river Spercheius if ever his son came home from the wars beyond the sea. Formerly, when Dayak warriors returned with the heads of their enemies, each man cut off a lock from the front of his head and threw it into the river as a mode of ending the taboo to which they had been subjected during the expedition. Bakonas, after battle, had their hair shorn by their mothers, in order that new hair might grow, and that all which was old and polluted might disappear and be no more. Hair unshorn during a vow. Again, men who have taken a vow of revenge sometimes keep their hair unshorn till they have fulfilled their vow. Thus, of the Makwasans, we are told that occasionally they have had their head entirely shaved, except one lock on the crown, which is worn loose or put up as a knot. But that mode of wearing the hair is only adopted by them when they have a solemn vow, as to revenge the death of some near relation, etc. In such case, the lock is never cut off until they have fulfilled their promise. A similar custom was sometimes observed by the ancient Germans. Among the Chatti, the young warriors never clipped their hair or their beard till they had slain an enemy. 6,000 Saxons once swore they would not poll their hair nor shave their beards until they had taken vengeance on their foes. On one occasion, a Hawaiian taboo is said to have lasted 30 years, during which the men were not allowed to trim their beards, etc. While his vow lasted, a Nazarite might not have his hair cut. All the days of the vow of his separation there shall no razor come upon his head. Possibly in this case there was a special objection to touching the tabooed man's head with iron. Roman priests, as we have seen, were shorn with bronze knives. The nails of infants should not be pared. The same feeling perhaps gave rise to the European rule that a child's nails should not be pared during the first year, but that if it is absolutely necessary to shorten them, they should be bitten off by the mother or nurse. For in all parts of the world, a young child is believed to be especially exposed to supernatural dangers, and particular precautions are taken and guarded against them. In other words, the child is under a number of taboos, of which the rule just mentioned is one. Among Hindus, the usual custom seems to be that the nails of the firstborn child are cut at the age of 6 months. With other children, a year or two is allowed to elapse. The slave, Hare, and Dog Rib Indians of northwest Africa do not pare the nails of female children till they are 4 years of age. In Uganda, a child's hair may not be cut until the child has received a name. Should any of it be rubbed or plucked off accidentally, it is refastened to the child's head with string or by being knotted by the other hair. Amongst the Iwo Negroes of the Slave Coast, a mother sometimes vows a sacrifice to the fetish if her infant should live. Then she leaves the child unshorn till its 4th or 6th year, when she fulfills her vow and has the child's hair cut by a priest. To this day, a Syrian mother will sometimes, like Hannah, devote her little one to God. While the child reaches a certain age, its hair is cut and weighed, and money is paid in proportion to the weight. If the boy thus dedicated is a Muslim, he becomes in time a dervish. If he is a Christian, he becomes a monk. Child's hair left unshorn as a refuge for its soul. Among the Torajas of Central Celebes, when a child's hair is cut to rid it of vermin, some locks are allowed to remain on the crown of the head as a refuge for one of the child's souls. Otherwise the soul would have no place in which to settle, and the child would sicken. The Karabataks of Sumatra are much afraid of frightening away the soul, Dendi, of a child. Hence, when they cut its hair, they always leave a patch unshorn, to which the soul can retreat before the shears. Usually this lock remains unshorn all through life, or at least up till manhood. In some parts of Germany, it is thought that if a child's hair is combed in its 1st year, the child will be unlucky, or that if a boy's hair is cut before his 7th year, he will have no courage. Section 7. Ceremonies at hair cutting. Solemn ceremonies observed at hair cutting. But when it becomes necessary to crop the hair, measures are taken to lessen the dangers which are supposed to attend the operation. The chief of Namosi in Fiji always ate a man by way of precaution when he had his hair cut. There was a certain clan that had to provide the victim, and they used to sit in solemn council among themselves to choose him. It was a sacrificial feast to avert evil from the chief. This remarkable custom has been described more fully by another observer. The old heathen temple of Namosi is called Religion-Taboo, and round about it are hundreds of stones, each which tells a fearful tale. A subject tribe, whose town was some little distance from Namosi, had committed an unpardonable offence and were condemned to a frightful doom. The earth mound on which their temple had stood was planted with the mountain Nadalo Aram, and when the crop was ripe, the poor wretches had to carry it down to Namosi and give at least one of their number to be killed and eaten by the chief. He used to take advantage of these occasions to have his hair cut, for the human sacrifice was supposed to avert all danger of witchcraft if any ill-wisher got hold of the cuttings of his hair, human hair being the most dangerous channel for the deadliest spells of the sorcerers. The stones round Religion-Taboo represented these and other victims who had been killed and eaten at Namosi. Each stone was the record of a murder succeeded by a cannibal feast. Among the Maoris, many spells were uttered at hair cutting. One, for example, was spoken to consecrate the obsidian knife with which the hair was cut. Another was pronounced to avert the thunder and lightning which hair cutting was believed to cause. He who has his hair cut is in immediate charge of the Atua spirit. He is removed from the contact and society of his family and his tribe. He dare not touch his food himself. It is put into his mouth by another person. Nor can he for some days resume his accustomed occupations or associate with his fellow men. The person who cuts the hair is also tabooed, his hands having been in contact with the sacred head. He may not touch food with them or engage in any other employment. He is fed by another person with food cooked over a sacred fire. He cannot be released from that taboo before the following day, when he rubs his hands with potato or fern root which has been cooked on a sacred fire, and this food have been taken to the head of the family in the female line and eaten by her. His hands are freed from the taboo. In some parts of New Zealand, the most sacred day of the year was that appointed for hair cutting. The people assembled in large numbers on that day from all the neighbourhood. Sometimes a Maori chief's hair was shorn by his wife, who was then tabooed for a week as a consequence of having touched his sacred locks. It is in a fairer state when the king of Cambodia's hair is cropped. The priests place on the barber's fingers certain old rings set with large stones, which are supposed to contain spirits favourable to the kings, and during the operation, the Brahmins keep up a noisy music to drive away the evil spirits. The hair and nails of the Mikado could only be cut while he was asleep, perhaps because his soul being then absent from his body, there was less chance of injuring it with the shears. Ceremonies at cutting the hair of Siamese children. From their earliest days, little Siamese children have the crown of their head clean shorn, with the exception of a single small tuft of hair, which is daily combed, twisted, oiled, and tied a little knot until the day when it is finally removed, with great pomp and ceremony. The ceremony of shaving the top knot takes place before the child has reached puberty. The great anxiety is felt at this time lest the Kwan, or guardian spirit who commonly resides in the body and especially the head of every Siamese, should be so disturbed by the tonsure as to depart and leave the child a hopeless wreck for life. Great pains are therefore taken to recall this mysterious being in case he should have fled, and to fix him securely to the child. This is the object of an elaborate ceremony performed on the afternoon of the day when the top knot is being cut. A miniature pagoda is erected, and on it are placed several kinds of food, known to be favourites of the spirit. When the Kwan has arrived and is feasting on these dainties, he is caught and held fast under a cloth thrown over the food. The child is now placed near the pagoda, and all the family and friends form a circle with the child, the captured spirit, and the Brahmin priest in the middle. Hereupon the priest addressed the spirit, earnestly entreating him to enter into the child. They assume him with tales, and coax and wheedle him with flattery, jest, and song. The gongs ring out their loudest, the people cheer, and only a Kwan of the sourest and most obdurate position could resist the combined appeal. The last sentences of the formal invocation run as follows. Benignant Kwan, thou fickle being who art wont to wander the daily about. From the moment that the child was conceived in the womb, thou hast enjoyed every pleasure until 10 lunar months have elapsed and the time of delivery arrived. Thou hast suffered and run the risk of perishing by being born alive into the world. Gracious Kwan, thou wast at the time so tender, delicate, and wavering as to cause great anxiety concerning thy fate. Thou was exactly like a child, youthful, innocent, and inexperienced. The least trifle frightened thee and made thee shudder. In thy infantile playfulness thou wast wont to frolic and wander, to no purpose. As thou didst commence to learn to sit, and unassisted to crawl totteringly on all fours, thou wast ever falling flat on thy face or on thy back. As thou didst grow up in years and could move thy steps firmly, thou didst begin to run and sport thoughtlessly and rashly all round the rooms, the terrace, and bringing planks of travelling boat or floating house, and at times thou didst fall into the stream, creek, or pond among the floating water wheels, to the utter dismay of those to whom thy existence was most dear. O gentle Kwan, come into thy corporeal abode. Do not delay this auspicious rite. Thou art now full grown, and dost form everybody's delight and admiration. Let all the tiny particles of Kwan that have fallen on land or water assemble and take permanent abode in this darling little child. Let them all hurry to the site of this auspicious ceremony and admire the magnificent preparations made for them in this hall. The broadest cloth from the pagoda, under which lurks the captive spirit, is now rolled up tightly and handed to the child, who is told to clasp it firmly to his breast and not let the Kwan escape. Further, the child drinks the milk of the coconuts which had been offered to the spirit, and by thus absorbing the food of the Kwan ensures the presence of that precious spirit in his body. A magic cord is tied round his wrist to keep off the wicked spirits who would lure the Kwan away from home, and for 3 nights he sleeps with the embroidered cloth from the pagoda first clasped in his arms. Section 8. Disposal of cut hair and nails. Belief that people may be bewitched through the clippings of their hair, the parings of their nails, and other severed parts of their persons. But even when the hair and nails have been safely cut, there remains the difficulty of disposing of them. for their owner believes himself liable to suffer from any harm that may befall them. The notion that a man may be bewitched by means of the clippings of his hair, the parings of his nails, or any other severed portion of his person is almost worldwide, and attested by evidence too ample, too familiar, and too tedious in its uniformity to be here analysed at length. The general idea on which the superstition rests is that of the sympathetic connection supposed to exist between a person and everything that has once been part of his body, or in any way closely related to him. A very few examples must suffice, they being to that branch of sympathetic magic which may be called contagious. Thus, when the Chilote Indians, inhabiting the wild, deeply indented coasts and dark rain-beaten forests of southern Chile, get possession of the hair of an enemy, they drop it from a high tree or tie to a piece of seaweed and fling it into the surf, for they think that the shock of the fall, or the blows of the waves as the tress is tossed to and fro on the heaving billows, will be transmitted through the hair to the person on whose head it was cut. Dread of sorcery, we are told, formed one of the most salient characteristics of the Marquesian islanders in the old days. The sorcerers took some of the hair, spittle, or other bodily refuse of the man he wished to injure, wrapped it up in a leaf, and placed the packet in a bag woven of threads or fibres, which were knotted in an intricate way. The whole was then buried with certain rites, and thereupon the victim wasted away of a languishing sickness which lasted 20 days. His life, however, might be saved by discovering and digging up the buried hair, spittle, or what not, for as soon as this was done, the power of the charm ceased. A Marquesan chief told Lieutenant Gamble that he was extremely ill, the Habath tribe having stolen a lock of his hair and buried it in a plantation leaf for the purpose of taking his life. Lieutenant Gamble argued with him, but in vain. Die he must, unless the hair and the plantain leaf were brought back to him, and to obtain them he had offered the Habas the greater part of his property. He complained of excessive pain in the head, breast, and sides. Belief that people may be bewitched through the clippings of their hair. A Maori sorcerer intent on bewitching somebody sought to get a tress of his victim's hair, the parings of his nails, some of his spittle, or a shed of his garment. Having obtained the object, whatever it was, he chanted certain spells and curses over it in a falsetto voice and buried it in the ground. As the thing decayed, the person to whom it had belonged was supposed to waste away. Again, an Australian girl, sick of a fever, laid the blame of her illness on a young man who had come behind her and cut off a lock of her hair. She was sure he had buried it, and it was rotting. Her hair, she said, was rotting somewhere, and her mambula, kidney fat, was wasting away, and when her hair had completely rotted, she would die. When an Australian blackfellow wishes to get rid of his wife, he cuts off a lock of her hair in her sleep, ties it to his spear thrower, and goes with it to a neighbouring tribe, where he gives it to a friend. His friend sticks the spear thrower up every night before the campfire, and when it falls down, it is a sign that the wife is dead. The way in which the charm operates was explained to Dr. Howitt by a Wurundjeri man. You see, he said, when a blackfellow doctor gets hold of something belonging to a man and roasts it with things and sings over it, the fire catches hold of the smell of the man, and that settles the poor fellow. A slightly different form of the charm, as practised in Australia, is to fasten the enemy's hair with wax to the pinion bone of a hawk, and set the bone in a small circle of fire. According as the sorcerer desires the death or only the sickness of his victim, he leaves the bone in the midst of the fire or removes it and lays it in the sun. When he thinks he has done his enemy enough harm, he places the bone in water, which ends the enchantment. Lucian describes how a Syrian witch professed to bring back a faithless lover to his forsaken fair one by means of a lock of his hair, his shoes, his garments, or something of that sort. She hung the hair, or whatever it was, on a peg, and fumigated with brimstone, sprinkled salt on the fire, and mentioning the names of the lover and his lass. Then she drew a magic wheel from her bosom, and set it spinning, while she gabbled a spell full of barbarous and fearsome words. This soon brought the false lover back to the feet of his charmer. Apellius, tells how an amorous Thessalian witch essayed to win the affections of a handsome Boeotian youth by similar means. As darkness fell, she mounted the roof, and there, surrounded by a hellish array of dead men's bones, she knotted the several tresses of auburn hair and threw them on the glowing embers of a perfumed fire. But her cunning handmaid had outwitted her. Her hair was only goat's hair, and all her enchantments ended in dismal and ludicrous failure. Clipped hair may cause headache. The Huzals of the Carpathians imagine that if mice get a person's shorn hair and make a nest of it, the person will suffer from headache or even become idiotic. Similarly, in Germany, it is a common notion that if birds find a person's cut hair and build their nests with it, the person will suffer from headache. Sometimes it is thought that he will have an eruption on the head. The same superstition prevails, or used to prevail in West Sussex. "I knew how it would be," exclaimed a maidservant one day, "when I saw that bird fly off with a bit of my hair in its beak that blew out of the window this morning when I was dressing. I knew I should have a clapping headache, and so I have." In like manner, the Scottish Highlanders believe that if cut or loose hair is allowed to blow away with the wind, and it passes over an empty nest, or a bird takes it to its nest, the head from which it came will ache. The Todas of southern India hide their clipped hair in bushes or hollows in the rocks, in order that it may not be found by crows, and they bury the parings of their nails, lest they should be eaten by buffaloes, with whom it is believed they would disagree. Cut hair may cause rain, hail, thunder, and lightning. Again, it is thought that cut or combed hair may disturb the weather by producing rain and hail, thunder, and lightning. We have seen that in New Zealand a spell was uttered at hair cutting to avert thunder and lightning. In the Tyrol, witches are supposed to use cut or combed out hair to make hailstones or thunderstorms with. Thlinkeet Indians have been known to attribute stormy weather to the rash act of a girl who had combed her hair outside of the house. The Romans seem to have held similar views, for it was a maxim with them that no one on shipboard should cut his hair or nails except in a storm. That is, when the mischief was already done. In the Highlands of Scotland, it is said that no sister should comb her hair at night if she have a brother at sea. In Western Africa, when the Mani of Chitome or Jumba died, the people used to run in crowds to the corpse and tear out his hair, teeth, and nails, which they kept as a rain charm, believing that otherwise no rain would fall. The Makoko of the Azikos begged the missionaries to give him half their beards as a rain charm. When the dude Chailu had his hair cut out among the Ashira of West Africa, the people scuffled and fought for the clippings of his hair, even the aged king himself taking part in the scrimmage. Everyone who succeeded in getting some of the hairs wrapped them up carefully and went off in triumph. Magical uses of cut hair. When the traveller, who was regarded as a spirit by these simple-minded folk, asked the king what use the clippings could be to him, his sable majesty replied, "O spirit, these hairs are very precious. We shall make mondas, fetishes of them, and they will bring other white men to us, and bring us great good luck and riches. Since you have come to us, O spirit, we wish to have some of your hair, but do not dare to ask for it, not knowing that it could be cut." The Wabonte of Eastern Africa preserve the hair and nails of their dead chiefs and use them both for the making of rain and the healing of the sick. The hair, beard, and nails of their deceased chiefs are the most sacred possession, the most precious treasure of the Baronga of Southeastern Africa. Preserved in pellets of cow dung wrapped round with leathern thongs, they are kept in a special hut under the charge of a high priest, who offers sacrifices and prayers at certain seasons, and has to observe strict continence for a month before he handles these holy relics in the offices of religion. A terrible drought was once the result of this palladium falling into the hands of the enemy. In some Victorian tribes, the sorcerer used to burn human hair in time of drought. It was never burned at other times for fear of causing a deluge of rain. Also, when the river was low, the sorcerer would place human hair in the stream to increase the supply of water. Cut hair and nails may be used as hostages for good behavior of the persons from whose bodies they have been taken. If cut hair and nails remain in sympathetic connection with the person from whose body they have been severed, it is clear that they can be used as hostages for his good behavior by anyone who may chance to possess them. For on the principles of contagious magic, it is only to injure the hair or nails in order to hurt simultaneously their original owner. Hence when the Nande have taken a prisoner, they shave his head and keep the shorn hair as a surety that he will not attempt to escape. When the captive is ransomed, they return his shorn hair with him to his own people. For a similar reason, perhaps, when the Tiaha, an Arab tribe of Moab, have taken a prisoner whom they do not wish to put to death, they shave one corner of his head above his temples and let him go. So too, an Arab of Moab, who pardons a murderer, will sometimes cut off the man's hair and shave his chin before releasing him. Again, when two Moabite Arabs have got hold of a traitor who have revealed their plan of campaign to the enemy, they content themselves with shaving completely one side of his head and his moustache on the other, after which they set him at liberty. We can now perhaps understand why Hunan, king of Ammon, shaved off one half of the beards of King David's messengers and cut off half their garments before he sent them back to their master. His intention, we may conjecture, was not simply to put a gross affront on the envoys. He distrusted the ambitious designs of King David and wished to have some guarantee of the maintenance of peace and friendly relations between the two countries. That guarantee may have imagined that he possessed in half of the beards and garments of the ambassadors. And if that was so, we may suppose that when the indignant David set the army of Israel in motion against Ammon, and the fords of Jordan were alive with the passage of his troops, the wizards of Ammon were busy in the strong cape of Rabbah, muttering their weird spells and performing their quaint enchantments over their shorn hair and severed skirts in order to dispel the thundercloud of war that was gathering black about their country. Vain hopes. The city fell, and from the gates the sad inhabitants tripped forth in thousands to be laid in long lines on the ground and sawed asunder or ripped up with harrows, or to walk into the red glow of the burning brick kilns. Again, the parings of nails may serve the same purpose as the clippings of hair. They too may be treated as bail for the good behavior of the persons from whose fingers they have been cut. It is apparently on this principle that when the Bayaka of the Congo Valley cement a peace, the chiefs of the two tribes meet and eat a cake which contains some of their nail parings as a pledge of the maintenance of the treaty. They believe that he who breaks an engagement contract in this solemn manner will die. Each of the high contracting parties has in fact given hostages to fortune in the shape of the nail parings which are lodged in the other man's stomach. Cut hair and nails are deposited in sacred places such as temples and cemeteries to preserve them from injury. To preserve the cut hair and nails from injury, and from the dangerous uses to which they may be put by sorcerers, it is necessary to deposit them in some safe places. Hence the natives of the Maldives carefully keep the cuttings of their hair and nails and bury them with a little water in the cemeteries, for they would not for the world tread upon them nor cast them in the fire, for they say that they are part of their body, and demand burial as it does, and indeed they fold them neatly in cotton, and most of them like to be shaved at the gates of temples and mosques. In New Zealand, the severed hair was deposited on some sacred spot of ground to protect it from being touched accidentally or designedly by anyone. The shorn locks of a chief were gathered with much care and placed in an adjoining cemetery. The Tahitians buried the cuttings of their hair at the temples. In the streets of Soku, West Africa, a modern traveller observed cairns of large stones piled against walls with tufts of human hair inserted in the crevices. On asking the meaning of this, he was told that when any native of the place pulled his hair, he carefully gathered up the clippings and deposited them in one of these cairns, all of which was sacred to the fetish and therefore inviolable. These cairns of sacred stones, he further learned, were simply a precaution against witchcraft, for if a man were not thus careful in disposing of his hair, some of it might fall into the hands of his enemies, who would, by means of it, be able to cast spells over him, and so compass his destruction. When the top knot of a Siamese child has been cut with great ceremony, the shorn hairs are put into a little vessel made of platanean leaves and set adrift on the nearest river or canal. As they float away, all that was wrong or harmful in the child's disposition is believed to depart with them. The long hairs are kept till the child makes a pilgrimage to the holy footprint of Buddha on the sacred hill of Prabhat. They are then presented to the priests, who are supposed to make them into brushes with which they sweep the footprint. But in fact, so much hair is thus offered every year that the priests cannot use it all, so they quietly burn the superfluity as soon as the pilgrims' backs are turned. Cut hair and nails buried under certain trees or deposited among the branches. The cut hair and nails of the Flamen Dialis were buried under a lucky tree, the shorn tresses of the Vestal Virgins being hung on an ancient lotus tree. In Morocco, women often hang their cut hair on a tree that grows on or near the grave of a wandering working saint, for they think thus to rid themselves of headache or to guard against it. In Germany, the clippings of hair used often to be buried under an elder bush. In Oldenburg, cut hair and nails are wrapped in a cloth, which is deposited in a hole in an elder tree 3 days before the new moon. The hole is then plugged up. In the western Northumberland, it is thought that if the first parings of a child's nails are buried under an ash tree, the child will turn out a fine singer. In Amboyna, before a child may taste sakopap for the first time, the father cuts off a lock of the infant's hair, which he buries under a sago palm. In the Aru Islands, when a child is able to run alone, a female relation shears a lock of its hair and deposits it on a banana tree. In the island of Roti, it is thought that the first hair which a child gets is not his own, and that, if it is not cut off, it will make him weak and ill. Hence, when the child is about a month old, his hair is pulled with much ceremony. As each of the friends who are invited to the ceremony enters the house, he goes up to the child, snips off a little of its hair, and drops it into a coconut shell full of water. Afterwards, the father or another relation takes the hair and packs it into a little bag made of leaves, which he fastens to the top of a palm tree. Then he gives the leaves of the palm a good shaking, climbs down, and goes home without speaking to anyone. Indians of the Yukon Territory, Alaska, do not throw away their cut hair and nails, but tie them up in little bundles and place them on the crotches of trees or wherever they are not likely to be disturbed by beasts, for they have a superstition that disease will follow the disturbance of such remains by animals. Cut hair and nails may be stowed away for safety in any secret place. Often the clipped hair and nails are stowed away in any secret place, not necessarily in a temple or a cemetery or at a tree, as in the cases already mentioned. Thus in Swabia, you are recommended to deposit your clipped hair in some spot where neither the sun nor moon can shine on it, for example, in the earth or under a stone. In Danzig, it is buried in a bag under the threshold. In Ugi, one of the Solomon Islands, men bury their hair lest it should fall into the hands of an enemy who would make magic with it and so bring sickness or calamity on them. The same fear seems to be general in Melanesia and has led to a regular practice of hiding cut hair and nails. In Fiji, the shorn hair is concealed in the thatch of the house. Most Burmese and Shans tie the combings of their hair and the parings of their nails to a stone and sink them in deep water or bury them in the ground. The Zendavesta directs that the clippings of hair and the parings of nails shall be placed in separate holes, and that 3, 6, or 9 furrows shall be drawn round each hole with a metal knife. In the Griha Sutras, it is provided that the hair cut from a child's head at the end of the 1st, 3rd, 5th, or 7th year shall be buried in the earth at a place covered with grass or in the neighbourhood of water. At the end of the period of his studentship, a Brahmin has his hair shaved and his nails cut, and a person who is kindly disposed to him gathers the shorn hair and the clipped nails, puts them in a lump of bull's dung, and buries them in a cow stable, or near an adambara tree, or in a clump of darba grass, with the words, "Thus I hide the sins of so-and-so." The Mahdi or Moro tribe of Central Africa bury the parings of their nails in the ground. In Uganda, grown people throw away the clippings of their hair, but carefully bury the parings of their nails. Cut hair and nails deposited in safe places. The Ailua are careful to collect and bury both their hair and nails in safe places. The same practice prevails among many tribes of South Africa, from a fear lest wizards should get hold of the severed particles and work evil with them. The Kafirs carry still further this dread of allowing any portion of themselves to fall into the hands of an enemy, for not only do they bury their cut hair and nails in a secret spot, but when one of them cleans the head of another, he preserves the vermin which he catches, carefully delivering them to the person to whom they originally appertained, supposing, according to their theory, that as they derived their support from the blood of the man from whom they were taken, should they be killed by another, the blood of his neighbour would be in his possession, thus placing in his hands the power of some superhuman influence. Amongst the Wanyoro of Central Africa, all cuttings of the hair and nails are carefully stored under the bed and afterwards strewed about among the tall grass. Similarly, the Wehoko of Central Africa take pains to collect their hair and nails and scatter them in the forest. The Asa, a branch of the Maasai, hide the clippings of their hair and the parings of their nails, or throw them away from the kraal, lest the sorcerer should get hold of them and make their original owners ill by its magic. In North Guinea, the parings of the fingernails and the shorn locks of the head are scrupulously concealed, lest they be converted into a charm for the destruction of the person to whom they belong. For the same reason, the clipped hair and nail parings of chiefs in southern Nigeria are secretly buried. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, loose hair was buried, hidden or thrown into the water, because, if an enemy got hold of it, he might bewitch the owner. In Bolang, Mongondo, a district of central Celebes, the first hair cut from a child's head is kept in a young coconut, which is commonly hung in the front of the house, under the roof. To spit upon the hair before throwing it away is thought, in some parts of Europe, to be a sufficient safeguard against its use by witches. Spitting as a protective charm is well known. Cut hair and nails kept against the resurrection. Sometimes the severed hair and nails are preserved, not to prevent them from falling into the hands of a magician, but that the owner may have them at the resurrection of the body, to which some races look forward. Thus the Incas of Peru took extreme care to preserve the nail parings and the hairs that were shorn off or torn out with a comb, placing them in holes or niches in the walls, and if they fell out, any other Indian that saw them picked them up and put them in their places again. I very often asked different Indians, at various times, why they did this, in order to see what they would say, and they all replied in the same words, saying, "Know that all persons who are born must return to life." They have no word to express resuscitation, and the souls must rise out of their tombs with all that belong to their bodies. We therefore, in order that we may not have to search out for hair and nails at a time when there will be much hurry and confusion, place them in one place, that they may be brought together more conveniently, and whenever it is possible, we are also careful to spit in one place. In Chile, this custom of stuffing the shorn hair into holes in the wall is still observed, it being thought the height of imprudence to throw the hair away. Similarly, the Turks never throw away the parings of their nails, but carefully stow them in cracks of the walls or of the boards, in the belief that they will be needed at the resurrection. The Armenians do not throw away their cut hair and nails and extracted teeth, but hide them in places that are esteemed holy, such as a crack in the church wall, a pillar of the house, or a hollow tree. They think that all these severed portions of themselves will be wanted at the resurrection, and that he who is not stowed them away in a safe place will have to hunt about for them on the great day. With the same intention, The Macedonians bury the parings of their nails in a hole, and devout Muslims in Morocco hide them in a secret place. Similarly, the Arabs of Moab bestow the parings of their nails in the crannies of walls, where they are sanguine enough to expect to find them when they appear before their Maker. Some of the Estonians keep the parings of their finger and toenails in their bosom, in order to have them at hand when they ask for them at the Day of Judgment. In a like spirit, peasants of the Vosges will sometimes bury their extracted teeth secretly, marking the spot well so that they may be able to walk straight to it on the resurrection day. In the village of Drumcoranth, near Abillu, in Ireland, there used to be some old woman who, having ascertained from Scripture that the hairs of their heads were all numbered by the Almighty, expected to have to account for them at the Day of Judgment. In order to be able to do so, they stuffed the severed hair away in the thatch of their cottages. In Abyssinia, men who have had their hands or feet cut off are careful to dry the severed limbs over a fire and preserve them in butter for the purpose of being buried with them in the grave. Thus they expect to get up with all their limbs complete at the general rising. The pains taken by the Chinese to preserve corpses entire and free from decay seems to rest on a firm belief in the resurrection of the dead. Hence it is natural to find their ancient books laying down a rule that the hair, nails, and teeth which have fallen out during life should be buried with the dead in the coffin, or at least in the grave. The Fours of Central Africa object to cut anyone else's nails, for should the part cut off be lost and not delivered into its owner's hands, it will have to be made up to him somehow or other after death. The parings are buried in the ground. Cut hair and nails, burnt to prevent them from falling into the hands of sorcerers. Some people burn their loose hair to save it from falling into the hands of sorcerers. This is done by the Patagonians and some of the Victorian tribes. In the Upper Vosges, they say that you should never leave the clippings of your hair and nails lying about, but burn them to hinder the sorcerers from using them against you. For the same reason, Italian women either burn their loose hairs or throw them into a place where no one is likely to look for them. The almost universal dread of witchcraft induces the West African Negroes, the Makololo of South Africa, and the Tahitians to burn or bury their shorn hair. Cut hair and nails burnt. For the same reason, the natives of Uap, one of the Caroline Islands, either burn or throw into the sea the clippings of their hair and the parings of their nails. One of the pygmies who roam through the gloomy depths of the vast Central African forest has been seen to collect carefully the clippings of his hair in a packet of banana leaves and keep them till next morning, when, the camp breaking up for the day's march, he threw them into the hot ashes of the abandoned fire. Australian Aborigines of the Proserpine River in Queensland burn a woman's cut hair to prevent it from getting into a man's bag, for if it did, the woman would fall ill. When an English officer had cut off a lock of hair of a Fijian woman, the men of the party were angry, and one of them, taking the lock away, threw half of it into the fire and swallowed the rest. Immediately afterwards, placing his hand on the fire, as if to warn them, and looking upwards, he uttered a few words apparently of invocation, then looking at us, pointed upwards, and exclaimed with a tone and gesture of explanation, "Pechere, pechere," after which they cut off some hair from several of the officers who were present, and repeated a similar ceremony. The Thompson Indians used to burn the parings of their nails, because if an enemy got possession of the parings, he might bewitch the person to whom they belonged. In the Tyrol, many people burn their hair, lest the witches should use it to raise thunderstorms. Others burn or bury it to prevent the birds from lining their nests with it, which would cause the heads from which the hair came to ache. Cut and combed out hair is burned in Pomerania and sometimes in Belgium. In Norway, the parings of nails are either burned or buried, lest the elves or the Finns should find them and make them into bullets wherewith to shoot the cattle. In Korea, all the clippings and combings of the hair of a whole family are carefully preserved throughout the year, and then burned in potsheds outside the house on the evening of New Year's Day. At such seasons, the streets of Seoul, the capital, present a weird spectacle. They are for the most part silent and deserted, sometimes muffled deep in snow, but through the dusk of twilight, red lights glimmer at every door, where little groups are busy tending tiny fires, whose flickering flames cast a ruddy fitful glow on the moving figures. The burning of the hair in these fires is thought to exclude demons from the house for a year, but coupled with this belief may well be, or once have been, a wish to put these relics out of the reach of witches and wizards. Inconsistency in burning cut hair and nails. This destruction of the hair and nails plainly involves an inconsistency of thought. The object of the destruction is avowedly to prevent these severed portions of the body from being used by sorcerers, but the possibility of their being so used depends upon the supposed sympathetic connection between them and the man from whom they were severed. And if this sympathetic connection still exists, clearly these severed portions cannot be destroyed without injury to the man. Hair is sometimes cut because it is infected with the virus of taboo. In these cases, hair cutting is a form of purification. Before leaving this subject, on which I have perhaps dwelt too long, it may be well to call attention to the motive assigned for cutting a young child's hair in Roti. In that island, the first hair is regarded as a danger to the child, and its removal is intended to avert the danger. The reason of this may be that, as a young child is almost universally supposed to be in a tabooed or dangerous state, it is necessary, in removing the taboo, to remove also the separable parts of the child's body because they are infected, so to say, by the virus of taboo, and as such are dangerous. The cutting of the child's hair would thus be exactly parallel to the destruction of the vessels which have been used by a tabooed person. This view is borne out by a practice, observed by some Australians, of burning off part of a woman's hair after childbirth, as well as burning every vessel which is being used by her during her seclusion. Here the burning of the woman's hair seems plainly intended to serve the same purpose as the burning of the vessels used by her, and as the vessels are burned because they are believed to be tainted with a dangerous infection, so we must suppose is also the hair. Similarly, among the Laktuka of Central Africa, a woman is secluded for 14 days after the birth of a child, and at the end of her seclusion her hair is shaved off and burnt. Again, we have seen that girls at puberty are strongly infected with taboo. Hence it is not surprising to find that the ticunas of Brazil tear out all the hair of girls at that period. Once more, the father of twins in Uganda is tabooed for some time after the birth of the children, and during that time he may not dress his hair nor cut his fingernails. This state of taboo lasts until the next war breaks out. When the army is under orders to march, the father of twins has the whole of his body shaved and his nails cut. The shorn hair and the cut nails are then tied up in a ball, which the man takes with him to the war, together with the bark cloth he wore at the ceremonial dances after the birth of the twins. When he has killed a foe, he crams the ball into the dead man's mouth, ties a bark cloth round the neck of the corpse, and leaves them there on the battlefield. The ceremony appears to be intended to rid the man of the taint of taboo, which may be supposed to adhere to his hair, nails, and the garment he wore. Hence we can understand the importance attached by many peoples to the first cutting of a child's hair and the elaborate ceremonies by which the operation is accompanied. Again, we can understand why a man should poll his head after a journey, for we have seen that a traveller is often believed to contract a dangerous infection from strangers, and that, therefore, on his return home, he is obliged to submit to various purificatory ceremonies before he is allowed to mingle freely with his own people. On my hypothesis, the polling of the hair is simply one of these purificatory or disinfectant ceremonies. Certainly this explanation applies to the custom as practiced by the Bechuanas, for we are expressly told that they cleanse or purify themselves after journeys by shaving their heads, etc., lest they should have contracted from strangers some evil by witchcraft or sorcery. The cutting of the hair after a vow may have the same meaning. It is a way of ridding the man of what has been infected by the dangerous state, whether we call it taboo, sanctity, or uncleanness, for all these are only different expressions of the same primitive conception, under which he laboured during the continuance of the vow. Hair of mourners cut to rid them of the pollution of death. Still more clearly does the meaning of the practice come out in the case of mourners, who cut their hair and nails and use new vessels when the period of their mourning is at an end. This was done in ancient India, obviously for the purpose of purifying such persons from the dangerous influence of death and the ghost to which for a time they had been exposed. Among the Boughs and Dimals of Assam, when a death has occurred, the family of the deceased is reckoned unclean for 3 days. At the end of that time, they bathe, shave, and are sprinkled with holy water, after which they hold the funeral feast. Here the act of shaving must clearly be regarded as a purificatory rite, like the bathing and sprinkling with holy water. At Hierapolis, no man might enter the great temple of Astarte on the same day on which he has seen a corpse. Next day he might enter, provided he had first purified himself. But the kinsmen of the deceased were not allowed to set foot in the sanctuary for 30 days after the death, and before doing so they had to shave their heads. At Agwe, on the slave coast of West Africa, widows and widowers at the end of their period of mourning wash themselves, shave their heads, pare their nails, and put on new clothes. And in the old clothes, the shorn hair and the nail parings are all burnt. The Kayans of Borneo are not allowed to cut their hair or shave their temples during the period of mourning, but as soon as the mourning is ended by the ceremony of bringing home a newly severed human head, the barber's knife is kept busy enough. As each man leaves the barber's hands, he gathers up the shorn locks and, spitting on them, murmurs a prayer to the evil spirits not to harm him. He then blows a hair out of the veranda of the house. Among the Wajaga of East Africa, mourners shear their hair under a fruit-bearing banana tree and lay their shorn locks at the foot of the tree. When the fruit of the tree is ripe, they brew beer with it and invite all the mourners to partake of it, saying, "Come and drink the beer of those hair bananas." The tribes of British Central Africa destroy the house in which a man has died, and on the day when this is done, the mourners have their heads shaved and bury the shorn hair on the side of the house. The Atonga burn it in a new fire made by the rubbing of 2 sticks. When an Akikuyu woman has, in accordance with custom, exposed her misshapen or prematurely born infant to the wood for the hyenas to devour, she is shaved on her return by an old woman and given a magic potion to drink, after which she is regarded as clean. Similarly, at the Hindu places of pilgrimage on the banks of rivers, men who have committed great crimes or are troubled by uneasy consciences have every hair shaved off by professional barbers before they plunge in the sacred stream, for which they emerge new creatures, with all the accumulated guilt of a long life effaced. The matricide Orestes is said to have polled his hair after appeasing the angry furies of his murdered mother. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 2, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5, Part 3. Section 9, Spittle Tabooed. People may be bewitched by means of their spittle. The same fear of witchcraft which has led so many people to hide or destroy their loose hair and nails has induced other or the same people to treat their spittle in a like fashion. For on the principles of sympathetic magic, the spittle is part of the man, and whatever is done to it will have a corresponding effect on him. A Chilote Indian who has gathered up the spittle of an enemy will put it in a potato and hang the potato in the smoke, uttering certain spells as he does so, in the belief that his foe will waste away as the potato dries in the smoke. Or he will put the spittle in a frog and throw the animal into an inaccessible, unnavigable river, which will make the victim quake and shake with ague. When a Cherokee sorcerer desires to destroy a man, he gathers up his victim's spittle on a stick and puts it in a joint of wild parsnip, together with 7 earthworms beaten to a paste and several splinters from a tree which has been struck by lightning. Then he goes into the forest, digs a hole at the foot of a tree which has been struck by lightning, and deposits in the hole the joint of wild parsnip with its contents. Further, he lays 7 yellow stones in the hole, then fills in the earth and makes a fire at the spot to destroy all traces of his work. If the ceremony has been properly carried out, the man whose spittle has thus been treated begins to feel ill at once. His soul shrivels up and dwindles, and within 7 days he is a dead man. In the East Indian island of Siau, or Siao, one of the Sangi group, there are witches who, by means of hellish charms compounded from the roots of plants, can change their shape and bring sickness and misfortune on other folk. These hags also crawl under the houses which are raised above the ground on posts, and there gathering up the spittle of the inmates cause them to fall ill. If a Watjupuluk sorcerer cannot get the hair of his foe, a shred of his rug, or something else that belongs to the man, he will watch till he sees him spit, and he will carefully pick up the spittle with a stick and use it for the destruction of the careless spitter. The natives of Urewera, a district in the North Island of New Zealand, enjoyed a high reputation for their skill in magic. It was said that they made use of people's spittle to bewitch them. Hence visitors were careful to conceal their spittle, lest they should furnish these wizards with a handle for working them harm. Hence people take care of their spittle to prevent it from falling into the hands of sorcerers. Similarly, among some tribes of South Africa, no man will spit when an enemy is near, lest his foe should find the spittle and give it to a wizard, who would then mix it with magical ingredients so as to injure the person with whom it fell. Even in a man's own house, his saliva is carefully swept away and obliterated for a similar reason. For a like reason, no doubt, the natives of the Marianne Islands use great precautions in spitting and take care never to expectorate near somebody else's house. Negroes of Senegal, the Bisagos Archipelago, and some of the West Indian islands, such as Guadeloupe and Martinique, were also careful to efface their spittle by pressing it into the ground with their feet, lest the sorcerer should use it to their hurt. Natives of Astrolabe Bay in German New Guinea wipe out their spittle for the same reason. And a like dread of sorcery prevents some natives of German New Guinea from spitting on the ground in presence of others. The Telugus say that if a man, rinsing his teeth with charcoal in the mornings, spits on the road and somebody else treads on his spittle, the spittle will be laid up with a sharp attack of fever for 2 or 3 days. Hence all who wish to avoid the ailment should at once efface their spittle by sprinkling water on it. Precautions taken by chiefs and kings to guard their spittle from being put to evil use by magicians. If common folk are thus cautious, it is natural that kings and chiefs should be doubly so. In the Sandwich Islands, chiefs were attended by a confidential servant bearing a portable spittoon, and the deposit was carefully buried every morning to put it out of the reach of sorcerers. On the slave coast of Africa, for the same reason, whenever a king or chief expectorates, the saliva is scrupulously gathered up and hidden or buried. The same precautions are taken for the same reason with the spittle of the chief of Tapali in southern Nigeria. At Boulbane in Senegambia, a French traveller observed a captive engaged, with an air of great importance, in covering over with sand all the spittle that fell from the lips of a native dignitary. The man used a small stick for the purpose. Page boys, who carry tails of elephants, hastened to sweep up or cover with sand the spittle of the king of Shante. An attendant used to perform a similar service for the king of Congo, and a custom of the same sort prevails or used to prevail at the court of the Mauta Jamwo in the interior of Angola. Spittle of chiefs and wizards guarded against enchanters. In Yap, one of the Caroline Islands, there are 2 great wizards, the head of all the magicians, whose exalted dignity compels them to lead a very strict life. They may eat fruit only from plants or trees which are grown specially for them. When one of them goes abroad, the other must stay at home. For if they were to meet each other on the road, some direful calamity would surely follow. Though they may not smoke tobacco, they are allowed to chew a quid of betel, but that which they expectorate is carefully gathered up, carried away, and burned in a special manner, lest any evil-disposed person should get possession of the spittle and do their reverences a mischief by uttering a curse over it. Among the Guaicuros and Payaguas of Brazil, when a chief spat, the person about him received his saliva on their hands, probably in order to prevent it from being misused by magicians. Use of spittle in making a covenant. The magical use to which spittle may be put marks it out, like blood or nail parings, as a suitable material basis for a covenant, since by exchanging their saliva, the covenanting parties give each other a guarantee of good faith. If either of them afterwards forswears himself, the other can punish his perfidy by a magical treatment of the perjurer's spittle which he has in his custody. Thus, when the Wajaga of East Africa desire to make a covenant, the two parties will sometimes sit down with a bowl of milk or beer between them, and after uttering an incantation over the beverage, they each take a mouthful of the milk or beer and spit it into the other's mouth. In urgent cases, when there is no time to stand on ceremony, the two will simply spit into each other's mouth, which seals the covenant just as well. Section 10. Foods tabooed. Certain foods are tabooed to sacred persons such as kings and priests. As might have been expected, the superstitions of the savage cluster thick about the subject of food, and he abstains from eating many animals and plants, wholesome enough in themselves, which for one reason or another he fancies would prove dangerous or fatal to the eater. Examples of such abstinence are too familiar and far too numerous to quote, but if the ordinary man is thus deterred by superstitious fear from partaking of various foods, the restraints of this kind, which are laid upon sacred or tabooed persons such as kings and priests, are still more numerous and stringent. We have already seen that the Flamandialis was forbidden to eat or even name several plants and animals, and that the fresh diet of Egyptian kings was restricted to veal and goose. In antiquity, many priests and many kings of barbarous peoples abstained wholly from a flesh diet. The Ganjas, or fetish priests of the Loango coast, are forbidden to eat or even see a variety of animals and fish, in consequence of which their flesh diet is extremely limited. Often they live only on herbs and roots, though they may drink fresh blood. The heir to the throne of Loango is forbidden from infancy to eat pork, and from early childhood he is interdicted the use of the kola fruit in company. At puberty he is taught by a priest not to partake of fowls, except such as he himself killed and cooked, and so the number of taboos goes on increasing with his years. In Fernando Po, the king after installation is forbidden to eat cocoa, arum, acanle, deer and porcupine, which are the ordinary foods of the people. The head chief of the Maasai may eat nothing but milk, honey, and the roasted livers of goats, for if he partook of any other food, he would lose his power of soothsaying and of compounding charms. Certain foods tabooed to kings and chiefs. The diet of the king of Anyoro in Central Africa was strictly regulated by immemorial custom. He might never eat vegetables, but must live on milk and beef. Mutton he might not touch. The beef he ate must be that of young animals, not more than 1 year old, and it must be spitted and roasted before a wood fire. But he might not drink milk and eat beef at the same meal. He drank milk thrice a day in the dairy, and the milk was always drawn from a sacred herd which was kept for his exclusive use. 9 cows, neither more nor less, were daily brought before pasture from the royal enclosure to be milked for the king. The herding and the milking of the sacred animals were performed according to certain rules prescribed by ancient custom. Amongst the Murams of Manipur, a district of eastern India on the border of Burma, there are many prohibitions in regard to the food, both animal and vegetable, which a chief should eat, and the Murams say the chief's post must be a very uncomfortable one. Among the hill tribes of Manipur, the scale of diet allowed by custom to the Genabura, or religious head of a village, is always extremely limited. The savoury dog, the tomato, and the murgi are forbidden to him. If a man in one of these tribes is wealthy enough to feast his whole village and to erect a memorial stone, he is entitled to become subject to the same self-denying ordinances as a Genabura. He wears the same special clothes, and for the space of a year, at least, he might use a drinking horn, or must drink from a bamboo cup. Among the Kanaz, or Red Karens of Burma, a chief attains his position not by hereditary right, but in virtue of the observance of taboo. He must abstain from rice and liquor. His mother too must have assured these things and lived only on yams and potatoes while she was a child. During that time she might neither eat meat nor drink from a common well, and in order to be duly qualified for a chiefship her son must continue these habits. Certain foods taboo to sacred persons. Among the Shors and Chewers of the Caucasus, whose nominal Christianity has degenerated into superstition and polytheism, there is an annual office which entails a number of taboos on the holder of Dasturi, as he is called. He must live the whole year in the temple without going to his house or visiting his wife. Indeed, he may not speak to anyone except the priests for fear of defiling himself. Once a week he must bathe in the river, whatever the weather may be, using for the purpose a ladder on which no one else may set foot. His only nourishment is bread and water. In the temple he superintends the brewing of the beer for the festivals. In the village of Tomil, in Yap, one of the Caroline Islands, the year consists of 24 months, and there are 5 men who, for 100 days of the year, may eat only fish and taro, may not chew betel, and must observe strict continence. The reason assigned by them for submitting to these restraints is that they do not act thus the immature girls who attain the puberty too soon. To explain the ultimate reason why any particular food is prohibited to a whole tribe or to a certain of its members would commonly require far more intimate knowledge of the history and beliefs of the tribe than we possess. The general motive of such prohibitions is doubtless the same which underlies the whole taboo system, namely, the conservation of the tribe and the individual. Section 11. Knots and Rings Tabooed. Knots and rings not worn by certain sacred persons. We have seen that among the many taboos which the Flamandilis at Rome had to observe, there was one that forbade him to have a knot on any part of his garments, and another that obliged him to wear no ring unless it were broken. In a like manner, Muslim pilgrims to Mecca are in a state of sanctity or taboo, and may wear on their persons neither knots nor rings. These rules are probably of kindred significance, and may conveniently be considered together. To begin with knots, many people in different parts of the world entertain a strong objection to having any knot about their person at certain critical seasons, particularly childbirth, marriage, and death. Knots loosened and locks unlocked at childbirth to facilitate delivery. Thus among the Saxons of Transylvania, when a woman is in travail, all knots on her garments are untied, because it is believed that this will facilitate her delivery, and with the same intention all the locks in the house, whether on doors or boxes, are unlocked. The Lapps think that a lying-in woman should have no knot on her garments, because a knot would have the effect of making the delivery difficult and painful. In ancient India, it was a rule to untie all knots in a house at the moment of childbirth. Roman religion required that women who took part in the rites of Juno Lucina, the goddess of childbirth, should have no knot tied on their persons. In the East Indies, this superstition is extended to the whole time of pregnancy. The people believe that if a pregnant woman were to tie knots, or braid, or make anything fast, the child would thereby be constricted, or the woman would herself be tied up when her time came. Nay, some of them enforce the observance of the rule on the father as well as the mother of the unboiled child. Among the sea Dyaks, neither of the parents may bind up anything with string or make anything fast during the wife's pregnancy. Among the land Dyaks, the husband of the expected mother is bound to refrain from tying things together with rattans until after her delivery. In the Tumbula tribe of North Celebes, a ceremony is performed in the 4th or 5th month of a woman's pregnancy, and after it her husband is forbidden, among many other things, to tie any fast knots and to sit with his legs crossed over each other. In the Kaddish tribe of Central Australia, the father of a newborn child goes out into the scrub for 3 days away from his camp, leaving his girdle and armbands behind him so that he has nothing tied tightly round any part of his body. This freedom from constriction is supposed to benefit his wife. On the principles of homeopathic magic, knots are implements which tie up the mother and prevent her from bringing the child to the birth. In all these cases, the idea seems to be that the tying of a knot would, as they say in the East Indies, tie up the woman. In other words, impede and perhaps prevent her delivery or delay her convalescence after the birth. On the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic, the physical obstacle or implement of a knot on a cord would create a corresponding obstacle or implement in the body of the woman. That this is really the explanation of the rule appears from a custom observed by the Hos of Togoland in West Africa at a difficult birth. When a woman is in hard labour and cannot bring forth, they call in a magician to her aid. He looks at her and says, "The child is bound in the womb. That is why she cannot be delivered." On the entreaties of her female relations, he then promises to loose the bond so that she may bring forth. For that purpose, he orders them to fetch a tough creeper from the forest, and with it he binds the hands and feet of the sufferer on her back. Then he takes a knife and calls out the woman's name, and when she answers he cuts through the creeper with a knife, saying, "I cut through today thy bonds and thy child's bonds." After that he chops up the creeper small, puts the bits in a vessel of water, and bathes the woman with the water. Here the cutting of the creeper, with which the woman's hands and feet are bound, is a simple piece of homeopathic or imitative magic. By releasing her limbs from their bonds, the magician imagines that he simultaneously releases the child in her womb from the trammels which impede its birth. For a similar reason, no doubt among the same people, a priest ties up the limbs of a pregnant woman with grass, and then unties the knots, saying, "I will now open you," and that the woman has to partake of some maize porridge in which a ring made of a magic cord had been previously placed by the priest. The intention of this ceremony is probably, on the principles of homeopathic magic, to ensure for the woman an easy delivery by releasing her from the bonds of grass. All locks, drawers, windows, etc. open in order to facilitate childbirth. The same train of thought underlies a practice observed by some peoples of opening all locks, doors, and so on, while a birth is taking place in the house. We have seen that at such a time the Germans of Transylvania open all the locks, and the same thing is done also in Voigtland and Mecklenburg. In northwestern Argyllshire, superstitious people used to open every lock in the house at childbirth. The old Roman custom of presenting women with a key as a symbol of an easy delivery perhaps points to the observance of a similar custom. In the island of Salsette, near Bombay, when a woman is in hard labour, all locks of doors or drawers are opened with a key to facilitate her delivery. Among the Mandalings of Sumatra, the lids of all chests, boxes, pans, and so forth are opened, and if this does not produce the desired effect, the anxious husband has to strike the projecting ends of some of the house beams in order to loosen them, for they think that everything must be opened and loosed to facilitate the delivery. At a difficult birth, the Batas of Sumatra make a search through the possessions of husband and wife and untie everything that is tied up in a bundle. In some parts of Java, when a woman is in travail, everything in the house that was shut is opened in order that the birth may not be impeded. Not only are doors opened and lids of chests, boxes, rice pots, and water butts lifted up, but even swords are unsheathed and spears drawn out of their cases. Customs of the same sort are practiced with the same intention in other parts of the East Indies. In Chittagong, when a woman cannot bring her child to the birth, The midwife gives orders to throw all doors and windows wide open, to uncork all bottles, to remove the bungs from all casks, to unloose the cows in the stall, the horses in the stable, the watchdog in his kennel, to set free sheep, fowls, ducks, and so forth. This universal liberty accorded to the animals, and even to inanimate things, is, according to the people, an infallible means of ensuring the woman's delivery and allowing the babe to be born. At the moment of childbirth, the Chams of Cochin China hasten to open all the stall of the buffaloes and to unyoke the plough, doubtless with the intention of aiding the woman in travail, though the writer who reports the custom is unable to explain it. Among the Sinhalese, a few hours before a birth is expected to take place, all the cupboards in the house are unlocked with the express purpose of facilitating the delivery. In the island of Saghalien, when a woman is in labour, her husband undoes everything that can be undone. He loosens the plaits of his hair and the laces of his shoes. Then he unties whatever is tied in the house or its vicinity. In the courtyard, he takes the axe out of the log in which it is stuck. He unfastens the boat, if it is moored to a tree. He withdraws a cartridge from his gun and the arrows from his crossbow. In Bilsapur, the woman's hair is never allowed to remain knotted while she is in the act of giving birth to a child. Among some modern Jews of Romania, it is customary for the unmarried girls of a household to unbraid their hair and let it hang loose on their shoulders while a woman is in hard labour in the house. On the principles of homeopathic magic, the crossing of the legs is also thought to impede the childbirth and other things. Again, we have seen that a Tumbula man abstains not only from tying knots, but also from sitting with crossed legs during his wife's pregnancy. The train of thought is the same in both cases. Whether you cross threads in tying a knot, or only cross your legs in sitting at your ease, you are equally on the principles of homeopathic magic, crossing or thwarting the free course of things, and your action cannot but check and impede whatever may be going forward in your neighbourhood. Of this important truth the Romans were fully aware. To sit beside a pregnant woman or a patient under medical treatment with clasped hands, says the grave Pliny, is to cast a malignant spell over the person, and is worse still if you nurse your leg or legs with your clasped hands, or lay one leg over the other. Such postures were regarded by the old Romans as a let and hindrance to business of every sort, and at a council of war or a meeting of magistrates, at prayers and sacrifices, no man was suffered to cross his legs or clasp his hands. The stock instance of the dreadful consequences that might flow from doing one or the other was that of Alcmena, who travailed with Hercules for 7 days and 7 nights, because the goddess Lucina sat in front of the house with clasped hands and crossed legs, and the child could not be born until the goddess had been beguiled into changing her attitude. It is a Bulgarian superstition that if a pregnant woman is in the habit of sitting with crossed legs, she will suffer much in childbed. In some parts of Bavaria, when conversation comes to a standstill and silence ensues, they say, "Surely somebody has crossed his legs." Knots are supposed to prevent the consummation of marriage. The magical effect of knots in trammeling and obstructing human activity was believed to be manifested at marriage not less than at birth. During the Middle Ages and down to the 18th century, it seems to have been commonly held in Europe that the consummation of marriage could be prevented by any one who, while the wedding ceremony was taking place, either locked a lock or tied a knot in a cord, and then threw the lock or the cord away. The lock or the knotted cord had to be flung into water, and until it had been found or unlocked or untied, no real union of the marriage pair was possible. Hence it was a grave offence not only to cast such a spell, but also to steal away with the material instrument of it, whether lock or knotted cord. In the year 1718, the Parliament of Bordeaux sentenced someone to be burnt alive for having spread desolation through a whole family by means of knotted cords, and in 1705, 2 persons were condemned to death in Scotland for stealing certain charmed knots which a woman had made in order thereby to mar the wedded happiness of Spalding of Ashantilly. The belief in the efficiency of these charms appears to have lingered in the highlands of Perthshire down to the end of the 18th century, for at that time it was still customary in the beautiful parish of Locherate, between the river Tummel and the river Tay, to unloose carefully every knot in the clothes of the bride and bridegroom before the celebration of the marriage ceremony. Knots loosed in the costume of bride and bridegroom in order to ensure the consummation of the marriage. When the ceremony was over, the bridal party had left the church. The bridegroom immediately retired one way with some young men to tie the knots that had been loosed a little before, and the bride in the like manner withdrew somewhere else to adjust the disorder of her dress. In some parts of the Highlands it was deemed enough that the bridegroom's left shoe should be without buckle or latchet, to prevent witches from depriving him, on the nuptial night, of the power of loosening the virgin's own. We meet with the same superstition and the same custom at the present day in Syria. The persons who help a Syrian bridegroom to don his wedding garments take care that no knot is tied on them and no button buttoned, for they believe that a button buttoned or a knot tied would put it within the power of his enemies to deprive him of his nuptial rights by magical means. In Lesbos, the malignant person who would thus injure a bridegroom on his wedding day ties a thread to a bush while he utters invocations, but the bridegroom can defeat the spell by wearing at his girdle a piece of an old net or of an old mantilla belonging to the bride in which knots have been tied. Knots tied by enchanters to render the bridegroom impotent. The fear of such charms is diffused all over North Africa at the present day. To render a bridegroom impotent, the enchanter has only to tie a knot in his handkerchief, while he had previously placed quietly on some part of the bridegroom's body when he was mounted on horseback, ready to fetch his bride. So long as the knot in the handkerchief remains tied, so long will the bridegroom remain powerless to consummate the marriage. Another way of effecting the same object is to stand behind the bridegroom when he is on horseback, with an open clasp knife or pair of scissors in your hand, and to call out his name. If he imprudently answers, you once shut the clasp knife or the pair of scissors with a snap, and that makes him impotent. To guard against this malignant spell, the bridegroom's mother will sometimes buy a penknife on the eve of the marriage, shut it up, and then open it just at the moment when her son is about to enter the bridal chamber. Use of knots at marriage in the island of Roti. A curious use is made of knots at marriage in the little East Indian island of Roti. When a man has paid the price of his bride, a cord is fastened round her waist, if she is a maid, but not otherwise. 9 knots are tied in the cord, and in order to make them harder to unloose, they are smeared with wax. Bride and bridegroom are then secluded in a chamber, where he has to untie the knots with the thumb and forefinger of his left hand only. It may be from 1 to 12 months before he succeeds in undoing them all. Until he has done so, he may not look on the woman as his wife. In no case may the cord be broken, or the bridegroom would render himself liable to any fine that the bride's father might choose to impose. When all the knots are loosed, the woman is his wife, and he shows the cord to her father, and generally presents his wife with a golden or silver necklace instead of the cord. The meaning of this custom is not clear, but we may conjecture that the 9 knots refer to the 9 months of pregnancy, and the miscarriage would be the supposed result of leaving a single knot untied. Knots may be used to inflict disease. The maleficent power of knots may also be manifested in the infliction of sickness, disease, and all sorts of misfortune. Thus among the hosts of Togoland, a sorcerer will sometimes curse his enemy and tie a knot in a stalk of grass, saying, "I have tied up so-and-so in this knot. May all evil light upon him. When he goes into the field, may a snake sting him. When he goes to the chase, may a ravening beast attack him. And when he steps into a river, may the water sweep him away. When it rains, may the lightning strike him. May evil nights be his." It is believed that in the knot the sorcerer has bound up the life of his enemy. Knots used by witches and wizards to inflict disease. Babylonian witches and wizards of old used to strangle their victim, seal his mouth, rag his limbs, and tear his entrails by merely tying knots in a cord, while at each knot they muttered a spell. But happily the evil could be undone by simply undoing the knots. We hear of a man in one of the Orkney Islands who was utterly ruined by 9 knots cast on a blue thread, and it would seem that sick people in Scotland sometimes prayed to the devil to restore them to health by loosing the secret knot that was doing all the mischief. In the Quran there is an allusion to the mischief of those who puff into the knots, and an Arab commentator on the passage explains that the words refer to women who practice magic by tying knots in cords and then blowing and spitting upon them. He goes on to relate how, once upon a time, a wicked Jew bewitched the Prophet Muhammad himself by tying 9 knots on a string, which he then hid in a well. So the Prophet fell ill, and nobody knows what might have happened if the Archangel Gabriel had not opportunely revealed to the holy man the place where the knotted cord was concealed. The trusty Ali soon fetched the baleful thing from the well, and the Prophet recited over it certain charms which were specially revealed to him for the purpose. At every verse of the charms the knot untied itself, and the Prophet experienced a certain relief. It would hardly be disputed that by tying knots on the string, the persistent Hebrew contrived, if I may say so, to construct an astringe, or in short, to tie up some vital organ or organs in the Prophet's stomach. At least we are informed that something of this sort is done by Australian blackfellows at the present day, and if so, why should it have not been done by Arabs at the time of Muhammad? The Australian mode of operation is as follows. When a blackfellow wishes to settle old scores with another blackfellow, he ties a rope of fibre or bark so tightly round the neck of his slumbering friend as partially to choke him. Having done this, he takes out the man's caul fat from under his short rib, ties up the inside carefully with string, replaces the skin, and having effaced all external marks on the wound, makes off with the stolen fat. The victim on awakening feels no inconvenience, but sooner or later, sometimes months afterwards, while he is hunting or exerting himself violently in some other way, he will feel the string snap on his inside. "Hello," says he, "somebody has tied me up inside the string," and he goes home to the camp and dies on the spot. Who can doubt but that this lucid diagnosis we have the true key to the Prophet's malady, and that he too might succumb to the wills of his insidious foe if it had not been for the timely intervention of the Archangel Gabriel. Knots may be used to cure disease. If knots are supposed to kill, they are also supposed to cure. This follows from the belief that to undo the knots which are causing sickness will bring the sufferer relief. But apart from this negative virtue of maleficent knots, there are certain beneficent knots to which a positive power of healing is ascribed. Pliny tells us that some folk cured diseases of the groin by taking a thread from a web, tying 7 or 9 knots on it, and then fastening it to the patient's groin. But to make the cure effectual, it was necessary to name some widow as each knot was tied. The ancient Assyrians seem to have made much use of knotted cords as a remedy for ailments and disease. The cord with its knots, which were sometimes twice 7 in number, was tied round the head, neck, or limbs of the patient, and then after a time cut off and thrown away, carrying with it, as was apparently supposed, the aches and pains of the sufferer. Sometimes the magic cord which was used for this beneficent purpose consisted of a double strand of black and white wool. Sometimes it was woven of the hair of a virgin kid. A modern Arab cure for fever reported from the ruins of Nineveh is to tie a cotton thread with 7 knots on it round the wrist of the patient, who must wear it for 7 or 8 days, or till such time as the fever passes, at which he may throw it away. O'Donovan describes a similar remedy for fever employing among the Turkomans. The enchanter takes some camel hair and spins it into a stout thread, draining a spell the while. Next he ties 7 knots on the thread, blow on each knot before he pulls it tight. This knotted thread is then worn as a bracelet on his wrist by the patient. Every day one of the knots is untied and blown upon, and when the 7th knot is undone, the whole thread is rolled up into a ball and thrown into a river, bearing away, as they imagine, the fever with it. The hoes of Togoland, in like manner, tie strings round a sick man's neck, arms, or legs, according to the nature of the malady. Some of the strings are intended to guard him against the influence of the evil mouth, others are a protection against the ghosts of the dead. In Argyllshire, threads with 3 knots on them are still used to cure the internal ailments of man and beast. The witch rubs a sick person or cow with a knotted thread, burns 2 of the knots in the fire, saying, "I put the disease and the sickness on the top of the fire," and ties the rest of the thread with the single knot round the neck of the person or the tail of the cow, but always so that it may not be seen. A Scotch cure for a sprained leg or arm is to cast 9 knots in a black thread and then tie the thread round the suffering limb, while you say, "The Lord rade, and the fowl slayed. He lightened, and he rightened. Set joint to joint, bone to bone, and sinner to sinner. Heal in the Holy Ghost's name." In Gujarat, if a man takes 7 cotton threads, goes to a place where an owl is hooting, strips naked, ties a knot at each hoot, and fastens the knotted thread round to the right arm of a man sick of the fever, the malady will leave him. Knots may be used to win a lover or capture a runaway slave. Again, knots may be used by an enchantress to win a lover and attach him firmly to herself. Thus the love-sick maid at Virgil seeks to draw Daphnis to her from the city by spells and by tying 3 knots on each of 3 strings of different colours. So an Arab maiden who had lost her heart to a certain man tried to gain his love and bind him to herself by tying knots in his whip, but her jealous rival undid the knots. On the same principle, magic knots may be employed to stop a runaway. In Swaziland, you may often see grass tied in knots at the side of the footpaths. Every one of these knots tells of a domestic tragedy. A wife has run away from her husband, and he and his friends have gone in pursuit, binding up the paths, as they call it, in this fashion to prevent the fugitive from doubling back over them. When a Swahili wishes to capture a runaway slave, he will sometimes take a string of coconut fibre to a wise man and get him to recite a passage of the Koran 7 times over it, while at each reading the wizard ties a knot in the string. Then the slave owner, armed with a knotted string, takes a stand in the door of his house and calls on his slave 7 times by name, at which he hangs the string over the door. Knots tied by hunters and travellers. The obstructive power of knots and locks as means of barring out evil manifests itself in many ways. Thus, on the principle that prevention is better than cure, Zulu hunters immediately tie a knot in the tail of any animal they have killed, because they believe that this will hinder the meat from giving them pains in their stomachs. An ancient Hindu book recommends that travellers on a dangerous road should tie knots in the skirts of their garments, for this will cause their journey to prosper. Similarly, among some Kaffir tribes, when a man is going on a doubtful journey, he knots a few blades of grass together, that the journey may turn out well. In Laos, hunters fancy that they can throw a spell over a forest, so as to prevent anyone else from hunting there successfully. Having killed game of any kind, they utter certain magical words, while they knot together some stalks of grass, adding, "As I knot this grass, so let no hunter be lucky here." The virtue of this spell will last, as usually happens in such cases, so long as the stalks remain knotted together. The Abims of German New Guinea lay a knot in a fishing boat that is not ready for sea, in order that a certain being called Balaam may not embark in it, for he has the power of taking away the fish and weighing down the boat. Knots used as protective amulets in Russia and elsewhere. In Russia, amulets often derive their protective virtue in great measure from knots. Here, for example, is a spell which will warrant its employer against all risk of being shot. I attach 5 knots to each hostile infidel shooter over arquebuses, bows, nor manner of warlike weapons. Do ye, O knots, bar the shooter every road and way, lock fast every arquebus, entangle every bow, involve all warlike weapons, so that the shooter may not reach me with their arquebuses, nor may their arrows attain to me, nor their warlike weapons do me hurt. In my knots lies hid the mighty strength of the snakes, from the 12-headed snake. A net, from its affluence of knots, has always been considered in Russia very efficacious against sorcerers. Hence in some places, when a bride has been dressed in a wedding attire, a fishing net is flung over her to keep her out of harm's way. For a similar purpose, the bridegroom and his companions are often gripped with pieces of net, or at least with tight-drawn girdles. For before a wizard can begin to injure them, he must undo all the knots in the net, or take off the girdles. But often a Russian amulet is merely a knotted thread. A skin of red wool wound about the arms and legs is thought to ward off agues and fevers, and 9 skeins fastened round a child's neck are deemed a preservative against scarlatina. In the Tver government, a bag of a special kind is tied to the neck of the cow, which walks before the rest of the herd, in order to keep off wolves. Its force binds the maw of the ravening beast. On the same principle, a padlock is carried thrice round a herd of horses before they go afield in the spring, and the bearer locks and unlocks it before he goes, saying, "I lock from my herd the mouths of the grey wolves with this steel lock." After the 3rd round, the padlock is finally locked, and then, when the horses have gone off, it is hidden away somewhere till late in the autumn, when the time comes for the droves to return to winter quarters. In this case, the firm word of the spell is supposed to lock up the mouths of the wolves. The Bulgarians have a similar mode of guarding their cattle against wild beasts. A woman takes a needle and thread after dark, and sews together the skirt of her dress. A child asks what she is doing, and she tells him that she is sewing up the ears, eyes, and jaws of the wolves, so that they may not hear, see, or bite the sheep, goats, calves, and pigs. Similarly, in antiquity, a witch fancied that she could shut the mouths of her enemies by sewing up the mouth of a fish with a bronze needle, and farmers attempted to ward off hail from their crops by tying keys to ropes all around the fields. Knots and locks as protective amulets. The Armenians essay to lock the jaws of wolves by uttering a spell, tying 7 knots in a shoelace, and placing the string between the teeth of a wool comber, which are probably taken to represent the fangs of a wolf. And an Armenian bride and bridegroom will carry a locked lock on their persons at and after marriage to guard them against those evil influences to which, at this crisis of life, they are especially exposed. The following mode of keeping an epidemic from a village is known to have been practiced among the Balkan Slavs. 2 old women proceed to a spot outside the village, then one with a copper kettle full of water, the other with a house lock and key. The old dame with the kettle asks the other, "Whither away?" The one with the lock answers, "I come to lock the village against mishap," and suiting the action to the words, she locks the lock and throws it, together with the key, into the kettle of water. Then she strides thrice round the village, each time repeating the performance with the lock and kettle. To this day, the Transylvanian sower thinks he can keep birds from the corn by carrying a lock in the seed bag. Such magical uses of locks and keys are clearly parallel to the magical use of knots with which we are here concerned. In Ceylon, a Sinhalese observe a curious custom of the threshing floor called gyogyot, the tying of the cultivator's knot. When a sheaf of corn has been threshed out, before it is removed, the grain is heaped up, and the threshers, generally 6 in number, sit round it, and taking a few stalks with the ears of corn attached, jointly tie a knot and bury it in the heap. It is left there until all the sheaves have been threshed, and the corn winnowed and measured. The object of this ceremony is to prevent the devils from diminishing the quantity of corn in the heap. Knots and locks may serve to avert not only devils but death itself. When they brought a woman to the stake at St. Andrews in 1572 to burn her alive for a witch, they found on her a white cloth like a collar, with strings and many knots on the strings. They took it from her, sorely against her will, for she seemed to think that she could not die in the fire, if only the cloth of the knotted strings was on her. When it was taken away, she said, "Now I have no hope of myself." In many parts of England, it is thought that a person cannot die so long as any locks are locked or bolts shot in the house. It is therefore a very common practice to undo all locks and bolts when the sufferer is plainly near his end, in order that his agony may not be unduly prolonged. For example, in the year 1863, at Taunton, a child lay sick of scarlatina, and death seemed inevitable. A jury of matrons was, as it were, empanelled, and to prevent the child dying hard, all the doors in the house, all the drawers, all the boxes, all the cupboards were thrown wide open, the keys taken out, and the body of the child placed under a beam, whereby a sure, certain, and easy passage into eternity could be secured. Strange to say, the child declined to avail itself of the facilities for dying, so obligingly placed at its disposal by their sagacity and experience of the British matrons of Taunton. It preferred to live rather than give up the ghost just then. A Maasai man whose sons have gone out to war will take a hair and tie a knot in it for each of his absent sons, praying God to keep their bodies and souls as firmly fastened together as these knots. The magical virtue of a knot always that of an impediment or hindrance, whether for good or evil. The precise mode in which the virtue of the knot is supposed to take effect in some of these instances does not clearly appear, but in general we may say that in all the cases we have been considering, the leading characteristic of the magic knot or lock is that, in strict accordance with its physical nature, it always acts as an impediment, hindrance, or obstacle, and that its influence is maleficent or beneficent according to the thing which it impedes or hinders is good or evil. The obstructive tendency attributed to the knot in spiritual matters appears in a swift superstition that if, in sewing a corpse into its shroud, you make a knot on the thread, it will hinder the soul of the deceased on its passage to eternity. In coffining a corpse, the Highlanders of Scotland used to untie or cut every string in the shroud, else the spirit could not rest. The Germans of Transylvania place a little pillow with the dead in the coffin, but in sewing it they take great care not to make any knot on the thread, for they say that to do so would hinder the dead man from resting in the grave, and his widow from marrying again. Among the Pied Hyerenes, a Ruthian people on the hem of the Carpathians, when a widow wishes to marry again soon, she unties the knots on her dead husband's grave clothes before the coffin is shut down on him. This removes all impediments to her future marriage. And Nandi, who is starting on a journey, will tie a knot in grass by the wayside, as he believes that by so doing he will prevent the people whom he is going to visit from taking their meal till he arrives, or at all events he will ensure that they leave enough food over for him. The rule which prescribes that at certain magical and religious ceremonies the hair should hang loose and the feet should be bare is probably based on the same fear of trembling and impeding the action in hand, whatever it may be, by the presence of any knot or constriction, whether on the head or on the feet of the performer. This connection of ideas comes out clearly in a passage of Ovid, who bids a pregnant woman loosen her hair before she prays to the goddess of childbirth, in order that the goddess may gently loose her teeming womb. Custom of going on certain solemn occasions with one shoe on and one shoe off. It is less easy to say, while on certain solemn occasions it appears to have been customary with some people to go with one shoe off and one shoe on. The forlorn hope of 200 men, who on a dark and stormy night stole out of Plataea, broke through the lines of the besieging Spartans, and escaped from the doomed city, were shot on the left foot only. The historian who records the fact assumes that the intention was to prevent their feet from slipping in the mud. But if so, why were not both feet unshod or shod? What is good for the one foot is surely good for the other. The peculiar attire of the Plataeans on this occasion had probably nothing to do with the particular state of the ground and the weather at the time when they made their desperate sally, but was an old custom, a form of consecration of devotion observed by men in any great hazard or grave emergency. Certainly the costume appears to have been regularly worn by some fighting races in antiquity, at least when they went forth to battle. Thus we are told that the Aetolians were shod only on one foot, because they were so warlike, and Virgil represents some of the rustic militia of ancient Latium as marching to war, their right feet shod in boots of raw hide, while their left feet were bare. An oracle warned Pelias, king of Iolcus, to beware of the man with one sandal, and when Johnson rode with a sandal on his right foot, but with his left foot bare, the king recognized the hand of fate. The common story that Jason had lost one of his sandals in fording a river was probably invented when the real motive of the custom was forgotten. Again, according to one legend, Perseus seems to have worn only one shoe when he went on his perilous enterprise to cut off the Gorgon's head. In certain forms of purification, ritual appears to have required that the person to be cleansed should wear a rough shoe on one foot, while the other was unshod. The rule is not mentioned by ancient writers, but may be inferred by a scene painted on a Greek vase, where a man, naked except for a fillet around his head, is seen crouching on the skin of a sacrificial victim, his bare right foot resting on the skin, while his left foot, shod in a rough boot, is planted on the ground in front of him. Round about women with torches and vessels are engaged in performing ceremonies of purification over him. When Dido in Virgil, desecrated by Aeneas, had resolved to die, she feigns to perform certain magical rites, which will either win back her false lover or bring relief to her wounded heart. In appealing to the gods and the stars, she stands by the altar with her dress loosened, and with one foot bare. Among the heathen Arabs, the cursing of an enemy was a public act. The maledictions were often couched in the form of a satirical poem, for the poet himself recited with certain solemn formalities. Thus when the young Libid appeared at the court of Norman to denounce the Absids, he anointed the hair of his head with one side only, let his garment hang down loosely, and wore but one shoe. This, we are told, was the custom regularly adopted by certain poets on such occasions. The intention of going with one shoe on and one shoe off on such occasions seems to be to free the man so attired from magical constraint and to lay it on his enemy. Thus various people seem to be of opinion that it stands a man in good stead to go with one foot shod and one foot bare on certain momentous occasions. But why? The explanation must apparently be sought in the magical virtue attributed to knots. For down to recent times, we may take it, shoes have been universally tied to the feet by latchets. Now the magical action of a knot, as we have seen, is supposed to be to bind and restrain not merely the body, but the soul, and this action is beneficial or harmful according as the thing which is bound and restrained is evil or good. It is a necessary corollary of this doctrine that to be without knots is to be free and untrammelled, which, by the way, may be the reason why the augure's staff of Rome had to be made from a piece of wood in which there was no knot. It would never do for a divining rod to be spellbound. Hence we may suppose that the intention of going with one shoe on and one shoe off is both to restrain and to set at liberty, to bind and to unbind. But to bind or unbind whom or what? Perhaps the notion is to rid the man himself of magical restraint, but to lay it on his foe, or at all events on his foe's magic. In short, to bind his enemy by a spell while he himself goes free. This is substantially the explanation which the acute and learned Servius gives of Dido's costume. He says that she went with one shoe on and one shoe off, in order that Aeneas might be entangled and herself released. An analogous explanation would obviously apply to all the other cases we have considered, for in all of them the man who wears this peculiar costume is confronted with hostile powers, whether human or supernatural, which it must be his object to lay under a ban. Rings are also regarded as magical fetters, which prevent the egress or ingress of spirits. A similar power to bind and hamper spiritual as well as bodily activities is ascribed by some people to rings. Thus in the Greek island of Carpathus, people never button the clothes they put upon a dead body, and they are careful to remove all rings from it, for the spirit, they say, can even be detained in the little finger and cannot rest. Here too is plain that even if the soul is not definitely supposed to issue at death from the fingertips, yet the ring is conceived to exercise a certain constrictive influence which detains and imprisons the immortal spirit in spite of its efforts to escape from the tabernacle of clay. In short, the ring, like the knot, acts as a spiritual fetter. This may have been the reason of an ancient Greek maxim attributed to Pythagoras, which forbade people to wear rings. Nobody might enter an ancient Arcadian sanctuary of the mistress at Lakasura with a ring on his head or her finger. Persons who consulted the oracle of Faunus had to be chaste, to eat no flesh, and to wear no rings. Rings worn as amulets against demons, witches, and ghosts. On the other hand, the same constriction which hinders the egress of the soul may prevent the entrance of evil spirits. Hence we find rings used as amulets against demons, witches, and ghosts. In the Tyrol, it is said that a woman in childbed should never take off her wedding ring, or spirits and witches will have power over her. Among the Lapps, the person who is about to place a corpse in the coffin receives from the husband, wife, or children of the deceased a brass ring, which he must wear fastened to his right arm until the corpse is safely deposited in the grave. The ring is believed to serve the person as an amulet against any harm which the ghost might do to him. The Hazuls or the Carpathians sometimes milk a cow through a wedding ring to prevent witches from stealing its milk. Rings worn as amulets. In India, iron rings are often worn as an amulet against disease or to counteract the malignant influence of the planet Saturn. A coral ring is used in Gujarat to ward off the baleful influence of the sun, and in Bengal mourners touch it as a form of purification. A Maasai mother who has lost one or more children at an early age will put a copper ring on the second toe of her next infant's right foot to guard it against sickness. Maasai men also wear on the middle finger of the right hand a ring made out of the hide of a sacrificial victim. It is supposed to protect the wearer from witchcraft and disease of every kind. We have seen that magic cords are fastened around the wrists of Siamese children to keep off evil spirits, that some people tie strings around the wrists of women in childbed, of convalescents after sickness, and of mourners after a funeral, in order to prevent the escape of their souls at these critical seasons. And that, with the same intention, the Bagabos put brass rings on the wrists or ankles of the sick. This use of wristbands, bracelets, and anklets as amulets to keep the soul in the body is exactly parallel to the use of finger rings which we are here considering. The placing of these spiritual fetters on the wrists is especially appropriate because some people fancy that a soul resides wherever a pulse is felt beating. How far the custom of wearing finger rings, bracelets, and anklets may have been influenced by, or even have sprung up from a belief in their efficiency as amulets to keep the soul in the body or demons out of it, is a question which seems worth considering. Here we are only concerned with the belief, in so far as it seems to throw light on the rule that the Flammodalis might not wear a ring unless it were broken. Taken in conjunction with the rule which forbade him to have a knot on his garments, it points to a fear that the powerful spirit embodied in him might be trammelled and hampered in its goings out and comings in by such corporeal and spiritual fetters as rings and knots. Reason why the Flammodalis might not wear knots and rings. The same fear probably dictated the rule that if a man in bonds were taken into the house of the Flammodalis, the captive was to be unbound, and the cords to be drawn up through a hole in the roof, and so let down into the street. Further, we may conjecture that the custom of releasing prisoners at a festival may have originated in the same train of thought. It might be imagined that their fetters would impede the flow of the divine grace. The custom was observed at the Greek festival of the Thesmophoria, and at the Athenian festival of Dionysus in the city. At the great festival of the Dasera, celebrated in October by the Gurkhas of Nepal, all the law courts are closed, and all prisoners in jail are removed from the precincts of the city. But those who are imprisoned outside the city do not have to change their place of confinement at the time of the Dasera. This Nepalese custom appears strongly to support the explanation here suggested of such gold deliveries. For observe that the prisoners are not released, but merely removed from the city. The intention is therefore not to allow them to share the general happiness, but merely to rid the city of their inopportune presence at the festival. The Gordian knot was perhaps a royal talisman. Before quitting the subject of knots, I may be allowed to hazard a conjecture as to the meaning of the famous Gordian knot which Alexander the Great, failing in his efforts to untie it, cut through with his sword. In Gordium, the ancient capital of the kings of Phrygia, there was preserved a wagon, of which the yoke was fastened to the pole by a strip of corn or bark, or a vine shoot twisted and tied in an intricate knot. Tradition ran that the wagon had been dedicated by Midas, the first king of the dynasty, and that whoever untied the knot would be the ruler of Asia. Perhaps the knot was a talisman with which the fate of the dynasty was believed to be bound up in such a way that wherever the knot was loosened, the reign of the dynasty would come to an end. We have seen that the magic virtue ascribed to knots is naturally enough supposed to last only so long as they remain untied. If the Gordian knot was the talisman of the Phrygian kings, the local fame it enjoyed as guaranteeing to them the rule of Phrygia might easily be exaggerated by distant rumour into a report that the sceptre of Asia itself would fall to him who should undo the wondrous knot. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Golden Bough, A Study of Magic and Religion, Part 2, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6, Tabooed Words. Section 1, Personal Names Tabooed. The savage confuses words and things and hence regards his name as a vital part of himself, and fancies that he can be magically injured through it. Unable to discriminate clearly between words and things, the savage commonly fancies that the link between a name and the person or thing denominated by it is not a mere arbitrary or ideal association, but a real and substantial bond which unites the two in such a way that magic may be wrought on a man just as easily through his name as through his hair, his nails, or any other material of his person. In fact, primitive man regards his name as a vital portion of himself, and takes care of it accordingly. Thus, for example, the North American Indian regards his name not as a mere label, but as a distinct part of his personality, just as much as are his eyes or his teeth, and believes an injury will result as surely from the malicious handling of his name as from a wound inflicted on any part of his physical organism. This belief was found among the various tribes from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and has occasioned a number of curious regulations in regard to the concealment and change of names. It may be on this account that both Powhatan and Pocahontas are known in history under assumed appellations, their true names having been concealed from the whites until the pseudo-names were too firmly established to be supplanted. Savage confusion of the name of the person. Should his prayers have no apparent effect when treating a patient for some serious illness, the shaman sometimes concludes that the name is affected, and accordingly goes to water with appropriate ceremonies and christens a patient with a new name, by which he is henceforth to be known. He then begins afresh, repeating the formulas with the new name selected for the patient, in the confident hope that his efforts will be crowned with success. Some Eskimos take new names when they are old, hoping thereby to get a new lease of life. The Tolambus of Central Celebes believe that if you write a man's name down, you can carry off his soul along with it. On that account, the headman of a village appeared uneasy when Mr. A.C. Krujit wrote down his name. He entreated the missionary to erase it, and was only reassured on being told that it was not his real name, but merely his second name that had been put on paper. Again, when the same missionary took down the names of villages from the lips of a woman, she asked him anxiously if he would not thereby take away the soul of villagers, and so cause the inhabitants to fall sick. If we may judge from the evidence of language, this crude conception of the relation of names to persons was widely prevalent, if not universal, among the forefathers of the Aryan race. For analysis, the words for name in the various languages of that great family of speech points to the conclusion that the Celts and certain other widely separated Aryans, unless we should rather say the whole Aryan family, believe at one time not only that the name was a part of the man, but that it was that part of him which is termed the soul, the breath of life, or whatever you may choose to define it as being. However this may have been among the primitive Aryans, it is quite certain that many savages, at the present day, regard their names as vital parts of themselves, and therefore take great pains to conceal their real names, lest they should give to evil-disposed persons a handle by which to injure their owners. The Australian savages keep their names secret, lest sorcerers should injure them by means of their names. Thus, to begin with the savages who rank at the bottom of the social scale, we are told that the secrecy with which among the Australian Aborigines personal names are often kept from general knowledge arises in great measure from the belief that an enemy who knows your name has in it something which he can use magically to your detriment. An Australian black, says another writer, is always very unwilling to tell his real name, and there is no doubt that this reluctance is due to the fear that through his name he may be injured by sorcerers. On Herbert River in Queensland, the wizards, in order to practice their arts against someone, needs only to know the name of the person in question, and for this reason they rarely use their proper names in addressing or speaking of each other, but simply their class names. In the tribes of southeastern Australia, when the new name is given at initiation, the child's name becomes sacred, not to be revealed to strangers or to be mentioned by friends. The reason appears to be that a name is part of a person, and therefore can be made use of to that person's detriment by any who wish to catch him by evil magic. Thus among the Yuin of New South Wales, the total name is said to have been something magical rather than a mere name in our sense, and was kept secret lest an enemy should injure its bearer by sorcery. The name was revealed to a youth by his father at initiation, but very few other people knew it. Another writer, who knew the Australians well, observes that in many tribes the belief prevails that the life of an enemy may be taken by the use of his name in incantations. The consequence of this idea is that in the tribes in which it obtains, the name of the male is given up forever at the time when he undergoes the first of a series of ceremonies which end in conferring the rights of manhood. Personal names kept secret among the Australian Aborigines. In such tribes, a man has no name, and when a man desires to attract the attention of any male of his tribe who is out of his boyhood, instead of calling him by name, he addresses him as brother, nephew, or cousin, as the name may be, or by the name of the class to which he belongs. I used to notice when I lived amongst the Bengarang that the names which the males bore in infancy were soon almost forgotten by the tribe. It may be questioned, however, whether the writer whom I have just quoted was not deceived in thinking that among these tribes men gave up their individual names on passing through the ceremony of initiation into manhood. It is more in harmony with savage beliefs and practices to suppose either that the old names were retained but dropped out of use in daily life, or that new names were given at initiation and sedulously concealed from fear of sorcery. A missionary who resided among the Aborigines at Lake Tyers, in Victoria, informs us that the blacks have great objections to speak of a person by name. In speaking to each other, they address the person spoken to as brother, cousin, friend, or whatever relation the person spoken to bears. Sometimes a black bears a name which we would term merely as a nickname, as the left-handed, or the bad-handed, or the little man. They would speak of a person by this name while living, but they would never mention the proper name. I found great difficulty in collecting the native names of the blacks here. I found afterwards that they had given me wrong names, and on asking the reason why, was informed they had 2 or 3 names, but they never mentioned their right name, for fear anyone got it when they would die. Amongst the tribes of Central Australia, every man, woman and child has, besides a personal name, which is in common use, a secret or sacred name which is bestowed by the older men upon him or her soon after birth, and which is known to none but the fully initiated members of the group. The secret name is never mentioned, except upon the most solemn occasions. To utter it in the hearing of women or of men of another group would be a most serious breach of tribal custom, as serious as most flagrant case of sacrilege among ourselves. When mentioned at all, the name is spoken only in a whisper, and not until the most elaborate precautions have been taken that it shall be heard by no one but members of the group. The native thinks that a stranger knowing his secret name would have special power to work him ill by means of magic. The same fear of sorcery has led people to conceal their names in Egypt, Africa, Asia, and the East Indies. The same fear seems to have led to a custom of the same sort amongst the ancient Egyptians, whose comparatively high civilization was strangely dashed and checkered with relics of the lowest savagery. Every Egyptian received 2 names, which were known respectively as the true name and the good name, or the great name and the little name. And while the good or little name was made public, the true or great name appears to have been carefully concealed. Similarly, in Abyssinia, at the present day, it is customary to conceal the real name which a person receives at baptism, and to call him only by a sort of nickname which his mother gives him on leaving the church. The reason for this concealment is that a sorcerer cannot act upon a person whose real name he does not know. But if he has ascertained his victim's real name, the magician takes a particular kind of straw, and muttering something over it, bends it into a circle and places it under a stone. The person aimed at is taken ill at the very moment of the bending of the straw, and if the straw snaps he dies. A Brahmin child receives 2 names, one for common use, the other a secret name which none but his father and mother should know. The latter is only used at ceremonies such as marriage. The custom is intended to protect the person against magic, since the charm only becomes effectual in combination with the real name. Amongst the Kru Negroes of West Africa, a man's real name is always concealed from all but his nearest relations. To other people he was known only under an assumed name. The Uru-speaking people of the Slave Coast believe that there is a real and material connection between a man and his real name, and that by means of the real name, injury may be done to that man. An illustration of this has been given in the case of the tree stump that is beaten with a stone to compass the death of an enemy. For the name of that enemy is not pronounced solely with the object of informing the annihilating principle of the stump who it is whose death is desired, but through a belief that, by pronouncing the name, the personality of the man who bears it is in some way brought back to the stump. The Wolofs of Senegambia are very much annoyed if anyone calls them in a loud voice, even by day, for they say that their name will be remembered by an evil spirit and made use of by him to do them a mischief at night. Similarly, the natives of Nias believe that harm may be done to a person by the demons who hear his name pronounced. Hence the names of infants who are especially exposed to the assaults of ill spirits are never spoken, and often in haunted spots such as the gloomy depths of the forest, the banks of a river, or beside a bubbling spring. Men will abstain from calling each other by their names for a like reason. Among the hill tribes of Assam, each individual has a private name, which may not be revealed. Should anyone imprudently allow his private name to be known, the whole village is tabooed for 2 days, and a fees are provided at the expense of the culprit. A Meneggri of the upper valley of the Amur will never mention his own name, nor that of one of his fellows. Only the names of children are an exception to this rule. A Bagabo man of Mindanao, one of the Philippine Islands, never utters his own name from fear of being turned into a raven, because the raven croaks out its own name. The natives of the East Indian island of Bough and the Menegares of West Flores are forbidden by custom to mention their own names. When Fafnir had received his death wound from Sigurd, he asked his slayer what his name was, but the cunning Sigurd concealed his real name and mentioned a false one, because he well knew how potent are the words of a dying man when he curses his enemy by name. The South and Central American Indians also keep their names secret from fear of sorcery. The Indians of Chelo, a large island off the southern coast of Chile, keep their names secret and do not like to have them uttered aloud, because they say that there are fairies or imps on the mainland or neighbouring islands who, if they knew folks' names, would do them an injury, but so long as they do not know the names, these mischievous spirits are powerless. The Araucanians, who inhabit the mainland of Chile to the north of Chile, will hardly ever tell a stranger their names, because they fear that he would thereby acquire some supernatural power over themselves. Ask his name by a stranger who is ignorant of their superstitions, and an Araucanian will answer, "I have none." Names taken from plants, birds, or other natural objects are bestowed on the Indians of Guyana at their birth by their parents or the medicine man, but these names seem of little use, in that owners have a very strong objection to telling or using them, apparently on the ground that the name is part of the man, and that he who knows the name has part of the owner of that name in his power. To avoid any danger of spreading knowledge of their names, one Indian, therefore, generally addresses another only according to the relationship of the caller and the called, as brother, sister, father, mother, and so on, or when there is no relationship, as boy, girl, companion, and so on. These terms, therefore, practically form the names actually used by Indians amongst themselves. Among the Indians of the Guajira Peninsula in Colombia, it is a punishable offense to mention a man's name. In aggravated cases, heavy compensation is demanded. The Indians of Darien never tell their names, and one of them is asked, "What is your name?" He answers, "I have none." For example, the Guami of Panama, like the greater part of the American Indians, has several names, but that under which he is known to his relations and friends is never mentioned to a stranger. According to their ideas, a stranger who should learn a man's name would obtain a secret power over him. As to the girls, they generally have no name of their own up to the age of puberty. Among the Tepuanes of Mexico, a name is a sacred thing, and they never tell their real native names. Similar superstitions as to personal names among the Indians in North America. In North America, superstitions of the same sort are current. Names bestowed with ceremony in childhood, says Schoolcraft, are deemed sacred, and are seldom pronounced out of respect, it would seem, to the spirits under whose favour they are supposed to have been selected. Children are usually called in the family by some name which can be familiarly used. The Navajos of New Mexico are most unwilling to reveal their own Indian names, or those of their friends. They generally go by some Mexican names which they have received from the whites. No Apache will give his name to a stranger, fearing some hidden power may thus be placed in the stranger's hand, to his detriment. The Toncoe Indians of Texas will give their children Comanche and English names in addition to their native names, which they are unwilling to communicate to others, for they believe that when somebody calls a person by his or her native name after death, the spirit of the deceased may hear it, and may be prompted to take revenge on such as disturbed his rest, whereas if the spirit be called by a name drawn from another language, it will pay no heed. Personal names kept secret among the North American Indians. Speaking of the Californian Indians, and especially of the Nishnam tribe, a well-informed writer observes, One can very seldom learn an Indian's and never a squaw's Indian name, though they will tell their American titles readily enough. No squaw will reveal his own name, but she will tell all her neighbours that she can think of. For the reason above given, many people believe that half the squaws have no names at all. So far is this from the truth that every one possesses at least one and sometimes two or three. Blackfoot Indians believe that they would be unfortunate in all their undertakings if they were to speak their names. When the Canadian Indians were asked their names, they used to hang their heads in silence or answer that they did not know. When an Ojibwe is asked his name, he will look at some bystander and ask him to answer. This reluctance arises from an impression they receive when young, that if they repeat their own names it will prevent their growth, and they will be small in stature. On account of this unwillingness to tell their names, many strangers have fancied that they either have no names or have forgotten them. Sometimes savages, though they will not utter their own names, do not object to other people's doing so. In this last case, no scruple seems to be felt about communicating a man's name to strangers, and no ill effects appear to be dreaded as a consequence of divulging it. Harm is only done when a name is spoken by its owner. Why is this? And why in particular should a man be thought to stunt his growth by uttering his own name? We may conjecture that to savages who act and think thus a person's name only seems to be part of himself when it is uttered with his own breath. Uttered by the breath of others, it has no vital connection with him, and no harm can come to him through it. Whereas, so these primitive philosophers may have argued, when a man lets his own name pass his lips, he is parting with the living piece of himself, and if he persists in so reckless a course, he must certainly end by dissipating his energy and shattering his constitution. Many a broke-down debauchee, many a feeble frame wasted with disease, may have been pointed out by these simple moralists to their awestruck disciples as a fearful example of the fate that must sooner or later overtake the profligate who indulges immoderately in the seductive habit of mentioning his own name. Men who will not mention their own names will yet invite other people to do so for them. However we may explain it, the fact is certain that many a savage evinces the strongest reluctance to pronounce his own name, while at the same time he makes no objection at all to other people pronouncing it, and will even invite them to do so for him in order to satisfy the curiosity of an inquisitive stranger. Thus in some parts of Madagascar it is a fati or taboo for a person to tell his own name, but a slave or a tenant will answer for him. Chatting with an old sakalava while the men were packing up, we happened to ask him his name, whereupon he politely requested us to ask one of his servants standing by. On expressing our astonishment that he should have forgotten this, he told us that it was fati, tabooed, for one of his tribe to pronounce his own name. We found this was perfectly true in that district, but it was not the case with a sakalava a few days further down the river. The same curious inconsistency, as it may seem to us, is recorded of some tribes of American Indians. Thus we are told that the name of an American Indian is a sacred thing, not to be divulged by the owner himself without due consideration. One may ask a warrior of any tribe to give his name, and the question will be met with either a point-blank refusal or the more diplomatic evasion that he cannot understand what is wanted of him. The moment a friend approaches, the warrior first interrogated will whisper what is wanted, and the friend can tell the name, receiving a reciprocation of the courtesy from the other. This general statement applies, for example, to the Indian tribes of British Columbia, as to whom it is said that one of their strangest prejudices, which appears to pervade all tribes alike, is a dislike to telling their names. Thus you never get a man's right name from himself, but they will tell each other's names without hesitation. Though it is considered very rude for a stranger to ask an Apache his name, and the Apache will never mention it to himself, he will allow his friend at his side to mention it for him. The Abipones of South America thought it a sin in a man to utter his own name, but they would tell each other's names freely. When Father Dobrishova asked a stranger Indian his name. The man would nudge his neighbor with his elbow as a sign that his companion should answer the question. Some of the male Eskimos of Bering Strait dislike very much to pronounce their own names. If a man be asked his name, he will appear confused and will generally turn to a bystander and request him to mention it for him. In the whole of the East Indian archipelago, the etiquette is the same. As a general rule, no one will utter his own name. To inquire, "What is your name?" is a very indelicate question in native society. When in the course of administrative or judicial business a native is asked his name, instead of replying, he will look at his comrade to indicate that he is to answer for him, or he will say straight out, "Ask him." The superstition is current all over the East Indies without exception, and is found also among the Motu and Motu tribes of British New Guinea, the Papuans of Finch Haven in German New Guinea, the Newfoors of Dutch New Guinea, and the Melanesians of the Bismarck Archipelago. Among many tribes of South Africa, men and women never mention their names if they can get anyone else to do it for them, but they do not absolutely refuse when it cannot be avoided. No Warura will tell his name, but he does not object to being addressed by it. Among the Maasai, when a man is called or spoken to, he is addressed by his father's name, and his own name is only used when speaking to his mother. It is considered unlucky for a man to be addressed by name. The methods employed in finding out what an individual is called seem apt to lead to confusion. If a man is asked his name, he replies by giving that of his father, and to arrive at his own name it is necessary to ask a third person or to ask him what is the name of his mother. There is no objection to another person mentioning his name, even in his presence. We are told that the Wanyamasi almost always address each other as mate or friend, and a man sometimes quite forgets his own name and has to be reminded of it by another. The writer who makes this statement was probably unaware of the reluctance of many savages to utter their own names, and hence he mistook that reluctance for forgetfulness. In Uganda, no one will mention his totem. If it is necessary that he should be known, he will ask a bystander to mention it for him. The Bailua in the Congo region are unwilling to pronounce the name of their tribe. If they are pressed on the subject, they will call on some foreigner to give the required information. Sometimes the prohibition to mention personal names is not permanent but temporary and contingent. Sometimes the embargo laid on personal names is not permanent. It is conditional on circumstances, and when these change, it ceases to operate. Thus, when the Nandi men are away on a foray, nobody at home may pronounce the names of the absent warriors. They must be referred to as birds. Should a child so far forget itself as to mention one of the distant ones by name, the mother would rebuke it, saying, "Don't talk of the birds who are in the heavens." Among the Bangala of the Upper Congo, while a man is fishing, and while he returns with his catch, his proper name is in abeyance, and nobody may mention it. Whatever the fisherman's real name may be, he is called Mawele, without distinction. The reason is that the river is full of spirits, who, if they heard the fisherman's real name, might so work against him that he would catch little or nothing. Even when he has caught his fish and landed with them, the buyer must still not address him by his proper name, but must only call him Nawele. For even then, if the spirits were to hear his proper name, they would either bear it in his mind and serve him out another day, or they might so mar the fish he had caught they would get very little for them. Hence the fisherman can extract heavy damages from anybody who mentions his name, or can compel the thoughtless speaker to relieve him of the fish at a good price so as to restore his luck. When the Sulk of New Britain are near the territory of their enemies, the Gactae, they take care not to mention them by their proper name, believing that, were they to do so, their foes would attack and slay them. Hence in these circumstances they speak of the Gactae as Olapsek, that is, the rotten tree trunks, and they may imagine that by calling them that they make the limbs of their dreaded enemies ponderous and clumsy like logs. This example illustrates the extremely materialistic view which these savages take of the nature of words. They suppose that the mere utterance of an expression signifying clumsiness will homeopathically affect with clumsiness the limbs of their distant foemen. Another illustration of this curious misconception is furnished by a cafe superstition that the character of a young thief can be reformed by shouting his name over a boiling kettle of medicated water, then clapping a lid on the kettle and leaving the name to steep in the water for several days. It is not in the least necessary that the thief should be aware of the use that is being made of his name behind his back. The moral reformation will be effected without his knowledge. In order to avoid the use of people's own names, parents are sometimes named after their children, uncles and aunts after their nephews and nieces, and so forth. When it is deemed necessary that a man's real name should be kept secret, it is often customary, as we have seen, to call him by a surname or nickname. As distinguished from the real or primary names, these secondary names are apparently held to be no part of the man himself, so that they may be freely used and divulged to everybody without endangering his safety thereby. Sometimes, in order to avoid the use of his own name, a man will be called after his child. Thus we are informed that the Gippsland blacks objected strongly to let anyone outside their tribe know their names, lest their enemies, learning them, should make them vehicles of incantation, and so charm their lives away. As children were not thought to have enemies, they used to speak of a man as the father, uncle, or cousin of so-and-so, naming a child, but on all occasions abstained from mentioning the name of a grown-up person. Similarly, among the Nufuas of Dutch New Guinea, grown-up persons who are related by marriage may not mention each other's names, but it is lawful to mention the names of children. Hence, in order to designate a person whose name they may not pronounce, they will speak of him or her as the father or mother of so-and-so. The Alfuras of Poso in Celebes will not pronounce their own names. Among them, accordingly, if you wish to ascertain a person's name, you ought not to ask the man himself, but should inquire of others. But if this is impossible, for example, when there is no one else near, you should ask him his child's name, and then address him as the father of so-and-so. Nay, these Alfuas are shy of uttering the names even of children. So when a boy or girl has a nephew or niece, he or she is addressed as uncle of so-and-so, or aunt of so-and-so. In pure Malay society, we are told, a man is never asked his name, and the custom of naming parents after their children is adopted only as a means of avoiding the use of the parents' own names. The writer who makes this statement adds, in confirmation of it, that childless persons are named after their younger brothers. Among the land Dayaks of northern Borneo, children as they grow up are called, according to their sex, the father or mother of a child of their father's or mother's younger brother or sister. That is, they are called the father or mother of what we should call their first cousin. The Kafirs used to think it discourteous to call a bride by her own name, so they would call her the mother of so-and-so, even when she was only betrothed, far less a wife and a mother. Among the Kukis and Zemis, or Kachanagas of Assam, parents drop their own names after the birth of a child, and are named father and mother of so-and-so. Childless couples go by the names of the childless father, the childless mother, the father of no child, the mother of no child. A Zulu woman may not utter her husband's name. If she speaks to or of him, she says, father of so-and-so, mentioning the name of one of his children. A Hindu woman will not name her husband. If she has to refer to him, she will designate him as the father of her child, or by some other periphrasis. The common custom of naming parents after their children seems to arise from a reluctance to mention the real names of persons addressed or directly referred to. The widespread custom of naming the father after his child has sometimes been supposed to spring from a desire on the father's part to assert his paternity, apparently as a means of obtaining those rights over his children which had previously, under a system of motherkin, been possessed by the mother. But this explanation does not account for the parallel custom of naming the mother after her child, which seems commonly to coexist with the practice of naming the father after the child. Still less, if possible, does it apply to the customs of calling childless couples the father and mother of children which do not exist, of naming people after their younger brothers, and of designating children as the uncles and aunts of so-and-so, or as the fathers and mothers of their first cousins. But all these practices are explained in a simple and natural way if we suppose that they originate in a reluctance to utter the real names of persons addressed or directly referred to. That reluctance is probably based partially on a fear of attracting the notice of evil spirits, partially on a dread of revealing the name to the sorcerers, who would thereby obtain a handle for injuring the owner of that name. Section 2. Names of relations tabooed. The names of persons related to the speaker by blood and especially by marriage may often not be mentioned. It might naturally be expected that the reserve so commonly maintained with regard to personal names would be dropped or at least relaxed among relations and friends. But the reverse of this is often the case. It is precisely the persons most intimately connected by blood and especially by marriage to whom the rule applies with the greatest stringency. Such people are often forbidden not only to pronounce each other's names, but even to utter ordinary words which resemble or have a single syllable in common with these names. The persons who are thus mutually debarred from mentioning each other's names are especially husbands and wives, a man and his wife's parents, and a woman and her husband's father. Women's speech among the Kafirs. For example, among the Kafirs of South Africa, a woman may not publicly pronounce the birth name of her husband or any of his brothers, nor may she use the interdicted word in its ordinary sense. If a husband, for instance, be called impaga, a small feline animal, she must speak of that beast by some other name. Further, a Kafir wife is forbidden to pronounce, even mentally, the names of her father-in-law and of all her husband's male relations in the ascending line, and whenever the empathetic syllable of any of their names occurs in another word, she must avoid it by substituting either an entirely new word or at least another syllable in its place. Hence this custom has given rise to an almost distinct language among the women, which the Kafirs call ukotetea, kuabafazi, or women's speech. The interpretation of this woman's speech is naturally very difficult, for no definite rules can be given for the formation of these substitute words, nor is it possible to form a dictionary of them, their number being so great, since there may be many women, even in the same tribe, who would be no more at liberty to use the substitutes employed by some others than they are to use the original words themselves. A Kafir man, on his side, may not mention the name of his mother-in-law, nor may she pronounce his, but he is free to utter the words in which the empathetic syllable of her name occurs. In North Nyasaland, no woman will speak of the name of her husband or even use a word that may be synonymous with it. If she were to call him by his proper name, she believes it would be unlucky and would affect her powers of conception. In like manner, women abstain, for superstitious reasons, from using the common names of articles of food, which are designated by terms peculiar to themselves. Names of husbands, wives, firstborn sons, etc. tabooed. Among the Khons, at the northwestern end of Lake Nyasa, a woman may not mention the name of her father-in-law, indeed she may not even speak to him nor see him. Among the Beria and Bogos of Eastern Africa, a woman never mentions her husband's name. A Bogo wife would rather be unfaithful to him than commit the monstrous sin of allowing his name to pass her lips. Among the Hausas, the firstborn son is never called by his parents by his name, indeed they will not even speak with him if other people are present. The same rule holds good of the first husband and the first wife. In antiquity, Ionian women would not call their husbands by their names. While the rites of Ceres were being performed in Rome, no one might name a father or a daughter. Among the South Slavs of the present day, husbands and wives will not mention each other's names, and a young wife may not call any of her housemates by their true names. She must invent or at least adopt other names for them. A Kyrgyz woman dares not pronounce the names of the older relations of her husband, nor even use words which resemble them in sound. For example, if one of these relations is called shepherd, she may not speak of sheep, but must call them the bleating ones. If his name is lamb, she must refer to lambs as the young of the bleating ones. After marriage, an Aino wife may not mention her husband's name. To do so would be deemed equivalent to killing him. Among the Squaws, a Karen tribe of Burma, children never mention their parents' names. A Toda man may not utter the names of his mother's brother, his grandfather and grandmother, his wife's mother, and of the man from whom he has received his wife, who is usually the wife's father. Names of relations by marriage tabooed. All these names are taboo to him in the lifetime of the persons who bear them, and after death the prohibitions are not only maintained but extended. In southern India, wives believe that to tell their husband's name, or to pronounce it even in a dream, would bring him to an untimely end. Further, they may not mention the names of their parents-in-law, and their brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law. Among the Ojibways, husbands and wives never mention each other's names. Among the Omahas, a man and his father-in-law and mother-in-law will on no account utter each other's names in company. A Dakota is not allowed to address or to look towards his wife's mother, especially, and the woman is shut off from familiar intercourse with her husband's father and others, and etiquette prohibits them from speaking the names of their relatives by marriage. None of their customs, as the same writer, is more tenacious of life than this, and her family law is more binding. In the Nishinam tribe of California, a husband never calls his wife by name on any account, and it is said that divorces have been produced by no other provocation than that. Names of relations, especially of persons related to the speaker by marriage, may not be mentioned in the East Indies. The Batas or Bataks of Sumatra display a great aversion to mentioning their own names, and a still greater aversion to mentioning the names of their parents, grandparents, or elder blood relations. Politeness forbids the putting of direct questions on this subject, so that the investigation of personal identity becomes difficult and laborious. When a Bata expects to be questioned as to his relations, he will usually provide himself with a friend to answer for him. A Batak man may never mention the names of his wife, his daughter-in-law, and of his son-in-law. A woman is most particularly forbidden to mention the name of the man who has married her daughter. Among the Karo Bataks, the forbidden names are those of parents, uncles, aunts, parents-in-law, brothers and sisters, and especially grandparents. Among the Dayaks, a child never pronounces the names of his parents, and is angry if anyone else does so in his presence. A husband never calls his wife by her name, and she never calls him by his. If they have children, they name each other after them, father of so-and-so, and mother of so-and-so. If they have no children, they use the pronouns he and she, or an expression such as he or she whom I love. And in general, members of a Dayak family do not mention each other's names. Moreover, when the personal names happen also, as they often do, to be names of common objects, the Dayak is debarred from designating these objects by their ordinary names. For instance, if a man or one of his family is called Bintang, which means star, he must not call a star, Bintang, he must call it a Pariyama. If he or a member of his domestic circle bears the name of Bulan, which means moon, he may not speak of the moon as a moon, Bulan, he must call it Panana. Hence it comes about that in the Dayak language there are two sets of distinct names for many objects. Among the Sea Dayaks of Sarawak, a man may not pronounce the name of his father-in-law or mother-in-law without incurring the wrath of the spirits. And Sizin reckons as his father-in-law and mother-in-law not only the father and mother of his own wife, but also the fathers and mothers of his brothers' wives and sisters' husbands, and likewise the fathers and mothers of all his cousins. The number of tabooed names may be very considerable, and the opportunities of error correspondingly numerous. To make confusion worse confounded, the names of persons are often the names of common things, such as moon, bridge, barley, cobra, leopard, so that when any of the man's many fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law are called by such names, these common words may not pass his lips. Names or relations, especially of persons related to the speaker by marriage, may not be mentioned in the East Indies. Among the diets of Landak and Tajan, it is forbidden to mention the names of parents and grandparents, sometimes also of great-grandparents, whether they are alive or dead. Among the Alfoors or Torajas of Pozo in central Celebes, you may not pronounce the names of your father, mother, grandparents, and other near relations, but the strictest taboo is on the names of parents-in-law. A son-in-law and a daughter-in-law may not only never mention the names of their parents-in-law, but if the names happen to be ordinary words of the language, they may never allow the words in their common significance to pass their lips. For example, if my father is called Najara, horse, I may not speak of him by that name, but in speaking of the animal I am free to use the word horse, Najara. But if my father-in-law is called Najara, the case is different, for then not only may I not refer to him by his name, but I may not even call a horse. In speaking of the animal I must use some other word. The missionary who reports the custom is acquainted with a man whose mother-in-law rejoices in the name of Ringi, Rixdollar, which this man has occasion to refer to real Rixdollars. He alludes to them delicately as large guilders, Ropia boys. Another man may not use the ordinary word for water, or away. In speaking of water he employs the word away, taken from a different dialect. Indeed, among these Alfoors, it is the common practice in such cases to replace the forbidden word by a kindred word of the same significance borrowed from another dialect. In this way many fresh terms or new forms of an old word pass into general circulation. Among the Alfoors of Minahasa, in northern Celebes, the custom is carried still further so as to forbid the use of even words which merely resemble the personal names in sound. It is especially the name of a father-in-law which is thus laid under an interdict. If he, for example, is called Kalala, his son-in-law may not speak of a horse by its common name, Kawalo. He must call it a riding beast, Sasakajan. So among the Alfoors of the island of Bough, it is taboo to mention the names of parents and parents-in-law, or even to speak of common objects by words which resemble these names in sound. Thus if your mother-in-law is called Talu, which means betel, you may not ask for betel by its ordinary name. You must ask for redmouth, Miu Miha. If you want betel leaf, you may not say betel leaf. Dalun Man, you must say Karon Fena. In the same island, it is also taboo to mention the name of an elder brother in his presence. Transgressions of these rules are punished with fines. In Bole Mongondo, a district in the west of Celebes, the unmentionable names of those of parents, parents-in-law, uncles and aunts. Among the Alfoors of Halmerhera, a son-in-law may never use his father-in-law's name in speaking to him. He must simply address him as father-in-law. In Sunda, it is thought that a particular crop would be spoilt if a man were to mention the names of his father and mother. Names of persons related by marriage to the speaker are tabooed in New Guinea. Among the Nufoors, as we have seen, persons who are related to each other by marriage are forbidden to mention each other's names. Among the connections whose names are thus tabooed are wife, mother-in-law, father-in-law, your wife's uncles and aunts, and also her grand-uncles and grand-aunts, and the whole of your wife's or your husband's family in the same generation as yourself, except that men may mention the names of their brothers-in-law, though women may not. The taboo comes into operation as soon as the betrothal has taken place and before the marriage has been celebrated. Families thus connected by the betrothal of two of their members are not only forbidden to pronounce each other's names, but may not even look at each other, and the rule gives rise to the most comical scenes when they happen to meet unexpectedly. And not merely the names themselves, but any words that sound like them are scrupulously avoided, and other words used in their place. If it should chance that a person has inadvertently uttered a forbidden name, he must at once throw himself on the floor and say, "I have mentioned a wrong name. I throw it through the chinks of the floor in order that I may eat well." In German New Guinea, near relations by marriage, particularly father-in-law and daughter-in-law, mother-in-law and son-in-law, as well as brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law, must see as little of each other as possible, and may not converse together, and may not mention each other's names, not even when these names have passed to younger members of the family. Thus, if a child is called after its deceased paternal grandfather, the mother may not call her child by its name, but must employ another name for the purpose. Among the Yabim, for example, on the southeast coast of German New Guinea, parents-in-law may neither be touched nor named, even when their names are borne by other people or are the ordinary names of common objects. They may not pass the lips of their sons-in-law and daughters-in-law. Among the western tribes of British New Guinea, the principal taboo, or sabi, as it is there called, concerns the names of relatives by marriage. A man may not mention the name of his wife's father, mother, elder sister, or elder brother, nor the name of any male or female relative of her father or mother, so long as the relative in question is a member of the same tribe as the speaker. The names of his wife's younger brothers and sisters are not taboo to him. The same law applies to a woman with reference to the names of her husband's relatives. As a general rule, this taboo does not extend outside the tribal boundaries. Hence, when a man or woman marries out of his or her tribe, the taboo is usually not applied. When members of one tribe, who may not pronounce each other's names at home, are away from their own territory, they are no longer strictly bound to observe the prohibition. A breach of the taboo has to be atoned for by the offender paying a fine to the person whose name he has taken in vain. Until that has been done, neither of the parties concerned, if they are males, may enter the men's clubhouse. In the old times, the offended party might recover his social standing by cutting off somebody else's head. Names of persons related by marriage to the speaker are tabooed in Melanesia. In the western island of Torres Straits, a man never mentioned the personal names of his father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and sister-in-law, and a woman was subject to the same restrictions. A brother-in-law might be spoken of as the husband or brother of someone whose name it was lawful to mention, and similarly, a sister-in-law might be called the wife of so-and-so. If a man may chance to use the personal name of his brother-in-law, he was ashamed and hung his head. His shame was only relieved when he had made a present as compensation to the man whose name he had taken in vain. The same compensation was made to a sister-in-law, a father-in-law, and a mother-in-law for the accidental mention of their names. This disability to use the personal names of relatives by marriage was associated with a custom so common throughout the world that a man or woman is not allowed to speak to these relatives. If a man wished to communicate with his father-in-law or mother-in-law, he spoke to his wife and she spoke to her parent. When direct communication became absolutely necessary, it was said that a man might talk to his father-in-law or mother-in-law a very little in a low voice. The behaviour towards a brother-in-law was the same. Similar taboos on the names of persons connected by marriage are enforced in New Britain and New Ireland. Among the natives who inhabit the coast of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain, to mention the name of a brother-in-law is the grossest possible affront you can offer to him. It is a crime punishable with death. In the Santa Cruz and Reef Islands, a man is forbidden to pronounce the name of his mother-in-law, and he may never see her face so long as he lives. She on her side lies under similar restrictions in regard to him. Further, a man is prohibited from mentioning the name of his son-in-law, though he is allowed to look at him. And if a husband has paid money for his wife to several men, none of these men may ever utter his name or look him in the face. If one of them did by chance look at him, the offended husband would destroy some of the offender's property. In New Caledonia, a brother may not mention his sister's name, and she may not mention his. The same rules observed by male and female cousins in regard to each other's names. In the Banks Islands, Melanesia, the taboos laid on the names of persons connected by marriage are very strict. A man will not mention the names of his father-in-law, much less the name of his mother-in-law, nor may he name his wife's brother. But he may name his wife's sister. She is nothing to him. A woman may not name her father-in-law, nor on any account her son-in-law. Two people whose children have intermarried are also debarred from mentioning each other's names. And not only are all these persons forbidden to utter each other's names, they may not even pronounce ordinary words with a chance to be either identical with these names or to have any syllables in common with them. A man on one occasion spoke to me of his house as a shed, and when that was not understood, went and touched it with his hand to show what he meant. A difficulty being still made, he looked round to be sure that no one was near, and whispered, not the name of his son's wife, but the respectful substitute for her name, Amen Melugona, she who was with his son, and whose name was Tuwarina Hindhouse. Again we hear of a native of these islands, who might not use the common words for pig and to die, because these words occurred in the polysyllabic name of his son-in-law, and we are told of another unfortunate who might not pronounce the everyday words for hand and hot on account of his wife's brother's name, and who was even debarred from mentioning the numbers 1 because the word for one formed part of the name of his wife's cousin. Names of relations tabooed in Australia. It might be expected that similar taboos on the names of relations and on words resembling them would commonly occur among the Aborigines of Australia, and that some light might be thrown on their origin and meaning by the primitive modes of thought and forms of society prevalent among these savages. Yet this expectation can scarcely be said to be fulfilled, for the evidence of the observance of such customs in Australia is scanty, and hardly of a nature to explain their origin. We are told that there are instances in which the names of natives are never allowed to be spoken, as those of a father or mother-in-law and a son-in-law, and some cases arising form a connection with each other's wives. Among some Victorian tribes, a man never at any time mentioned the name of his mother-in-law, and from the time of his betrothal to his death, neither she nor her sisters might even look at or speak to him. He might not go within 50 yards of their habitation, and when he met them on a path, they immediately left it, clapped their hands, and covered up their heads with their rugs, walked in a stooping posture, and spoke in whispers until he had gone by. They might not talk with him, and when he and they spoke to other people in each other's presence, they used a special form of speech which went by the name of turn tongue. This was not done with any intention of concealing their meaning, for turn tongue was understood by everybody. A writer who enjoyed unusually favourable opportunities of learning the language and customs of the Victorian Aborigines informs us that a stupid custom existed among them which they called Knau L'Onye. Whenever a female child was promised in marriage to any man, from that very hour neither he nor the child's mother were permitted to look upon or hear each other speak, nor hear their names mentioned by others, for if they did, they would immediately grow prematurely old and die. Among the Gudangs of Cape York in Queensland, and the Cowrags of the Prince of Wales Islands, a man carefully avoids speaking to or even mentioning the name of his mother-in-law, and his wife acts similarly with regard to her father-in-law. Thus the mother of a person called Nuki, which means water, is obliged to call water by another name. In the Bough tribe of South Australia, persons connected by marriage, except husbands and wives, spoke to each other in a low whining voice, and employed words different from those in common use. Another writer, speaking in the same tribe, says, mothers-in-law and sons-in-law studiously avoid each other. A father-in-law converses with his son-in-law in a low tone of voice, and in a phraseology differing somewhat from the ordinary one. These taboos can hardly be accounted for by the intermarriage of tribes speaking different languages. It will perhaps occur to the reader that customs of this latter sort may possibly have originated in the intermarriage of tribes speaking different languages, and there are some Australian facts which seems at first sight to favour this supposition. Thus, with regard to the natives of South Australia, we are told that the principal mark of distinction between the tribes is difference of language or dialect, and the tribes intermix greatly. No inconvenience is experienced on this account. As every person understands, in addition to his own dialect, that of the neighbouring tribe, the consequence is that two persons commonly converse in two languages. Just as an Englishman and a German would have a conversation, each person speaking his own language, but understanding that of the other as well as his own. This peculiarity will often occur in one family through intermarriages, neither party ever thinking of changing his or her dialect for that of the other. Children do not always adopt the language of the mother, but that of the tribe among whom they live. Among some tribes of Western Victoria, a man was actually forbidden to marry a wife who spoke the same dialect as himself, and during the preliminary visit, with each paid to the tribe of the other, neither was permitted to speak the language of the tribe which he or she was visiting. The children spoke the language of their father and might not never mix it with any other. To her children the mother spoke in the father's language, but to her husband she spoke of her own, and he answered her in his, so that all conversation is carried on between husband and wife in the same way as between an Englishman and a Frenchwoman, each speaking his or her own language. This very remarkable law explains the preservation of so many distinct dialects within so limited space, even where there are no physical obstacles to ready and frequent communication between the tribes. Differences of language between husbands and wives. So amongst the Sakays, an aboriginal race of the Malay Peninsula, a man goes to a considerable distance for a wife, generally to a tribe who speak quite a different dialect. The Indian tribes of French Guinea have their own dialect, and would hardly be able to understand each other were it not that almost every person marries a wife or a husband of a different tribe, and thus the newcomers serve as interpreters between the tribe in which they live and that in which they were born and brought up. It is well known that the Carib women spoke a language which differed in some respects from that of the men, and the explanation generally given of the difference is that the women preserved the language of a race of whom the men had been exterminated, and the women married by the Caribs. This explanation is not, as some seem to suppose, a mere hypothesis of the learned, devised to clear up a curious discrepancy. It was a tradition current among the Caribs themselves in the 17th century, and as such it deserves serious attention. But there are other facts which seem to point to a different explanation. Among the Cariahis, a tribe of Brazilian Indians in the Rio Grande, or Araguaia River, the dialect of the women differs from that of the men. For the most part, the differences are limited to the form and sound of the words. Only a few words seem to be quite distinct in the two dialects. The speech of the women appears to preserve older and fuller forms than that of the men. For instance, girl is yerokona in the female speech, but yedoma in the male. Nail is desika in the mouth of a woman, but desia in the mouth of a man. Intermixture of races speaking different languages would hardly account for the taboos on the names of relations. However such remarkable differences are to be explained, a little reflection will probably convince us that a mere intermixture of races speaking different tongues could scarcely account for the phenomena of language under consideration. For the reluctance to mention the names or even syllables of the names of persons connected with the speaker by marriage can hardly be separated from the reluctance evinced by so many people to utter their own names or the names of the dead or of chiefs and kings. And if the reticence as to these latter names springs mainly from superstition we may infer that the reticence as to the former has no better foundation. That the savage's unwillingness to mention his own name is based, at least in part, on a supposition fear of the ill use that might be made of it by his foes, whether human or spiritual, has already been shown. It remains to examine the similar usage in regard to the names of the dead and of royal personages. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 2, Taboos and the Perils of the Soul, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6, Part 2. Section 3. Names of the Dead Tabooed. The names of the dead are in general not mentioned by the Australian Aborigines. The custom of abstaining from all mention of the names of the dead was observed in antiquity by the Albanians or the Caucasus, and at the present day is in full force among many savage tribes. Thus we are told that one of the customs most rigidly observed and enforced amongst the Australian Aborigines is never to mention the name of a deceased person, whether male or female. To name aloud one who has departed this life would be a gross violation of their most sacred prejudices, and they carefully abstain from it. The chief motive for this abstinence appears to be a fear of evoking the ghost, although the natural unwillingness to revive past sorrows undoubtedly operates also to draw the veil of oblivion over the names of the dead. Once Mr. Oldfield so terrified a native by shouting at the name of a deceased person that the man fairly took to his heels and did not venture to show himself again for several days. At their next meeting he bitterly reproached the rash white man for his indiscretion. Nor could I, adds Mr. Oldfield, induce him by any means to utter the awful sound of a dead man's name, for by so doing he would have placed himself in the power of the malign spirits. On another occasion, a Watchandi woman, having mentioned the name of a certain man, was informed that he had long been dead. At that she became greatly excited, and spat thrice, to counteract the evil effect of having taken a dead man's name into her lips. This custom of spitting thrice, as Mr. Oldfield afterwards learned, was a regular charm whereby the natives freed themselves from the power of the dangerous spirits whom they had provoked by such a rash act. Among the Aborigines of Victoria, the dead were very rarely spoken of, and then never by their names. They are referred to in a subdued voice as the lost one, or the poor fellow that is no more. To speak of them by name would, it would suppose, excite the malignity of a Kut-Gil, the spirit of the departed, which hovers on earth for a time before it departs forever towards the setting sun. Once when a Kurnai man was spoken to about a dead friend, soon after the decease, he took round uneasily and said, "Do not do that, he might hear you and kill me." If a Kaibara black dies, his tribespeople never mention his name, but call him Werponom, the dead, and nor to explain who it is that has died, they speak of his father, mother, brothers, and so forth. Of the tribes on the lower Murray River, we are told that when a person dies, they carefully avoid mentioning his name, but if compelled to do so, they pronounce it in a very low whisper, so faint that they imagine the spirit cannot hear their voice. Amongst the tribes of Central Australia, no one may utter the name of the deceased during the period of mourning, unless it is absolutely necessary to do so, and that is only done in a whisper for fear of disturbing and annoying the man's spirit, which is walking about in a ghostly form. If the ghost hears his name mentioned, he concludes that his kinsfolk are not mourning him properly. If their grief was genuine, they could not bear to bandy his name about. Touched to the quick by their hard-felt indifference, the indignant ghost would come and trouble them in dreams. In these tribes no woman may ever again mention the name of a dead person, but the restriction on the male sex is not so absolute, for the name may be mentioned by men, of the two subclasses to which the wife's father and wife's brother of a deceased belong. Among some tribes in northwestern Australia, a dead man's name is never mentioned after his burial, and he is only spoken of as that one. Otherwise they think that he will return and frighten them at night in camp. The names of the dead are not honoured by the American Indians. The same reluctance to utter the names of the dead appears to prevail among all the Indian tribes of America from Hudson's Bay Territory to Patagonia. Among the Iroquois, for example, the name of the deceased was never mentioned after the period of mourning had expired. The same rule was rigidly observed by the Indians of California and Oregon. Its transgression might be punished with a heavy fine or even with death. Thus among the Karok of California, we are told that the highest crime one can commit is a pechiari, the mere mention of the dead relative's name. It is a deadly insult to the survivors, and can be atoned for only by the same amount of blood money paid for willful murder. In default of that, they will have the villain's blood. Amongst the Winton, also of California, if someone in a group of merry talkers inadvertently mentions the name of a deceased person, straightway there falls upon all an awful silence. No words can describe the shuddering and heart-sickening terror which seizes upon them at the utterance of that fearful word. Among the gay Giros of Colombia, to mention the dead before his kinsman is a dreadful offence, which is often punished with death. For if it happened that the rancho of the deceased, in presence of his nephew or uncle, they will surely kill the offender on the spot if they can. If he escapes, the penalty resolves itself into a heavy fine, usually of 2 or more oxen. So among the Epipones of Paraguay, to mention the departed by name was a serious crime, which often led to blows and bloodshed. And it was needful to refer to such an one, it was done by means of a general phrase such as, "He who is no more," egged out with particulars which served to identify the person meant. Many other peoples are reluctant to mention the names of the dead. A similar reluctance to mention the names of the dead is reported of peoples so widely separated from each other as the Samoanids of Siberia and the Todas of southern India, the Mongols of Tartary and the Tuaregs of the Sahara, the Ainos of Japan, and the Akamba and Nandi of Central Africa, the Tinguanese of the Philippines, and the inhabitants of the Nicobar Islands, of Borneo, of Madagascar, and of Tasmania. The reluctance seemed to be based on a fear of the ghosts, whose attention might be attracted by the mention of their names. In all cases, even where it is not expressly stated, the fundamental reason for this avoidance is probably the fear of the ghost. That is the real motive with the Tuaregs of the Sahara, we are positively informed. They dread the return of the dead man's spirit, and do all they can to avoid it by shifting their camp after death, ceasing forever to pronounce the name of the departed, and eschewing everything that might be regarded as an evocation or recall of his soul. Hence they do not, like the Arabs, designate individuals by adding to their personal names the names of their fathers. They never speak of so-and-so, son of so-and-so. They give to every man a name which will live and die with him. So among the Victorian tribes in Australia, personal names were rarely perpetuated, because the natives believed that anyone who adopted the name of a deceased person would not live long. Probably his ghostly namesake was supposed to come and fetch him away to the spirit land. The Yabims of German New Guinea, who believed that the spirits of the dead pass their time in the forest eating unpalatable fruits, are unwilling to mention the names of the deceased, lest their ghosts should suspend their habitual occupation to come and trouble the living. In Lugia, one of the Samaria Cavalego of the southeastern end of New Guinea, no custom is observed so strictly as the one which forbids the naming of the dead in presence of their relations. To say to a person, "Your fathers are dead," is considered direct challenge to fight. It is an insult which must be avenged either by the death of the man who pronounced these awful words, or by the death of one of his relatives or friends. The uttering of the names of the dead is, along with homicide, one of the chief causes of war in the island. When it is necessary to refer to a dead man, they designate him by such a phrase as the father of so-and-so and the brother of so-and-so. Thus the fear of mentioning the names of the dead gives rise to circumlocutions of precisely the same sort as those which originate in a reluctance to name living people. Among the Kalam Indians of Washington State, no person may bear the name of his deceased father, grandfather, or any other direct ancestor in their paternal line. The Maasai of Eastern Africa are said to resort to a simple device which enables them to speak of the dead freely without risk of the inopportune appearance of the ghost. As soon as a man or woman dies, they change his or her name, and henceforth always speak of him or her by the new name, while the old name falls into oblivion, and to utter it in the presence of a kinsman of the deceased is an insult which calls for vengeance. They assume that the dead man will not know his new name, and so will not answer to it when he hears it pronounced. Ghosts are notoriously dull-witted. Nothing is easier than to dupe them. However, according to another and more probable account, the name of a Maasai is not changed after his death, it is merely suppressed, and he or she is referred to by a descriptive phrase such as my brother, my uncle, my sister. To call a dead man by his name is deemed most unlucky, and is never done except with the intention of doing harm to his surviving family, who make great lamentations on such an occasion. The like fear leads people who bear the same name as the dead to change it for another. The same fear of the ghost which moves people to suppress his old name leads all persons who bear a similar name to exchange it for another, lest his utterance should attract the attention of the ghost, who cannot reasonably be expected to discriminate between all the different applications of the same name. Thus we are told that in the Adelaide and Encounter Bay tribes of South Australia, the repugnance to mentioning the names of those who have died lately is carried so far that persons who bear the same name as the deceased abandon it, and either adopt temporary names or are known by any others that happen to belong to them. The same practice was observed by the Aborigines of New South Wales, and is said to be observed by the tribes of the Lower Murray River and of King George's Sound in Western Australia. A similar custom prevails among some of the Queensland tribes, but the prohibition to use the names of the dead is not permanent, though it may last for many years. People bearing the same name as the dead change it from fear of the ghost. On the Bloomfield River, when a namesake dies, the survivor is called Tanul, a word whose meaning is unknown, or else he or she receives a name which refers to the corpse, with the syllables well prefixed to it. For example, he may be called Whale Bacha, which refers to the place where the man was buried, or Whale Watsinyo, burnt, with reference to the cremation of the body. And if there should be several people in camp all bearing one of these elusive designations, they are distinguished from each other by the mention of the names of their mothers or their relatives, even though these last have long been dead and gone. Whenever Mr. W. E. Roth, to whom we owe this information, could obtain an explanation of the custom, the reason invariably assigned was a fear that the ghost, hearing himself called by name, might return and cause mischief. In some Australian tribes, the change of name thus brought about is permanent. The old name is laid aside forever, and the man is known by his new name for the rest of his life, or at least until he is obliged to change it again for a like reason. Among the North American Indians, all persons, whether men or women, who bore the name of one who had just died, were obliged to abandon it and to adopt other names, which was formerly done at the first ceremony of mourning for the dead. In some tribes to the east of the Rocky Mountains, this change of name lasted only during the season of mourning, but in other tribes on the Pacific coast of North America, it seems to have been permanent. Among the Maasai, also, when two men in the same tribe bear the same name, and one of them dies, the survivor changes his name. Sometimes all the near relations of the deceased change their names. Sometimes, by an extension of the same reasoning, all the near relations of the deceased change their names, whatever they may happen to be, doubtless from a fear that the sound of the familiar names might lure back the vagrant spirit to its old home. Thus, in some Victorian tribes, the ordinary names of all the next of kin were disused during the period of mourning, and certain general terms, prescribed by custom, were substituted for them. To call a mourner by his own name was considered an insult to the departed, and often led to fighting and bloodshed. Among Indian tribes of northwestern America, near relations of the deceased often change their names under an impression that spirits will be attracted back to earth if they hear familiar names often repeated. Among the Kiowa Indians, the name of the dead is never spoken in the presence of the relatives, and on the death of any member of a family, all the others take new names. This custom was noted by Rayleigh's colonists on Roanoke Island more than 3 centuries ago. Among the Lengua Indians of the Grand Chaco in South America, not only is a dead man's name never mentioned, but all the survivors change their names also. They say that death has been among them, and has carried off a list of the living, and that he will soon come back for more victims. Hence, in order to defeat his fell purpose, they change their names, believing that on his return, Death, though he has got them all on his list, will not be able to identify them under their new names, but will depart to pursue the search elsewhere. So among the Guacuras of the Grand Chaco, when a death has taken place, the chief used to change the names of every person in the tribe, man and woman, young and old, and it is said to have been wonderful to observe how from that moment everybody remembered his new name just as if he had borne it all his life. Nicobreese mourners take new names in order to escape the unwelcome attentions of the ghost, and for the same purpose they disguise themselves by shaving their heads so that the ghost is unable to recognize them. The Chukchis of Bering Strait believe that the souls of the dead turn to malignant spirits who seek to harm the living. Hence, when a mother dies, the name of her youngest and dearest child is changed in order that her ghost may not know the child. When the name of the deceased is that of a common object, the word is often dropped in ordinary speech and another substituted for it. Further, when the name of the deceased happens to be that of some common object, such as an animal or plant, or fire or water, it is sometimes considered necessary to drop that word in ordinary speech and replace it by another. A custom of this sort, it is plain, may easily be a potent agent of change in language, for where it prevails to any considerable extent, many words must constantly become obsolete and new ones spring up. And this tendency has been remarked by observers who have recorded the custom in Australia, America, and elsewhere. For example, with regard to the Australian Aborigines, it has been noted that the dialects change with almost every tribe. Some tribes name their children after natural objects, and when the person so named dies, the word is never again mentioned. Another word has therefore to be invented for the object after which the child was called. The writer gives, as an instance, the case of a man whose name Kala signified fire. When Kala died, a new word for fire had to be introduced. Hence, adds the writer, the language is always changing. In the Morunde tribe, the name for teal used to be Torpul, but when a boy called Torpul died, his new name, Tilquach, was given to the bird, and the old name dropped altogether from the language of the tribe. Sometimes, however, such substitutes for common words were only in vogue for a limited time after the death, and were then discarded in favour of the old words. Thus among the Kaurergas of the Prince of Wales Islands, and Gordangs of Cape York in Queensland, the names of the dead are never mentioned without great reluctance, so that, for example, when a man named Us or Quartz died, the name of the stone was changed to Natam Ure, the thing which is a namesake. But the original word would gradually return to common use. Again, a missionary who lived among the Victorian Aborigines remarks that it is customary among these blacks to disuse a word when a person has died, whose name was the same, or even of the same sound. I find great difficulty in getting blacks to repeat such words. I believe this custom is common to all the Victorian tribes, though in course of time the word is resumed again. I have seen among the Murray blacks the dead freely spoken of when they have been dead some time. Again, in the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, if a man of the name of Neng, which means water, where he died, the whole tribe will be obliged to use some other word to express water for a considerable time after his decease. The writer who records this custom surmises that it may explain the presence of a number of synonyms in the language of the tribe. This conjecture is confirmed by what we know of some Victorian tribes whose speech comprised a regular set of synonyms to be used instead of the common terms by all members of a tribe in times of mourning. For instance, if a man called Wah, crow, departed this life, during the period of mourning for him, nobody might call a crow a Wah. Everybody had to speak of the bird as a Narapat. When a person who rejoiced in the title of ringtail opossum, Weirn, had gone the way of all flesh, his sorrowing relations and the tribe at large were bound for a time to refer to ringtail opossums by the more sonorous name of Manunkurat. If the community were plunged in grief for the loss of a respected female who bore the honourable name of turkey bustard, the proper name for turkey bustards, which was Barin, went out, and Tilit came in. And so Mutatis mutandis, with the names of black cockatoo, grey duck, gigantic crane, kangaroo, eagle, dingo, and the rest. This custom has transformed some of the languages of the American Indians. A similar custom used to be constantly transforming the language of the Abipones of Paraguay, amongst whom, however, a word once abolished seems never to have been revived. New words, says the missionary Dobrizhofer, sprang up every year like mushrooms in a night, because all words that resembled the names of the dead were abolished by proclamation and others coined in their place. The mint of words was in the hands of the old women of the tribe, and whatever term they stamped with their approval and put in circulation was immediately accepted without a murmur by high and low alike, and spread like wildfire through every camp and settlement of the tribe. You would be astonished, says the same missionary, to see how meekly the whole nation acquiesces in the decision of a withered old hag, and how completely the old familiar words fall instantly out of use and are never repeated either through force of habit or forgetfulness. In the 7 years that Dobrizhofer spent amongst these Indians, the native word for jaguar was changed thrice, and the words for crocodile, thorn, and the slaughter of cattle underwent similar though less varied vicissitudes. As a result of this habit, the vocabularies of the missionaries teemed with erasures, old words having constantly to be struck out as obsolete and new ones inserted in their place. Similarly, a peculiar feature of the Comanche language is that a portion of the vocabulary is continually changing. If, for example, a person called eagle or bison dies, a new name is invented for the bird or beast, because it is forbidden to mention the name of anyone who is dead. So amongst the Kiowa Indians, all words that suggest the name of a deceased person are dropped for a term of years, and other words are substituted for them. The old word may, after the lapse of years, be restored, but it often happens that the new one keeps its place, and the original word is entirely forgotten. Old men sometimes remember as many as 3 different names, which have been successively used for the same thing. The new word is commonly a novel combination of existing roots, or a novel use of a current word, rather than a deliberately invented term. A similar custom has modified languages in Africa, Bough, New Guinea, and the Caroline Islands. The Basagala, a cattle-breeding people to the west of Uganda, ceased to use a word if it was the name of an influential person who has died. For example, after the death of a chief named Mwenda, which means 9, the name for the numeral was changed. On the death of a child, or a warrior, or a woman amongst the Maasai, the body is thrown away, and the person's name is buried, i.e., it is never again mentioned by the family. Should there be anything which is called by that name, it is given another name which is not like that of the deceased. For instance, if an unimportant person called Ol Onana, he who is soft or weak or gentle, were to die, gentleness would not be called Inanai in that kraal, but it would be called by another name, such as Ipolpo. It is smooth. If an elder dies leaving children, his name is not buried, for his descendants are named after him. From this statement, which is translated from a native account in the Maasai language, we may perhaps infer that among the Maasai it is as a rule only the childless dead whose names are avoided. In the island of Bough, it is unlawful to mention the names of the dead or any words that resemble them in sound. In many tribes of British New Guinea, the names of persons are also the names of common things. The people believe that if the name of the deceased person is pronounced, his spirit will return, and as they have no wish to see it back among them, the mention of his name is tabooed and a new word is created to take its place, whenever the name happens to be a common term in the language. Thus at Wagga Wagga, near the southeastern extremity of New Guinea, the names of the dead become taboo immediately after death, and if they are, as generally happens, the names of common objects, new words must be adopted for these things, and the old words are dropped from the language, so long, at least, as the memory of the dead survives. For example, when a man died whose name Binama meant hornbill, a new name Ambadina, literally the plasterer, was adopted for the bird. Consequently, many words are permanently lost or revived with modified or new meanings. The frequent changes of vocabulary caused by this custom are very inconvenient, and nowadays the practice of using foreign words as substitutes is coming more and more into vogue. English profanity now contributes a share to the language of these savages. In the Caroline Islands, the ordinary name for pig is puek, but in the Palico district of Ponape, a pig is called not puek, but mantetir, or the animal that grubs in the soil. But the word puek was there tabooed after the death of the man named Puek. There is a living instance showing how under our very eyes old words are dropping out of use in these isolated dialects and new ones are taking their place. A similar practice has altered the speech of the Nicobarese. In the Nicobar Islands, a similar practice has similarly affected the speech of the natives. A most singular custom, says Mr. D. Ropsdorff, prevails among them, which one would suppose must most effectually hinder the making of history, or at any rate the transmission of historical narrative. By a strict rule, which has all the sanction of Nicobar superstition, no man's name may be mentioned after his death. To such a length is this carried, that when, as very frequently happens, the man rejoiced in the name of fowl, hat, fire, road, etc., in its Nicobarese equivalent, the use of these words is carefully eschewed for the future, not only as being the personal designation of the deceased, but even as the names of the common things they represent. The words die out of the language, and either new vocabules are coined to express the thing intended, or a substitute for the disused word is found in other Nicobarese dialects, or in the same foreign tongue. This extraordinary custom not only adds an element of instability to the language, but destroys the continuity of political life, and renders the record of past events precarious and vague, if not impossible. The suppression of the names of the dead cuts at the root of historical tradition. That a superstition which suppresses the names of the dead must cut at the very root of historical tradition has been remarked by other workers in this field. The Klamath people, observes Mr. A. S. Gatchett, possess no historic traditions going further back in time than a century, for the simple reason that there was a strict law prohibiting the mention of the person or acts of a deceased individual by using his name. This law was rigidly observed among the Californians no less than among the Oregonians, and on its transgression the death penalty could be inflicted. This is certainly enough to suppress all historical knowledge within a people. How could history be written without names? Among some of the tribes of New South Wales, the simple ditties, never more than 2 lines long, to which the natives dance, are never transmitted from one generation to another, because when the rude poet dies, all the songs of which he was author are, as it were, buried with him. inasmuch as they, in common with his very name, are studiously ignored from thenceforward. Consequently, they are quite forgotten in a very short space of time indeed. This custom of endeavouring persistently to forget everything which has been in any way connected with the dead entirely precludes the possibility of anything of an historical nature having existence among them. In fact, the most vital occurrence, if only dating a single generation back, is quite forgotten. That is to say, if the recounting thereof should necessitate the mention of a defunct aboriginal's name. Thus among these simple savages, even a sacred bard could not avail to rescue an Australian Agamemnon from the long night of oblivion. Sometimes the names of the dead are revived after a certain time. In many tribes, however, the power of this superstition to blot out the memory of the past is to some extent weakened and impaired by a natural tendency of the human mind. Time, which wears out the deepest impressions, inevitably dulls, if it does not wholly efface, the print left on the savage mind by the mystery and horror of death. Sooner or later, as the memory of his loved ones fades slowly away, he becomes more willing to speak of them, and thus their rude names may sometimes be rescued by the philosophic inquirer before they have vanished. Like autumn leaves or winter snows in the vast, undistinguished limbo of the past. This was Sir George Grey's experience when he attempted to trace the intricate system of kinship prevalent among the natives of Western Australia. He says, "It is impossible for any person not well acquainted with the language of the natives, who does not possess great personal influence over them, to pursue an inquiry of this nature. For one of the customs most rigidly observed and enforced among them is never to mention the name of a deceased person, male or female. In an inquiry, therefore, which principally turns up the names of their ancestors, this prejudice must be every moment violated, and a very great difficulty encountered in the onset. The only circumstance which at all enabled me to overcome this was, that the longer a person has been dead, the less repugnance do they evince in uttering his name. I, therefore, in the first instance, endeavoured to ascertain only the oldest names on record, and on subsequent occasions, when I found a native alone, and in a loquacious humour, I succeeded in filling up some of the blanks. Occasionally, round their fires at night, I managed to involve them in disputes regarding their ancestors, and on these occasions gleaned much of the information of which I was in want. In some of the Victorian tribes, the prohibition to mention the names of the dead remained in force only during the period of mourning. In the Port Lincoln tribe of South Australia, it lasted many years. Among the Chinook Indians of North America, custom forbids the mention of a dead man's name, at least till many years have elapsed after the bereavement. In the Twana, Chemacum, and Kalam tribes of Washington State, the names of deceased members may be mentioned 2 or 3 years after their death. Among the Puyallup Indians, the observance of the taboo is relaxed after several years, when the mourners have forgotten their grief, and if the deceased was a famous warrior, one of his descendants, for instance, a great-grandson, may be named after him. In this tribe the taboo is not much observed at any time except by the relations of the dead. The American Indians used to bring the dead to life again by solemnly bestowing their names on living persons who were thereafter regarded as reincarnations of the dead. Similarly, the Jesuit missionary Lafitau tells us that the name of the departed and the similar names of the survivors were, so to say, buried with the corpse until the poignancy of their grief been abated. It pleased the relations to lift up the tree and raise the dead. By raising the dead, they meant bestowing the name of the departed upon someone else, who thus became, to all intents and purposes, a reincarnation of the deceased. Since on the principles of savage philosophy, the name is a vital part, if not the soul of the man. When Father Lafitau arrived in St. Louis to begin work among the Iroquois, his colleagues decided that in order to make a favourable impression on the flock, the new shepherd should assume the native name of the deceased predecessor, Father Bough, the celebrated missionary, who lived many years among the Indians and enjoyed their high esteem. But Father Bough had been called from his earthly labours to his heavenly rest, only 4 short months before, and it was too soon in the phraseology of the Iroquois to raise up the tree. However raised up it was in spite of them, and through some bolder spirits protested that their new pastor had wronged them by taking the name of his predecessor. Nevertheless, says Father Lafitau, they did not fail to regard me as himself in another form, en autre lieu même, since I had entered into all his rites. Mode of reviving the dead in the persons of their namesakes among the North American Indians. The same mode of bringing a dead man to life again by bestowing his name upon a living person was practiced by the Hurons and other Indian tribes of Canada. An early French traveller in Canada has described the ceremony of resurrecting as it was observed by a tribe whom he calls the Atuniandarons. He says the Atuniandarons practiced resurrections of the dead, principally of persons who had deserved well of their country by their remarkable services, so that the memory of illustrious and valiant men revives in a certain way in others. Accordingly, they call assemblies for this purpose and hold councils, at which they choose one of them who has the same virtues and qualities, if possible, as he had whom they wish to resuscitate, or at least he must be of irreproachable life, judged by the standard of a savage people. Wishing then to proceed to the resurrection, they all stand up, except him who is to be resuscitated, to whom they give the name of the deceased, and all letting their hands down very low, they pretend to lift him up from the earth, intending that to signify that they draw the great personage deceased from the grave, and restore him to life in the person of his other, who stands up, after great acclamations of the people, receives the presents which the bystanders offer him. They further hold several feasts in the honour, and regard him thenceforward as the deceased whom he represents, and by this means the memory of virtuous men and of good and valiant captains never dies among them. Among the Hurons, the ceremony took place between the death and the great festival of the dead, which was usually celebrated at intervals of 12 years. When it was resolved to resuscitate a departed warrior, the members of his family met and decided which of them was to be regarded as an incarnation of the deceased. If the dead man had been a famous chief and leader in war, his living representative and namesake succeeded to his functions. Presents were made to him, and he entertained the whole tribe at a magnificent banquet. His old robes were taken from him, and he was clad in richer raiment. Thereupon a herald proclaimed aloud the mystery of the incarnation. Let all the people, he said, remain silent. Open your ears and shut your mouths. That which I am about to say is of importance. Our business is to resuscitate a dead man and bring a great captain to life again. With that he named the dead man and all his posterity, and reminded his hearers of the place and manner of his death. Then turning to him who was to succeed the departed, he lifted up his voice. Behold him, he cried, clad in this beautiful robe. It is not he whom you saw these past days, who is called Nahep. He has given his name to another, and himself is now called Etuat, the name of the defunct. Look on him as the true captain of this nation. It is he who you are bound to obey. It is he whom you are bound to listen to. It is he whom you are bound to honour. The new incarnation meanwhile maintained a dignified silence, and afterwards led the young braves out to war in order to prove that he had inherited the courage and virtues as well as the names of the dead chief. The Carrier Indians of British Columbia firmly believe that a departed soul can, if it pleases, come back to the earth in a human shape or body in order to see his friends who are still alive. Therefore, as they are about to set fire to the pile of wood on which a corpse is laid, a relation of the deceased person stands at his feet and asks him if he will ever come back among them. Then the priest or magician, with a grave countenance, stands at the head of the corpse and looks through both his hands on its naked breast, and then raises them toward heaven and blows through them, as they say, the soul of the deceased, that it may go and find and enter into a relative. Or, if any relative is present, the priest will hold both his hands on the head of this person and bestow through them, that the spirit of the deceased may enter into him or her, and then, as they affirm, the first child which this person has will possess the soul of the deceased person. The writer does not say that the infant took the name of the deceased who was born again in it, but probably it did, for sometimes the priest would transfer the soul from a dead to a living person, who in that case took the name of the departed in addition to his own. The dead revived in their namesakes along the Laps, Nons, Yorubas, Baganda, and Makalaka. Among the Laps, when a woman was with child and near the time of her delivery, a deceased ancestor or relation, known as a Japmak, used to appear to her in a dream and inform her what dead person was to be born again in her infant, and whose name the child was therefore to bear. If the woman had no such dream, it fell to the father or the relatives to determine the name by divination or by consulting a wizard. Among the Khons, a birth is celebrated on the 7th day after the event by a feast given to the priest and to the whole village. To determine the child's name, the priest drops grains of rice into a cup of water, naming with each grain a deceased ancestor. From the movements of the seed in the water, and from observations made on the person of the infant, he pronounces which of his progenitors has reappeared in him, and the child generally, at least among the northern tribes, receives the name of that ancestor. Among the Iwu-speaking peoples of Togo in West Africa, when a woman is in hard labor, a fetish priest or priestess is called in to disclose the name of the deceased relative who has just been born again into the world in the person of the infant. The name of that relative is bestowed on the child. Among the Yorubas, soon after a child has been born, a priest of Ifa, the god of divination, appears on the scene to ascertain what ancestral soul has been reborn in the infant. As soon as this has been decided, the parents are told that the child must conform in all respects to the manner of life of the ancestor who now animates him or her, and if, as often happens, they profess ignorance, the priest supplies the necessary information. The child usually receives the name of the ancestor who has been born again in him. Reincarnation of an ancestor effected by giving his name to a child. In Uganda, a child is named with much ceremony by its grandfather, who bestows on it the name of one of its ancestors, but never the name of its father. The spirit of the deceased namesake then enters the child and assists him through life. Here the reincarnation of the ancestor appears to be effected by giving his name, and with it his soul, to his descendant. The same idea seems to explain a curious ceremony observed by the Makalaka of South Africa at the naming of a child. The spirit of the ancestor, Motsimo, whose name the child is to bear, is represented by an elderly kinsman or kinswoman, according as a little one is a boy or a girl. A pretense is made of catching the representative of the spirit, and dragging him or her to the hut of the child's parents. Outside the hut, the pretended spirit takes his seat, and the skin of an animal is thrown over him. He then washes his hands in a vessel of water, eats some millet porridge, and washes it down with beer. Meantime the women and girls dance gleefully round him, screaming or singing, and throw copper rings, beads, and so forth as presents into the vessel of water. The men do the same, but without dancing. After that they enter the hut to partake of a feast. The representative of the ancestral spirit now vanishes, and the child thenceforth bears his or her name. This ceremony may be intended to represent the reincarnation of the ancestral spirit in the child. Revival of the names of the dead among the Nicobarese and Gilyaks. In the Nicobar Islands, the names of dead relatives are tabooed for a generation, but when both their parents are dead, men and women are bound to assume the names of their deceased grandfathers or grandmothers respectively. Perhaps with the names they may be thought to inherit the spirits of their ancestors. Among the Tatars, in the Middle Ages, the names of the dead might not be uttered till the 3rd generation. Among the Gilyaks of Sakhalin, no two persons in the same tribe may bear the same name at the same time, for they think that if a child were to receive the name of a living man, either the child or the man would die within the year. When a man dies, his name may not be uttered until after the celebration of the festival at which they sacrifice a bear for the purpose of procuring plenty of game and fish. At that festival they call out the name of the deceased, while they beat the skin of the bear. Thenceforth the name may be pronounced by every one, and it will be bestowed on a child who shall afterwards be born. These customs suggest that the Gileads, like other peoples, suppose the namesake of a deceased person to be his or her reincarnation. For their objection to let two living persons bear the same name seems to imply a belief that the soul goes with the name, and therefore cannot be shared by two people at the same time. Namesakes of the dead treated as the dead in person among the Eskimos of Bering Strait. Among the Eskimos of Bering Strait, the first child born in a village after someone has died receives the dead person's name and must represent him in subsequent festivals which are given in his honour. The day before the great feast of the dead, the nearest male relative of the deceased goes to the grave and plants before it a stake bearing the crest or badge of the departed. This is the notice served to the ghost to attend the festival. Accordingly, he returns from the spirit land to the grave. Afterwards a song is sung at the grave, inviting the ghost to repair to the assembly house, where the people are gathered to celebrate the festival. The shade accepts the invitation and takes his place, with the other ghosts, in the fire pit under the floor of the assembly house. All the time of the festival, which lasts several days, lamps filled with seal oil are kept burning day and night in the assembly house in order to light up the path to the spirit land and enable the ghosts to find their way back to the old haunts on earth. When the spirits of the dead are gathered in the pit, and the proper moment has come, they all rise up through the floor and into the bodies of their living namesakes. Offerings of food, drink, and clothes are now made to these namesakes, who eat and drink and wear the clothes on behalf of the ghosts. Finally, the shades, refreshed and strengthened by the banquet, are sent away back to their graves thinly clad in the spiritual essence of the clothes, while the gross material substance of the garments is retained by their namesakes. Here the reincarnation of the dead on the living is not permanent, but merely occasional and temporary. Still, a special connection may well be thought to subsist at all times between the deceased and the living person who bears his or her name. Ceremonies at the naming of children are probably often associated with the idea of rebirth. The foregoing facts seem to render it probable that even where a belief in the reincarnation of ancestors is not expressly attested, or has long ceased to form part of the popular creed, many of the solemnities which attend the naming of children may have sprung originally from the widespread notion that the souls of the dead come to life again in their namesakes. Sometimes the name of the dead may be pronounced after their bodies have decayed. In some cases, the period during which the name of the deceased may be pronounced seems to bear a close relation to the time during which his mortal remains may be supposed to still hold together. Thus, of some Indian tribes on the northwest coast of America, it is said that they may not speak the name of a dead person until the bones are finally disposed of. Among the Ngarrindjeri of South Australia, the name might not be uttered until the corpse has decayed. In the Encounter Bay tribe of the same country, the dead body is dried over a fire, packed up in mats, and carried about for several months among the scenes which had been familiar to the deceased in his life. Next it is placed on a platform of sticks and left there till it has completely decayed, whereupon the next of kin takes the skull and uses it as a drinking cup. After that, the name of the departed may be uttered without offence. Were it pronounced sooner, his kinsmen would be deeply offended, and a war might be the result. The rule that the name of the dead may not be spoken until his body has mouldered away seems to point to a belief that the spirit continues to exist only so long as the body does so, and that when the material frame is dissolved, the spiritual part of the man perishes with it, or goes away, or at least becomes so feeble and incapable of mischief that his name may be bandied about with impunity. A Runta practice of chasing the ghost into the grave at the end of the period of mourning. This view is to some extent confirmed by the practice of the Runta tribe in Central Australia. We have seen that among them no one may mention the name of the deceased during the period of mourning, for fear of disturbing and annoying the ghost, who is believed to be walking about at large. Some of the relations of the dead man, it is true, such as his parents, elder brothers and sisters, paternal aunts, mother-in-law, and all his sons-in-law, whether actual or possible, are debarred all their lives from taking his name into their lips. But other people, including his wife, children, grandchildren, grandparents, younger brothers and sisters, and father-in-law, are free to name him as soon as he has ceased to walk the earth and hence to be dangerous. Some 12 or 18 months after his death, the people seem to think that the dead man has enjoyed his liberty long enough and that it is time to confine his restless spirit within narrower bounds. Accordingly, a grand battue or ghost hunt brings the days of mourning to an end. The favourite haunt of the deceased is believed to be the burnt and deserted camp where he died. Here, therefore, on a certain day, a band of men and women, the men armed with shields and spear throwers, assemble and begin dancing round the charred and blackened remains of their camp, shouting and beating the air with their weapons and hands in order to drive away the lingering spirit from the spot he loves too well. When their dancing is over, the whole party proceeds to the grave at a run, chasing the ghost before them. It is in vain that the unhappy ghost makes a last bid for freedom, and breaking away from the beaters, doubles back towards the camp. The leader of the party is prepared for this maneuver, and by making a long circuit, adroitly cuts off the retreat of the fugitive. Finally, having run him to earth, they trample him down into the grave, dancing and stamping on the heaped-up soil, while with downward thrusts through the air they beat and force him underground. There, lying in his narrow house, flattened and prostrate under a load of earth, the poor ghost sees his widow wearing the gay feathers of the ring-necked parrot in his hair, and he knows that the time of her mourning for him is over. The loud shouts of the men and women show him that they are not to be frightened and bullied by him any more, and that he had better lie quiet. But he may still watch over his friends and guard them from harm, and visit them in dreams. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Golden Bough, Part 2, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6, Tabooed Words, Part 3. Section 4. Names of Kings and Other Sacred Persons Tabooed. The birth names of kings kept sacred or not pronounced. When we see that in primitive society the names of mere commoners, whether alive or dead, are matters of such anxious care, we need not be surprised that great precautions should be taken to guard from harm the names of sacred kings and priests. Thus the name of the king of Dahomey is always kept sacred, lest the knowledge of it should enable some evil-minded person to do him a mischief. The appellations by which the different kings of Dahomey have been known to Europeans are not their true names, but mere titles, or what the natives call strong names, nie tsese. As a rule, these strong names are the first words of sentences descriptive of certain qualities. Thus, Agaja, the name by which the fourth king of the dynasty was known, was part of a sentence meaning, a spreading tree must be lopped before it can be cast into the fire, and Tegbusan, the name of the fifth king, formed the first word of a sentence which signified, no one can take the cloth off the neck of a wild bull. The natives seem to think that no harm comes of such titles being known, since they are not like the birth names, vitally connected with their owners. In the Gala kingdom of Gera, the birth name of the sovereign may not be pronounced by a subject under pain of death, and common words which resemble it in sound are changed for others. Thus when a queen named Care reigned over the kingdom, the word Hara, which means smoke, was exchanged for Uno. Further, Ere, ass, was replaced by Kalula and Goder. Potato was dropped and Lokio substituted for it. Among the Bahima of Central Africa, when the king dies, his name is abolished from the language, and if his name was that of an animal, a new appellation must be found for the creature at once. For example, the king is often called a lion, hence at the death of a king named Lion, a new name for lions in general has to be coined. Thus, in the language of the Bahima, the word for lion some years ago was Empologoma, but when a prominent chief of that name died, the word for lion was changed to Kechunchuo. Again, in the Bahima language, the word for 9 used to be Mwenda, a word which occurs with the same meaning, by dialectical variations in the language of other tribes of Central and Eastern Africa. But when a chief who bore the name Mwenda died, the old name for 9 had to be changed, and according the word Isaga has been substituted for it. In Siam, it used to be difficult to ascertain the king's real name, since it was carefully kept secret from fear of sorcery. Anyone who mentioned it was clapped into jail. The king might only be referred to under certain high-sounding titles such as the August, the Perfect, the Supreme, the Great Emperor, Descendant of the Angels, and so on. In Burma, it was accounted an impiety of the deepest dye to mention the name of the reigning sovereign. Burmese subjects, even when they were far from their country, could not be prevailed upon to do so. After his ascension to the throne, the king was known by his royal titles only. The proper name of the Emperor of China may neither be pronounced nor written by any of his subjects. Koreans were formerly forbidden, under severe penalties, to utter the king's name, which indeed was seldom known. When a prince ascends the throne of Cambodia, he ceases to be designated by his real name, and if that name happens to be a common word in the language, the word is often changed. Thus, for example, since the reign of King Ang Duong, the word Duong, which means a small coin, has been replaced by Dom. In the island of Sunda, it is taboo to utter any word which coincides with the name of a prince or chief. The name of the Raja of Bolang, Mogondo, a district in the west of Celebes, is never mentioned except in the case of urgent necessity, and even then his pardon must be asked repeatedly before the liberty is taken. In the island of Sumba, people do not mention the real name of a prince, but refer to him by the name of the first slave whom in his youth he became master of. This slave is regarded by the chief as his second self, and he enjoys practical impunity for any misdeeds he may commit. The names of Zulu kings and chiefs may not be pronounced. Among the Zulus, no man will mention the name of the chief of his tribe or the names of the progenitors of the chief, so far as he can remember them, nor will he utter common words which coincide with or merely resemble in sound tabooed names. As for instance, the Zangu tribes say Mata for Manzi, water, and Inkosta for Chizanti, grass, and Embigetsu for Amkondo, assegai, and Inyatugo for Enhelela, path, because their present chief is Umfan O Inhelela. His father was Manzini, his grandfather Imkondo, and one before him, Tishani. In the tribe of the Duanduis, there was a chief called Langa, which means the sun. Hence the name of the sun was changed from Langa to Gala, and so remains to this day, though Langa died more than 100 years ago. Once more, in the Znul-Mayo tribe, the word meaning to herd cattle was changed from Alusa or Ayusa to Kagesa, because Mayusi was the name of the chief. Besides these taboos, which were observed by each tribe separately, all the Zulu tribes united in tabooing the name of the king who reigned over the whole nation. Hence, for example, when Panda was king of Zululand, the word for a root of a tree, which is Impando, was changed to Nuksabo. Again, the word for lies or slander was altered from Amakebo to Amakwata, because Amakebo contains a syllable of the name of the famous king Chetwano. These substitutions are not, however, carried so far by the men as by the women, who omit every sound even remotely resembling one that occurs in a tabooed name. At the king's kraal, indeed, it is sometimes difficult to understand the speech of the royal wives, as they treat in this fashion the names not only of the king and his forefathers, but even of his and their brothers back for generations. When to these tribal and national taboos, we add those family taboos on the names of connections by marriage which have been already described, we can easily understand how it comes about that in Zululand every tribe has words peculiar to itself, and that the women have a considerable vocabulary of their own. Members, too, of one family may be debarred from using words employed by those of another. The women of one kraal, for instance, may call a hyena by its ordinary name, those of the next may use the common substitute, while in a third the substitute may also be unlawful, and another term may have to be invented to supply its place. Hence the Zulu language at the present day almost presents the appearance of being a double one. Indeed, for multitudes of things it possesses 3 or 4 synonyms, which, through the blending of tribes, are known all over Zululand. The names of living kings and chiefs may not be pronounced in Madagascar. In Madagascar, a similar custom everywhere prevails, and has resulted, as among the Zulus, in producing certain dialectic differences in the speech of the various tribes. There are no family names in Madagascar, and almost every personal name is drawn from the language of daily life, and signifies some common object or action or quality, such as a bird, a beast, a tree, a plant, a colour, and so on. Now, whenever one of these common words forms a name or part of the name of the chief of the tribe, it becomes sacred and may no longer be used in its ordinary signification as the name of a tree, an insect, or what not. Hence a new name for the object must be invented to replace the one which has been discarded. Often the new name consists of a descriptive epithet or a periphrasis. Thus, when the Princess Rebodo became queen in 1863, she took the name of Rosoherina. Now, Soherina was a word for the silkworm mouth, but having been assumed as the name of the sovereign, it could no longer be applied to the insect, which ever since has been called Zani Dandi, offspring of silk. So again, if a chief had or took the name of an animal, say of the dog Mboa, and was known as Ramboa, the animal would henceforth be called by another name, probably a descriptive one, such as the barker, Famovo, or the driver way, Fandraka, etc. In the western part of Imarina, there was a chief called Andrina Mamba, but Mamba was one of the names of the crocodile, so the chief's subject might not call the reptile by that name, and were always scrupulous to use another. It is easy to conceive what confusion and uncertainty may thus be introduced into a language when it is spoken by many little tribes, each ruled by a petty chief with his own sacred name. Yet there are tribes and people who submit to this tyranny of words, as their fathers did before them from time immemorial. The inconvenient results of the custom are especially marked on the western coast of the island, where, on account of the large number of independent chieftains, the names of things, places, and rivers have suffered so many changes that confusion often arises, but when once common words have been banned by the chiefs, the natives will not acknowledge to have ever known them in their old sense. The names of dead kings and chiefs are also tabooed in Madagascar. But it is not merely the names of living kings and chiefs which are tabooed in Madagascar. Names of dead sovereigns are equally under a ban, at least in some parts of the island. Thus among the Sakalavas, when a king has died, the nobles and people meet in council round the dead body and solemnly choose a new name by which the deceased monarch shall be henceforth known. The new name always begins with Andrian, Lord, and ends with Ariavo, 1000, to signify that the late king ruled over a numerous nation. The body of the name is composed of an epithet or a phrase descriptive of the deceased or of his reign. After the new name has been adopted, the old name by which the king was known during his life becomes sacred and may not be pronounced under pain of death. Further, words in the common language which bear any resemblance to the forbidden name also become sacred and have to be replaced by others. For example, after the death of King Maka, the word Laka, which means a canoe, was abandoned and the word Fionrama substituted for it. When Tayusi died, the word Tayusi, signifying beautiful, was replaced by Senga. For similar reasons, the word and Tetsi, old was changed to Matao, which probably means ripe. The word Vosi, castrated, was dropped and Manapaka, cut, adopted in its place. And the word for island, Nosi, was changed into Furio, which signifies strictly a place where there is rice. Again, when a Sakalava king named Marantotsa died, two words fell into disuse, namely the word Mari and Mer, meaning true, and the word Tuetsa, meaning condition. Persons who uttered these forbidden words were looked on not only as grossly rude, but even as felons. They had committed a capital crime. However, these changes of vocabulary are confined to the district over which the deceased king reigned. In the neighbouring districts, the old words continued to be employed in the old sense. Again, among the Bough, another tribe of Madagascar, the memory of their deceased kings is held in the very highest respect. The names of such kings is considered sacred, too sacred indeed for utterance, and no one is allowed to pronounce it. To such a length is this absurdity carried that the name of any person or thing whatsoever, if it bear a resemblance to the name of a deceased king, is no longer used, but some other designation is given. For instance, there was a king named Andrea Massandro. After his decease, the word Massandro was no longer employed as the name of the son, but Mahenika was substituted for it. An eminent authority on Madagascar has observed a curious fact which has a very marked influence on the Malagasy language, is the custom of no longer pronouncing the name of a dead person, nor even the words which resemble it in their conclusions. The name is replaced by another. King Remitra, since his decease, has been called Mahatenet Tenetrivio, a prince who has conquered 1,000 foes, and a Malagasy who should utter his old name would be regarded as the murderer of the prince, and would therefore be liable to the confiscation of his property, or even to the penalty of death. It is easy according to understand how the Malagasy language, one its origin, has been corrupted, and how it comes about that at the present day there are discrepancies between the various dialects. In Manabe, since the death of King Finani, the word villainy, meaning a pot, has been replaced by feketrahain, cooking vessel, whereas the old word continues in use in the rest of Madagascar. These changes, it is true, hardly take place except for kings and great chiefs. The names of chiefs may not be pronounced in Polynesia. The sanctity attributed to the persons of chiefs in Polynesia naturally extended also to their names, which, on the primitive view, are hardly separable from the personality of their owners. Hence, in Polynesia, we find the same systematic prohibition to utter the names of chiefs or of common words resembling them, which we have already met with in Zululand and Madagascar. Thus, in New Zealand, the name of a chief is held so sacred that, what happens to be a common word, it may not be used in the language, and another has to be found to replace it. For example, a chief to the southward of East Cape bore the name of Maripi, which signified a knife. Hence a new word, nekra, for knife was introduced, and the old one became obsolete. Elsewhere the word for water, wei, had to be changed, because it chanced to be the name of the chief, and would have been desecrated by being applied to the vulgar fluid as well as to his sacred person. This taboo naturally produced a plentiful crop of synonyms in the Maori language, and travellers newly arrived in their country were sometimes puzzled at finding the same things called by quite different names in neighbouring tribes. When a king comes to the throne in Tahiti, any words in the language that resemble his name, in sound, must be changed for others. In former times, if any man was so rash as to disregard this custom and to use of forbidden words, not only he, but all his relations were immediately put to death. On the accession of King Otu, who happened before Vancouver's visit to Tahiti, the proper names of all the chiefs were changed, as well as 40 or 50 of the commonest words in the language, and every native was obliged to adopt the new terms, for any neglect to do so was punished with the greatest severity. When a certain king named Tu came to the throne of Tahiti, the word Tu, which means to stand, was changed to Tia Fetu. A star became Fetia. tui, to strike, was turned into tiai, and so on. Sometimes, as in these instances, the new names were formed by merely changing or dropping some letter or letters of the original word. In other cases, the substituted terms were entirely different words, whether chosen for their similarity of meaning, though not of sound, or adapted from another dialect, or arbitrarily invented. But the changes thus introduced were only temporary. On the death of the king, the new words fell into disuse, and the original ones were revived. Similarly, in Samoa, when the name of a sacred chief was that of an animal or bird, the name of the animal or bird was at once changed for another, and the old one might never again be uttered in the chief's district. For example, a sacred Samoan chief was named Pia, which means flying fox. Hence in his district a flying fox was no longer called a flying fox, but a bird of heaven, Manulangi. The names of the Eleusinian priests might not be uttered. In ancient Greece, the names of the priests and other high officials who had to do with the performances of the Eleusinian mysteries might not be uttered in their lifetime. To pronounce them was a legal offence. The penitent Lucian tells how he fell in with these august personages, handing along to the police court a ribald fellow who had dared to name them, though well he knew that ever since their consecration it was unlawful to do so, because they had become anonymous, having lost their old names and acquired new and sacred titles. From two inscriptions found at Eleusis, it appears that the names of the priests were committed to the depths of the sea. Probably they were engraved on tablets of bronze or lead, which were then thrown into deep water in the Gulf of Salamis. The intention, doubtless, was to keep the names a profound secret, and how could that be done more surely than by sinking them in the sea? What human vision could spy them glimmering far down in the deep depths of the green water? A clearer illustration of the confusion between the incorporeal and the corporeal, between the name and its material embodiment, could hardly be found than in this practice of civilized Greece. The old names of members of the Yue order in Togo may not be uttered. In Togo, a district of West Africa, a secret religious society flourishes under the name of the Yue order. Both men and women are admitted to it. The teaching and practice of the order are lewd and licentious. Murderers and debtors join it for the sake of escaping from justice, for their members are not amenable to the laws. On being initiated, everyone receives a new name, and thenceforth his or her old name may never be mentioned by anybody under penalty of a heavy fine. Should the old name be uttered in a quarrel by an uninitiated person, the aggrieved party, who seems to be oftener a woman than a man, pretends to fall into a frenzy, and in this state rushes into the house of the offender, smashes his pots, destroys the grass roof, and tears down the fence. Then she runs away into the forest, where the simple people believe that she is changed into a leopard. In truth, she slinks by night into the conventional buildings of the order, and is there secretly kept in comfort till the business is settled. At last she is publicly brought back by the society with great pomp, her body smeared with red earth and adorned with an artificial tail in order to make the ignorant think that she has really been turned into a leopard. The utterance of the names of gods and spirits is supposed to disturb the course of nature. When the name is held to be a vital part of the person, it is natural to suppose that the mightier the person, the more potent must be his name. Hence the names of supernatural beings, such as gods and spirits, are commonly believed to be endowed with marvellous virtues, and the mere utterance of them may work wonders and disturb the course of nature. The Warramunga of Central Australia believe in a formidable but mythical snake called the Wollongwa, which lives in a pool. When they speak of it amongst themselves, they designate it by another name, because they say that, were they to call the snake too often by its real name, they would lose control over the creature, and it would come out of the water and eat them all up. For this reason, too, the sacred books of the Mongols, which narrate the miraculous deeds of the divinities, are allowed to be read only in spring or summer, because at other seasons the reading of them would bring on tempests or snow. When Mr. Campbell was travelling with some Bechuanas, he asked them one morning after breakfast to tell him some of their stories. But they informed him that, were they to do so before sunset, the clouds would fall from the heavens upon their heads. The Sulker of New Britain believed in a certain hostile spirit named Kot, to whose wrath they attribute earthquakes, thunder, and lightning. Among the things which provoke his vengeance is a telling of tales and legends by day. Stories should be told only at evening or night. Most of the rites of the Navajo Indians may be celebrated only in winter, when the thunder is silent and the rattlesnakes are hibernating. Were they to tell of their chief gods or narrate the myths of the days of old at any other time, the Indians believed that they would soon be killed by lightning or snake bites. When Dr. Washington Matthews was in New Mexico, he often employed as his guide the informant, a liberal-minded member of the tribe who had lived with Americans and Mexicans and seemed to be free from the superstitions of his fellows. On one occasion, says Dr. Matthews, during the month of August, in the height of the rainy season, I had him in my study conversing with him. In an unguarded moment on his part, I led him into a discussion about the gods of his people, and neither of us had noticed a heavy storm coming over the crest of the Zuni mountains close by. We were just talking of Esanasle, the goddess of the west, when the house was shaken by a terrific peal of thunder. He rose at once, pale and evidently agitated, and whispering hoarsely, "Wait till Christmas, they are angry," he hurried away. I have seen many such evidences of the deep influence of this superstition on them. Among the Iroquois, the rehearsal of tales of wonder formed the chief entertainment at the fireside in winter. But all the summer long, from the time when the trees began to bud in spring till the red leaves of autumn to fall, these marvelous stories were hushed and historical traditions took their place. Other Indian tribes, also, will only tell their mythic tales in winter, when the snow lies like a pall on the ground, and lakes and rivers are covered with sheets of ice. For then the spirits underground cannot hear the stories in which their names are made free with by merry groups gathered round the fire. The Yabims of German New Guinea tell their magical tales especially at the time when the yams have been gathered and are stored in the houses. Such tales are told at evening by the light of the fire to a circle of eager listeners, the narrative being broken from time to time with a song in which the hearers join. The telling of these stories is believed to promote the growth of the crops, hence each tale ends with a wish that there may be many yams, that the taro may be big, the sugar cane thick, and the bananas long. Winter and summer names of the Kwakiutl Indians. Among the Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia, the superstition about names has affected, in a very curious way, the social structure of the tribe. The nobles have two different sets of names, one for use in winter and the other in summer. Their winter names are those which were given them at initiation by their guardian spirits, and as these spirits appear to their devotees only in winter, the names which they bestowed on the Indians may not be pronounced in summer. Conversely, the summer names may not be used in winter. The change from summer to winter names takes place at the moment when the spirits are supposed to be present, and involves a complete transformation of the social system. For whereas during summer the people are grouped in clans, in winter they are grouped in societies, each society consisting of all persons who have been initiated by the same spirit and received from them the same magical powers. Thus among these Indians the fundamental constitution of society changes with the seasons. In summer it is organized on a basis of kin, in winter on a basis of spiritual affinity. For one half of the year it is civil, for the other half religious. Section 5. Names of gods tabooed. Names of gods kept secret. Primitive man creates his gods in his own image. Xenophanes remarked long ago that the complexion of Negro gods was black and their noses flat. The Thracian gods were ruddy and blue-eyed, and that if horses, oxen, and lions only believed in gods and had hands wherewith to betray them, they would doubtless fashion their deities in the form of horses and oxen and lions. Hence, just as the furtive savage conceals his real name because he fears that sorcerers might make an evil use of it, so he fancies that his gods must likewise keep their true names secret, lest other gods, or even men, should learn the mystic sounds, and thus be able to conjure with them. Nowhere was this crude conception of the secrecy and magical virtue of the divine name more firmly held or more fully developed than in ancient Egypt, where the superstitions of a dateless past were embalmed in the hearts of the people hardly less effectually than the bodies of cats and crocodiles and the rest of the divine menagerie in their rock-cut tombs. How Isis discovered the name of Ra, the sun god. The conception is well illustrated by a story which tells how the subtle Isis wormed his secret name from Ra, the great Egyptian god of the sun. Isis, so runs the tale, was a woman mighty in words, and she was weary of the world of men, and yearned after the world of the gods. And she meditated in her heart, saying, "Cannot I, by virtue of the great name of Ra, make myself a goddess, and reign like him in heaven and earth?" For Ra had many names, but the great name which gave him all power over gods and men was known to none but himself. Now the god was by his time grown old. He slobbered at the mouth, and his spittle fell upon the ground. So Isis gathered up the spittle and the earth with it, and kneaded thereof a serpent, and laid it in the path where the great god passed every day to his double kingdom after his heart's desire. And when he came forth according to his wont, attended by all his company of gods, the sacred serpent stung him, and the god opened his mouth and cried, and his cry went up to heaven. And the company of gods cried, "What aileth thee?" And the god shouted, "Lo and behold." But he could not answer. His jaws rattled, his limbs shook, the poison ran through his flesh as the Nile floweth over the land. When the great god had stilled his heart, he cried to his followers, "Come to me, O my children, offspring of my body. I am a prince, the son of a prince, the divine seed of a god. My father devised my name, my father and my mother gave me my name, and it remained hidden in my body since my birth, and no magician might have magic power over me. I went out to behold that which I have made. I walked in the two lands which I have created, and lo, something stung me. What it was, I know not. Was it fire? Was it water? My heart is on fire, my flesh trembleth, all my limbs do quake. Bring me the children of the gods with healing words and understanding lips, whose power reacheth to heaven." Then came to him the children of the gods, and they were very sorrowful. And Isis came with her craft, whose mouth is full of the breath of life, whose spells chase pain away, whose words maketh the dead to live. She said, "What is it, divine Father? What is it?" The holy god opened his mouth, he spake, and said, "I went upon my way. I walked after my heart's desire in the two regions which I have made to behold that which I have created, and lo, a serpent that I saw not stung me. Is it fire? Is it water? I am colder than water, I am hotter than fire. All my limbs sweat, I tremble, mine eye is not steadfast. I behold not the sky, the moisture bedewed my face as in summer time." Then spake Isis, "Tell me thy name, divine Father, for the man shall live who is called by his name." Then answered Ra, "I created the heavens and the earth. I ordered the mountains. I made the great and wide sea. I stretched out the two horizons like a curtain. I am he who opened his eyes, and it is light, and who shutteth them, and it is dark. At his command the Nile riseth, but the gods know not his name. I am Khepera in the morning. I am Ra at noon. I am Tum at eve. But the poison was not taken away from him. It pierced deeper, and the great god could no longer walk. Then said Isis to him, "That was not thy name that thou spakest unto me. O tell it me, that the poison may depart, for he shall live whose name is named." Now the poison burned like fire, it was hotter than the flame of fire. The god said, "I consent that Isis shall search into me, and that my name shall pass from my breast into hers." And the god hid himself from the words, and his place in the ship of eternity was empty. Thus was the name of the great god taken from him, and Isis the witch spake, "Flow away, poison, depart from Ra. It is I, even I, who overcame the poison, and cast it to the earth, for the name of the great god hath been taken away from him. Let Ra live, and let the poison die." Thus spake great Isis, the queen of the gods, she who knows Ra and his true name. The Egyptian wizards have worked enchantments by the names of the gods both in ancient and modern times. Thus we see that the real name of the god, which was his power, was inextricably bound up, was supposed to be lodged, in an almost physical sense, somewhere in his breast, from which it could be extracted by a sort of surgical operation and transferred with all its supernatural powers to the breast of another. In Egypt, attempts like that of Isis to appropriate the power of a high god by possessing himself of his name were not mere legends told by the mythical beings of a remote past. Every Egyptian magician aspired to wield like powers by similar means, for it was believed that he who possessed the true name possessed the very being of god or man, and could force even a deity to obey him as a slave obeys his master. Thus the art of the magician consisted in obtaining from the gods a revelation of their sacred names, and he left no stone unturned to accomplish his end. When once a god in a moment of weakness or forgiveness had imparted to the wizard the wondrous lore, the deity had no choice but to submit humbly to the man or pay the penalty of his contumacy. In one papyrus we find the god Typhon thus adjured, "I invoke thee by thy true names, in virtue of which thou canst not refuse to hear me." And in another, the magician threatens Osiris that if the god does not do his bidding, he will name him aloud in the port of Busiris. So in the Lucan, the Thessalian witch whom Sextus Pompeius consulted before the battle of Pharsalia threatens to call up the Furies by their real names if they will not do her bidding. In modern Egypt, the magician still works his old enchantments by the same ancient means, only the name of the god by which he conjures is different. The man who knows the most great name of God can, we are told, by the mere utterance of it, kill the living, raise the dead, transport himself instantly wherever he pleases, and perform any other miracle. Magical constraint exercised over demons by means of their names in North Africa and China. Similarly, among the Arabs of North Africa at the present day, the power of the name is such that when one knows the proper name, the jinn can scarcely keep answering the call and obeying. They are the servants of the magical names. In this case, the incantation has a constraining quality which is for the most part very strongly marked. When Ibn el-Hajjaj et Tadasani relates how the jinn yielded up their secrets to him, he says, "I once met the 7 kings of the jinn in a cave, and asked them to teach me the way in which they attack men and women, causing them to fall sick, smiting them, paralyzing them, and the like. They all answered me, 'If it were anybody but you, we would teach that to nobody. But you have discovered the bonds, the spells, and the names which compel us. Were it not for the names by which you have constrained us, we would not have answered to your call.'" So too, the Chinese of ancient times were dominated by the notion that beings are intimately associated with their names, so that a man's knowledge of the name of a spectre might enable him to exert power over the latter and to bend it to his will. Divine names used by the Romans to conjure with. The belief in the magic virtue of divine names was shared by the Romans. When they sat down before a city, the priests addressed the guardian deity of the place in a set form of prayer or incantation, inviting him to abandon the beleaguered city and come over to the Romans, who would treat him as well as or better than he had ever been treated in his old home. Hence the name of the guardian deity of Rome was kept a profound secret, lest the enemies of the Republic might lure him away, even as the Romans themselves had induced many gods to desert, like rats, the falling fortunes of cities that had sheltered them in happier days. Nay, the real name, not merely of its guardian deity, but of the city itself, was wrapped in mystery and might never be uttered, not even in the sacred rites. A certain Valerius Soranus, who dared to divulge the priceless secret, was put to death or came to a bad end. In like manner, it seems, the ancient Assyrians were forbidden to mention the mystic names of their cities, and down to modern times, the Cheremists of the Caucasus keep the names of their communal villages secret from motives of superstition. The taboos on names of kings and commoners are alike in origin. If the reader has had the patience to follow this long and perhaps tedious examination of the superstitions attaching to personal names, he will probably agree that the mystery in which the names of royal personages are so often shrouded is no isolated phenomenon, no arbitrary expression of courtly servility and adulation, but merely the particular application of a general law of primitive thought, which includes within its scope common folk and gods as well as kings and priests. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 2, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6, Tabooed Words. Part 4. Section 6. Common Words Tabooed. Common words as well as personal names are often tabooed from superstitious motives. But personal names are not the only words which superstitious fears have banished from everyday use. In many cases, similar motives forbid certain persons at certain times to call common things by common names, thus obliging them either to refrain from mentioning these things altogether or to designate them by special terms or phrases reserved for such occasions. A consideration of these cases follows naturally on examination of the taboos imposed upon personal names, for personal names are themselves very often ordinary terms of the language, so that an embargo laid on them necessarily extends to many expressions current in the commerce of daily life. And though a survey of some of the interdicts on common words is not strictly necessary for our immediate purpose, it may serve usefully to complete our review of the transforming influence which superstition has exercised on language. I shall make no attempt to subject the examples to a searching analysis or rigid classification, but will set them down as they come in a rough geographical order. And since my native land furnishes an apt instance of the superstition as any other, we may start on our round from Scotland. Common words tabooed by Highland fowlers and fishermen. In the Atlantic Ocean, about 6 leagues to the west of Gallen Head in the Lewis, lies a small group of rocky islets, known as the Flannan Islands. Sheep and wild fowl are now their only inhabitants, but remains of what are described as druidical temples, and the title of the Sacred Isles given them by Buchanan suggests that in days gone by, pity or superstition may have found a safe retreat from the turmoil of the world in these remote solitudes, where the dashing of the waves and the strident scream of the sea-birds are almost the only sounds that break the silence. Once a year, in summertime, the inhabitants of the adjacent lands of the Lewis, who have a right to these islands, cross over to them to fleece their sheep and kill the wild fowl for the sake both of their flesh and their feathers. They regard the islands as invested with a certain sanctity, and have been heard to say that none ever yet landed in them, but found himself more disposed to devotion there than anywhere else. Accordingly, the fowlers who go thither are bound, during the whole of the time that they ply their business, to observe very punctiliously certain quaint customs, the transgression of which would be sure, in their opinion, to entail some serious inconvenience. When they have landed and fastened their boat to the side of a rock, they clamber up into the island by a wooden ladder, and no sooner are they got to the top than they all uncover their heads and make a turn sunways round about, thanking God for their safety. On the biggest of the islands are the ruins of a chapel dedicated to St. Flannan. Where the men come within about 20 paces of the altar, they all strip themselves of their upper garments at once, and betake themselves to their devotions, praying thrice before they begin fowling. On the first day, the prayer is offered as they advance towards the chapel on their knees. The second is said as they go round the chapel, and the third is said in or hard by the ruins. They also pray thrice every evening, and account it unlawful to kill a fowl after evening prayers, as also to kill a fowl at any time with a stone. Another ancient custom forbids the crew to carry home in the boat any suet of the sheep they slaughter in the islands, however many they may kill. But what here chiefly concerns us is that so long as they stay on the islands, they are strictly forbidden to use certain common words, and are obliged to substitute others for them. Thus it is absolutely unlawful to call the island of St. Kilda, which lies 30 leagues to the southward, by its proper Gaelic name of Hurt. They must call it only the High Country. They may not so much at once name the islands in which they are fouling by the ordinary name of Flannan. They must speak only of the country. There are several other things that must not be called by their common names, e.g. Visk, which is a language of the natives, signifies water, they call burn. A rock, which in their language is crag, must here be called crui, i.e. hard. Shore, in their language expressed by cladak, must here be called va, i.e. cave. Sour, in their language, is expressed gort, but must here be called gair, i.e. sharp. Slippery, which is expressed bog, must be called soft, and several other things to this purpose. When Highlanders were in a boat at sea, whether sailing or fishing, they were forbidden to call things by the names by which they were known on land. Thus the boat hook should not be called a cronan, but a chiliob, a knife not sgain, but the sharp one, a gair, a seal not ron, but the bald beast, best maul, a fox not sinna, but the red dog, madar rudder, the stone for anchoring the boat not clash, but hardness, cruade. This practice now prevails much more on the east coast than on the west, where it may be said to be generally extinct. It is reported to be carefully observed by the fishermen about the Cromarty Firth. Among the words tabooed by fishermen in the north of Scotland when they are at sea are minister, salmon, hare, rabbit, rat, pig, and porpoise. At the present day, if some of the boats that come to the herring fish at Wick should meet a salmon boat from Ray in Caithness, the herring men will not speak to, nor even look at the salmon fishers. Common words tabooed by Scotch fishermen and others. When the Shetland fishermen are at sea, they employ a nomenclature peculiar to the occasion, and hardly anything may be mentioned by its usual name. The substituted terms are mostly of Norwegian origin, for the Norway men were reported to be good fishers. In setting their lines, the Shetland fishermen are bound to refer to certain objects only by some special words or phrases. Thus a knife is then called a skinny or tully. A church becomes buenhus or banhus. A minister is upstander or hayden or presting golva. The devil is da old child, da sorrow, da ill health, or da black teeth. A cat is cursor, fitting, fengla, or fudin. On the northeast coast of Scotland, there are some villages of which the inhabitants never pronounce certain words and family names when they are at sea. Each village has its peculiar aversion to one or more of these words, among which are minister, kirk, swine, salmon, trout, and dog. When a church has to be referred to, as often happens, since some of the churches serve as landmarks to the fishermen at sea, it is spoken of as the bellows instead of the kirk. A minister is called the man wee, the black goit. It is particularly unlucky to utter the word sow or swine or pig while the line is being baited. If anyone is foolish enough to do so, the line is sure to be lost. In some villages on the coast of Fife, a fisherman who hears the ill-omened word spoken will cry out, "Cold iron." In the village of Bucky, there are some family names, especially Ross, and in a less degree Cole, which no fisherman will pronounce. If one of these names be mentioned in the hearing of a fisherman, he spits it, or, as he calls it, chiffs. Anyone who bears the dreaded name is called a chifferoot, and is referred to only by a circumlocution such as the man it is so and so, or the land it lives at such and such a place. During the herring season, men who are unlucky enough to inherit the tabooed names have little chance of being hired in the fishing boats, and sometimes, if they have been hired before their names are known, they have been refused their wages at the end of the season, because the boat in which they sailed has not been successful, and the bad luck was set down to their presence in it. Although in Scotland superstitions of this kind appear to be specially incident to the callings of fishermen and fowlers, other occupations are not exempt from them. Thus, in the Outer Hebrides, the fire of a kiln is not called fire, teen, but eingel. Such a fire, it is said, is a dangerous thing and ought not to be referred to except by a euphemism. Evil be to him who called it fire, or who named fire in the kiln. It was considered the next thing to setting it on fire. Again, in some districts of Scotland, a brewer would have resented the use of the word water in referring to the walk in which he was engaged. Water be your part of it, was a common retort. It was supposed that the use of the word would spoil the brewing. The Highlanders say that when you meet a hobgoblin, and the Fade asks what is the name of your dirk, you should not call it a dirk, boydag, but my father's sister, Puithar Mathar, or my grandmother's sister, Puithar Mo Shenamhar, or by some similar title. If you do not observe this precaution, the goblin will blaze such an enchantment on the blade that you will be unable to stab him with it. The dirk will merely make a tinkling noise against the soft, impalpable body of the fiend. Common words, especially the names of dangerous animals, tabooed in various parts of Europe. Manx fishermen think it unlucky to mention a horse or a mouse on board a fishing boat. The fishermen of Dieppe, on board their boats, will not speak of several things, for instance, priests and cats. German huntsmen, from motives of superstition, call everything by names different from those in common use. In some parts of Bavaria, the farmer will not mention a fox by its proper name, lest his poultry yard should suffer from the ravages of the animal. So instead of fuchs, he calls the beast loen, henneloen, henneding, or hennebau. In Prussia and Lithuania, they say that in the month of December you should not call a wolf, but the vermin, das Gewürm, otherwise you will be torn in pieces by the werewolves. In various parts of Germany, it is a rule that certain animals may not be mentioned by their proper names in the mystic sense between Christmas and Twelfth Night. Thus in Thüringen, they say that if you would be spared by the wolves, you must not mention their name at this time. In Mecklenburg, people think that were they to name a wolf on one of those days, the animal would appear. A shepherd would rather mention the devil than the wolf at this season, and we read of a farmer who had a bailiff named Wolf, but did not dare to call the man by his name between Christmas and Twelfth Night, referring to him instead as Herr Undirt, Mr. Monster. In Quetzau, a village of Mecklenburg, there are many animals whose common names are disused at this season and replaced by others. Thus a fox is called Longtail, and a mouse Legrunner, Bionlopper. Any person who disregards a custom has to pay a fine. In the Mark of Brandenburg, they say that between Christmas and Twelfth Night you should not speak of mice, but as Dinger, otherwise the field mice would multiply excessively. According to the Swedish popular belief, there are certain animals which should never be spoken of by their proper names, but must always be signified by euphemisms and kind allusions to their character. Thus, if you speak slightly of the cat or beat her, you must be sure not to mention her name, for she belongs to the hellish crew, and is a friend of the mountain troll whom she often visits. Great caution is also needed in talking with the cuckoo, the owl, and the magpie, for they are birds of witchery. The fox must be called Bluefoot, or he that goes in the forest, and rats are the long-bodied mice, the small grey, and the seal Brother Lars. Swedish herd girls again believe that if the wolf and the bear be called by other than their proper and legitimate names, they will not attack the herd. Hence they give these birds names which they fancy will not hurt their feelings. The number of enduring appellations lavished by them on the wolf is legion. They call him Golden Tooth, the Silent One, Grey Legs, and so on. while the bear is referred to by the respective titles of the Old Man, Grandfather, 12 Men's Strength, Golden Feet, and more of the same sort. Even inanimate things are not always to be called by their usual names. For instance, fire is sometimes to be called heat, heta, not eld or el. Water for brewing must be called lag or leo, not vatten, else the beer will not turn out so well. The Huzuls of the Carpathians, a pastoral people who dread the ravages of wild beasts on their flocks and herds, are unwilling to mention the bear by his proper name, so they call him respectfully the little uncle or the big one. In like manner, and for similar reasons, they name the wolf the little one, and the serpent the long one. They may not say that wool is scalded, or in the heat of summer the sheep would rub themselves till their sides were raw, so they merely say that the wool is warmed. The Lapps fear to call the bear by his true name, lest he should ravage their herds, so they speak of him as the old man with a coat of skin, and in cooking his flesh to furnish a meal, they may not refer to the work they are engaged in as cooking, but must designate it by a special term. The Finns speak of the bear as the apple of the wood, beautiful honey paw, the pride of the thicket, the old man, and so on. And in general, a Finnish hunter thinks that he will have poor sport if he calls animals by their real names. The beasts resent it. The fox and the hare are only spoken of as game, and the lynx is termed the forest cat, lest it should devour the sheep. Estonian peasants are very loath to mention wild beasts by their proper names, for they believe that the creatures will not do so much harm if only they are called by other names than their own. Hence they speak of the bear as Broadfoot and the wolf as Greycoat. The names of various animals tabooed in Siberia, Kamchatka, and America. The natives of Siberia are unwilling to call a bear. They speak of him as the little old man, the master of the forest, the sage, the respected one. Some who are more familiar style him my cousin. The Kamchatkans reverence the whale, the bear, and the wolf from fear, and never mention their names when they meet them, believing that they understand human speech. Further, they think that mice also understand the Kamchatkan language. So in autumn, when they rob the field mice of the bulbs which these little creatures have laid up in their burrows as a store against winter, they call everything by names different from the ordinary ones, lest the mice should know what they were saying. Moreover, they leave odds and ends, such as old rags, broken needles, cedar nuts, and so forth in the burrows, to make the mice think that the transaction has been not a robbery but a fair exchange. If they did not do that, they fancy that the mice would go and drown or hang themselves out of pure vexation. And then what would the Kamchatkans do without the mice to gather the bulbs for them? They also speak kindly to the animals, and beg them not to take it ill, explaining that what they do is done out of pure friendship. The Cherokee Indians regard the rattlesnake as a superior being, and take great pains not to offend him. They never say that a man has been bitten by a snake, but that he has been scratched by a briar. In like manner, when an eagle has been shot for a ceremonial dance, it is announced that a snowbird has been killed. The purpose is to deceive the spirits of rattlesnakes or eagles which might be listening. The Eskimos of Bering Strait think that some animals can hear and understand what is said of them at a distance. Hence, when a hunter is going out to kill bears, he will speak of them with the greatest respect and give out that he is going to hunt some other beast. Thus the bears will be deceived and taken unawares. Among the Eskimos of Baffin Land, women in mourning may not mention the names of any animals. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, children may not name the coyote or prairie wolf in winter, lest he should turn on his back and so bring cold weather. Names of animals and things tabooed by the Arabs, Africans, and Malagasy. The Arabs call a man who has been bitten by a snake the sound one. Leprosy, or the scab they designate the blessed disease. The left side they name the lucky side. They will not speak of a lion by his right name, but refer to him as, for example, the fox. In Africa, the lion is alluded to with the same ceremonious respect as the wolf and the bear in northern Europe and Asia. The Arabs of Algeria, who hunt the lion, speak of him as Mr. John Johnson, Johan Ben El Johan, because he has the noblest qualities of man and understands all languages. Hence, too, the first huntsman to catch sight of the beast points at him with his finger and says, "He is not there." For if he were to say, "He is there," the lion would eat him up. Except under dire necessity, the Waziguas of Eastern Africa never mention the names of the lion from fear of attracting him. They call him the owner of the land, or the great beast. The Negroes of Angola always use the word Nagana, sir, in speaking of the same noble animal, because they think that he is fetish, and will not fail to punish them for disrespect if they admitted to do so. Bushmen and Bechuanas both deem it unlucky to speak of the lion by his proper name. The Bechuanas call him the boy with the beard. During an epidemic of smallpox in Mombasa, British East Africa, it was noted that the people were unwilling to mention the native name Ndui of the disease. They refer to it either as grains of corn, tete, or simply as the bad disease. So the Chinese of Amoy are averse to speak of fever by its proper name. They prefer to call it beggar's disease, hoping thereby to make the demons of fever imagine that they despise it, and that therefore it would be useless to attack them. Some of the natives of Nigeria dread the owl as a bird of ill omen, and are loath to mention its name, preferring to speak of it by means of a circumlocution, such as the bird that makes one afraid. The Herero think that if they see a snake and call it by its name, the reptile will sting them, but that if they call it a strap, or milvia, it will lie still. When Nandi warriors are out on an expedition, they may not call a knife, chepskuet. They must call it an arrow for bleeding cattle, longet, and none of the party may utter the usual word employed in greeting males. In Madagascar there seems to be an aversion to pronouncing the word for lightning, varatra. The word for mud, fotaka, is sometimes substituted for it. Again, it is strictly forbidden to mention the word for crocodile, mamba, near some rivers of Madagascar, and as clothes should be wetted in certain other rivers of the island, you may not say that they were wet. Lena, you must say that they are on fire. May, whether they are drinking water. Mesotro Rano. A certain spirit who used to inhabit the lake in Madagascar entertained a rooted aversion to salts, so that wherever the thing was carried past the lake in which he resided, it had to be called by another name, or it would all have been dissolved and lost. The persons whom he inspired had to veil their references to the obnoxious article under the disguise of sweet peppers. In a West African story, we read of a man who was told that he would die if ever the word for salt was pronounced in his hearing. The fatal word was pronounced, and die he did sure enough, but he soon came to life again with the help of a magical wooden pestle, of which he was a lucky possessor. Names of animals, especially the snake and the tiger, tabooed in India. In India, the animals whose names are most commonly tabooed are the snake and the tiger, but the same tribute of respect is paid to other beasts also. Sayyids and Mussulmans of high rank in northern India say that you should never call a snake by its proper name, but always describe it either as a tiger, sher, or a string, rasi. In Telangana, the euphemistic name for a snake, which should always be employed, is worm or insect, purugu. If you call a cobra by its proper name, the creature will haunt you for 7 years and bite you at the first opportunity. Ignorant Bengali women will not mention a snake or a thief by their proper names at night, for fear that one or other might appear. When they have to allude to a serpent, they call it the creeping thing. When they speak of a thief, they say the unwelcome visitor. Other euphemisms for the snake in northern India are maternal uncle and rope. They say that if a snake bites you, you should not mention its name, but merely observe, "A rope has touched me." Natives of Travancore are careful not to speak disrespectfully of serpents. A cobra is called the Good Lord, Nala Tembaran, or the Good Snake, Nala Pambu. While the Malayites of the Chervere Hills are hunting the tiger, they speak of the beast only as the dog. The Kanaris of southern India call the tiger either the dog or the jackal. They think that if they call him by his proper name, he would be sure to carry off one of them. The jungle people of northern India, who meet the tiger in his native haunts, will not pronounce his name, but speak of him as the jackal, Gidar, or the beast, Janwar, or use some other euphemistic term. In some places they treat the wolf and the bear in the same fashion. The Pangas of South Mirzapur would not name the tiger, bear, camel or donkey by their proper names. The camel they called Long Neck. Other tribes of the same district only scribble to mention certain animals in the morning. Thus the Karwars, a Dravidian tribe, would not name a pig, squirrel, hare, jackal, bear, monkey or donkey in the morning hours. If they have to allude to these animals at that time, they call them by special names. For instance, they call the hare the four-footed one, or he that hides in the rocks, while they speak of the bear as Jigariya, which being interpreted means he with the liver of compassion. If the Bouillards are absolutely obliged to refer to a monkey or a bear in the morning, they speak of the monkey as a tree climber, and the bear as the eater of white ants. They would not mention a crocodile. Among the Pataras, the matutinal title of the bear is a hairy creature. The Kols, a Dravidian race of northern India, would not speak of death or beasts of prey by their proper names in the morning. Their name for the tiger at that time of the day is he with the claws, and for the elephant, he with the teeth. The forests of the Sundarbans, the district at the mouth of the Ganges, are full of man-eating tigers, and the annual loss of life among the woodcutters is heavy. Here accordingly, the ferocious animal is not called a tiger, but a jackal. Sial. Names of animals and things tabooed in Indochina. In Annam, the fear inspired by tigers, elephants, and other wild animals induces the people to address these creatures with a great respect as lord or grandfather, lest the beasts should take umbrage and attack them. The tiger reigns supreme in the forests of Tonquin and Cochin China, and the peasants honour him as a maleficent deity. In talking of him, they always call him On, which means Monsieur or grandfather. They are convinced that if they dared to speak of him disrespectfully, he would avenge the insult. In Siam, there are many people who would never venture to utter the words tiger or crocodile in a spot where these terrible creatures might be in hiding, lest the sound of their names should attract the attention of the beasts towards the speaker. When the Malays of Patani Bay in Siam are in the jungle and think there is a tiger near, they will either speak of him in complimentary terms as a grandfather of the woods, or only mention him in a whisper. In Laos, while a man is out hunting elephants, he is obliged to give conventional names to all common objects, which creates a sort of special language for elephant hunters. So when the Chams and Orangay of Indochina are searching for the precious eagle wood in the forest, they must employ an artificial jargon to designate most objects of everyday life. Thus, for example, fire is called the red, a she-goat becomes a spider, and so on. Some of the terms which compose the jargon are borrowed from the dialects of neighbouring tribes. When the Mentras or Aborigines of Malacca are searching for what they call Gaharu, Ligmum alots, they are obliged to use a special language avoiding the words in ordinary use. At such times they call Gaharu by the name of Tabak, and they speak of a snake as the long animal and of the elephant as a great animal. They have also to observe a number of other taboos, particularly in the matter of diet. If a man is found a promising Gaharu tree, and on going home dreams that the guardian spirit of the tree, Hantu Gaharu, demands a human victim as a price of his property, the dreamer will try next day to catch somebody asleep and to smear his forehead with lime. There is a sign to the guardian spirit of the tree, who accordingly carries away the soul of the sleeper to the land of the dead by means of a fever or other ailment, whereas the original dreamer gets a good supply of aloes wood. Special language used by East Indian searchers for camphor. At certain seasons of the year, parties of Jacuns and Binois go out to seek for camphor in luxuriant forests of their native country, which is a narrow southern extremity of the Malay Peninsula, the land's end of Asia. They are absent for 3 or 4 months together, and during the whole of this time, the use of the ordinary Malay language is forbidden to them, and they have to speak a special language called by them the Bahasa Campur, camphor language, or Pantang Kapur. Indeed, not only have the searchers to employ this particular language, but even the men and women who stay at home in the villages are obliged to speak it while the others are away looking for the camphor. They believe that a spirit presides over the camphor trees, and that without propitiating him they could not obtain the precious gum. The shrill cry of a species of cicada, heard at night, is supposed to be the voice of the spirit. If they fail to employ the camphor language, they think that they would have great difficulty in finding the camphor trees, and even when they did find them, the camphor would not yield itself up to the collector. The camphor language consists in great part of words which are either Malayan or of Malay origin, but it also contains many words which are not Malayan, but are presumed to be remains of the original Jacun dialects, now almost extinct in these districts. The words derived from Malayan are formed in many cases by merely substituting a descriptive phrase for the common term. Thus, instead of rice they say grassroot, instead of gun they say far-sounding. The epithet short-legged is substituted for hog. Here is referred to as thieves, and so on. So when the Batas or Bataks of Sumatra have gone out to search for camphor, they must abandon the speech of daily life as soon as they reach the camphor forest. For example, if they wish to speak of the forest, they may not use the ordinary word for it, hoatan, but must call it Keringatetong. When they have fixed on a spot in which they try their luck, they set up a booth and clear a space in front of it to serve as a place of sacrifice. Here, after summoning the camphor spirit, Beroni Campuer, by playing on a flute, they offer sacrifice to him repeatedly. Then they lie down to dream of the place where camphor is to be found. If this succeeds, the leader goes and chooses the tree. When it has been cut down to the accompaniment of certain spells or incantations, one of the men runs and wraps the top of the fallen tree in a garment to prevent the camphor from escaping from the trunk before they have secured it. Then the tree is cleft and split up in the search for the camphor crystals, which are to be found in the fibres of the wood. Similarly, when the Kayans of Borneo are searching for camphor, they talk a language invented solely for their use at this time. The camphor itself is never mentioned by its proper name, but is always referred to as a thing that smells, and all the tools employed in collecting the drug receive fanciful names. Unless they conform to this rule, they suppose that the camphor crystals, which are found only in the crevices of the wood, will elude them. The Melano tribes of Borneo observe the same custom very strictly, believing that the crystals would immediately dissolve if they spoke anything but the camphor language. For example, the common Melano word for return is muli, but in presence of a camphor tree they say beteku. Again, to hide is pelem in the Melano language, but when they are looking for camphor they say krian. In like manner, all common names for implements and food are exchanged for others. In some tribes, the camphor seekers may never mention the names of chiefs and influential men. If they broke this rule, they would find no camphor in the trees. Special language used by Malay miners. In the western states of the Malay Peninsula, the chief industry is tin mining, and odd ideas prevail among the natives as to the nature and properties of the ore. They are regarded as alive and growing, sometimes in the shape of a buffalo, which makes its way from place to place underground. Ore of inferior quality is excused on the score of its tender years. It will no doubt improve as it grows older. Not only is the tin believed to be under the protection and command of certain spirits, who must be propitiated, but it is even supposed to have its own special likes and dislikes for certain persons and things. Hence the Malays deem it advisable to treat tin ore with respect, to consult its convenience, nay, to conduct the business of mining in such a way that the ore may, as it were, be extracted without its own knowledge. When such are their ideas about the mineral, it is no wonder that the miners scruple to employ certain words in the mines, and replace them by others which are less likely to give offence to the ore or its guardian spirits. Thus, for example, the elephant must not be called an elephant, but the tall one who turned himself about. And in like manner, special words, different from those in common use, are employed by the miners to designate the cat, the buffalo, the snake, the centipede, tin sand, metallic tin, and lemons. Lemons are particularly distasteful to the spirits. They may not be brought into the mines. Special language used by Malay fowlers. Again, the Malay wizard, who is engaged in snaring pigeons with the help of a decoy bird and a calling tube, must on no account call things by their common names. The tiny conical hut in which he sits waiting for the wild pigeons to come fluttering about him goes by the high-sounding name of the Magic Prince, perhaps with a delicate allusion to its noble inmate. The calling tube is known as Prince Distraction, doubtless on account of the extraordinary fascination it exercises on the birds. The decoy pigeon receives the name of the squatting princess, and the rod with a noose at the end of it, which serves to catch the unwary birds, is disguised under the title of Prince Invitation. Everything, in fact, is on a pricey scale, so far at least as words can make it so. The very nooses destined to be slipped over the necks or legs of the little struggling prisoners are dignified by the title of King Solomon's necklaces and armlets, and the trap into which the birds are invited to walk is variously described as King Solomon's audience chamber, or a palace tower, or an ivory hall carpeted with silver and railed with amalgam. What pigeon could resist these manifold attractions, especially when it is addressed by the respectful title of Princess Kapoor, or Princess Sarab, or Princess Pudding? Special language used by Malay fishermen. Again, the fisher folk on the east coast of the Malay Peninsula, like their brethren in Scotland, are reluctant to mention the names of birds or beasts while they are at sea. All animals then go by the names of chewe, a meaningless word which is believed not to be understood by the creatures to whom it refers. Particular kinds of animals are distinguished by appropriate epithets. The pig is the grunting chewe. The buffalo is the chewe that says uak. The snipe is the chewe that cries kek kek, and so on. In this respect, the fishermen of Patani Bay class together sea spirits, Buddhist monks, beasts, and reptiles. These are all chewe, and their common names may not be mentioned at sea. But curiously enough, they lay no such embargo on the names of fish and birds, except the vulture and domestic fowls and ducks. At sea, the vulture is named Baldhead, the tiger Striped, the snake Weaver's Sword, the horse Fast, and a species of monkey Longtail. The human foot is called Tortoise, and a Buddhist monk Yellow, on account of the colour of his robe. These Malay fishermen are at least as unwilling to speak of a Buddhist monk at sea as Scotch fishermen are to mention a minister in similar circumstances. If one of them mentions a monk, his mates will fall on him and beat him, whereas the other slips of the tongue, they think it enough to throw a little bilge water over the back of the transgressor, and to say, "May the ill luck be dismissed." The use of this special language is even more obligatory by night than by day. On shore, the fishermen make very merry over these lubberly landsmen who cannot talk correctly at sea. In like manner, Achinese fishermen in northern Sumatra employ a special vocabulary when they are at sea. Thus they may not call a mountain, or mountain-high billows would swamp the boat. They refer to it as high ground. They may not speak of an elephant by its proper name, of Gadja, but must call it Pomera. If a man wishes to say that something is clear, he must not use the ordinary word for clear, ilhiwa, because it bears the meaning also of free, loose, and the utterance of such a word might enable the fish to get free from the net and escape. Instead of ilua, he must therefore employ the less dangerous synonym, lianga. In like manner, we are told, among the fishermen of the north coast of Java, Whole lists of words might be compiled which are tabooed at sea and must be replaced by others. Names of things and animals tabooed in Sumatra, Nias and Java. In Sumatra, the spirits of the gold mines are treated with as much deference as the spirits of the tin mines in the Malay Peninsula. Tin, ivory, and the like may not be brought by the miners to the scene of their operations, for at the scent of such things the spirit of the mine would cause the gold to vanish. For the same reason it is forbidden to refer to certain things by their proper names, and in speaking of them the miners must use other words. In some cases, for example, in removing the grains of the gold, a deep silence must be observed. No commands may be given or questions asked, probably because the removal of the precious metal is regarded as a theft which the spirits would punish if they caught the thieves in the act. Certainly the Dyaks believe that gold has a soul which seeks to avenge itself on men who dig the precious metal. But the angry spirit is powerless to harm miners who observe certain precautions, such as never to bathe in a river with their faces turned upstream, never to sit with their legs dangling, and never to tie up their hair. Again, a Sumatran who fancies that there is a tiger or a crocodile in his neighbourhood will speak of the animal by the honourable title of grandfather, for the purpose of propitiating the creature. In the forest, a Karo Batak refers to a tiger as grandfather to whom the wood belongs, he with the striped coat, or the roving trap. Among the Gayos of Sumatra it is forbidden to mention the name of smallpox in the house of a man who is suffering from the disease, and the words for ugly, red, stinking, unlucky, and so forth are forbidden under the same circumstances. The disease is referred to under the title of Prince of the Averters of Misfortune. So long as the hunting season lasts, the natives of Nias may not name the eye, the hammer, stones, and in some places the sun by their true names. No smith may ply his trade in the village, and no person may go from one village to another to have smith's works done for him. All this, with the exception of the rule about not naming the eye and the sun, is done to prevent the dogs from growing stiff, and so losing the power of running down the game. During the rice harvest in Nias, the reapers seldom speak to each other, and when they do so, it is only in whispers. Outside the field they must speak of everything by names, different from those in common use, which gives rise to a special dialect or jargon known as field speech. It has been observed that some of the words in this jargon resemble words in the language of the Batas of Sumatra. While these rice reapers of Nias are at work, they may not address each other by their names. They must use only such general terms as man, woman, girl, old man, and old woman. The word for fire may not pass their lips. Instead of it, they must use the word for cold. Other words tabooed to them during the harvest are the words for smoke and stone. If a reaper wishes to ask another for his whetstone to sharpen his knife, he must speak of it as a fowl's egg. In Java, when people suspect that a tiger or crocodile is near, they avoid the use of the proper name of the beast and refer to him as the old lord or grandfather. Similarly, men who are watching a plantation to protect it from wild boars speak of these animals as handsome men, wang bagus. When after harvest, the unhusked rice is to be brought into the barn. The barn is not called a barn but the dark storehouse. Serious epidemics may not be mentioned by their true names. Thus smallpox is called the pretty girl, Lara Bagus. The Javanese are particularly careful to eschew certain common words at evening or night. Thus the snake is then called a tree root. The venomous centipede is referred to as a red ant. Oil is spoken of as water, and so forth. And when leaves and herbs are being gathered for use in medicine, they are regularly designated by other than their ordinary names. Names of things and animals tabooed in Celebes. The alfours or torages of Poso in Celebes are forbidden by custom to speak the ordinary language when they are at work in the harvest field. At such times they employ a secret language which is said to agree with the ordinary one only in this, that in it some things are designated by words usually applied in a different sense or by descriptive phrases or circumlocutions. Thus instead of run they say limp, instead of hand they say that with which one reaches, Instead of foot, they say that with which one limps. And instead of ear, they say that with which one hears. Again, in the field speech, to drink becomes to thrust forward the mouth. To pass by is expressed by to nod with the head. A gun is a fire producer, and wood is that which is carried on the shoulder. The writer who reports the custom was formerly of opinion that this secret language was designed to avoid attracting the attention of evil spirits to the ripe rice. But further inquiry has satisfied him that the real reason for adopting it is a wish not to frighten the soul of the rice by revealing to it the alarming truth that it is about to be cut, carried home, boiled, and eaten. It is just the words referring to these actions, he tells us, which are especially tabooed and replaced by others. Beginning with the rule of avoiding a certain number of common words, the custom has grown among people of the Malay stock till it has produced a complete language for use in the fields. In Minahasa, also, this secret field speech consists in part of phrases or circumlocutions, of which many are said to be very poetical. But it is not only on the harvest field that the Toraja resorts to the use of a secret language from superstitious motives. In the great primeval forest he feels ill at ease, for well he knows the choleric temper of the spirits who inhabit the giant trees of the wood, and that were he to excite their wrath, they would assuredly pay him out in one way or another. It might be by carrying off his soul and so making him ill, it might be by crushing him flat under a falling tree. These touchy beings particularly dislike to hear certain words pronounced, and accordingly on his way through the forest the Toraja takes care to avoid the offensive terms and to substitute others for them. Thus he will not call a dog, but refers to it as the hairy one. A buffalo is spoken of as thick-hide. A cooking pot becomes that which is set down. The hair of the head is alluded to as betel. Goats and pigs are the folk under the house. A horse is long-nose, and deer are denizens of the fell. If he is rash or careless enough to utter a forbidden word in the forest, a short-tempered tree spirit will fetch him such a bang on the head that the blood will spout from his nose and mouth. Again, when the weather is fine, and Toraja wishes it to continue so, he is careful not to utter the word rain, for if he did so the rain would fancy he was calling for and would obligingly present himself. Indeed, in the district of Pakimbia, which is frequently visited by heavy storms, the word rain may not be mentioned throughout the year, lest it should provoke a tempest. The unmentionable thing is there delicately alluded to as tree blossoms. Common words tabooed by East Indian mariners at sea. When a Bougainese or Macassar man is at sea, and sailing past a place which he believes to be haunted by evil spirits, he keeps it quiet as he can. But if he is obliged to speak, he designates common things and actions, such as water, wind, fire, cooking, eating, the rice pot, and so forth, by peculiar terms which are neither Bougainese or Macassar, and therefore cannot be understood by the evil spirits whose knowledge of languages is limited to those two tongues. However, according to another and later account given by the same authority, it appears that many of the substituted terms are merely figurative expressions or descriptive phrases borrowed from the ordinary language. Thus the word for water is replaced by a rare word meaning rain. A rice pot is called a black man. Boiled rice is one who is eaten. A fish is a tree leaf. A fowl is one who lives in a poultry hatch. And an ape is a tree dweller. Natives of the island of Salier, which lies off the south coast of Celebes, would not mention the name of their island when they are making a certain sea passage, and in sailing they will never speak of a fair wind by its proper name. The reason in both cases is a fear of disturbing the evil spirits. When natives of the Sapudi archipelago to the northeast of Java are at sea, they will never say that they are near the island of Sapudi, for if they did so they would be carried away from it by a headwind or by some other mishap. When the Gallery sailors are crossing over to a land that is some way off, say 1 or 2 days' sail, they do not remark on any vessels that may heave in sight or any birds that may fly past, for they believe that were they to do so, they would be driven out of their course and not reach the land they are making for. Moreover, they may not mention their own ship or any part of it. If they have to speak of the bow, for example, they say the beak of the bird. Starboard is named sword, and larboard shield. The inhabitants of Ternate and of the Sangi Islands deem it very dangerous to point at distant objects or to name them while they are at sea. Once while sailing with a crew of Ternate men, a European asked one of them the name of certain small islands which they had passed. The man had been talkative before, but the question reduced him to silence. "Sir," he said, "that is a great taboo. If I told you we should at once have wind and tide against us, and perhaps suffer a great calamity. As soon as we came to anchor, I will tell you the name of the islands." The Sangi Islanders have, besides the ordinary language, an ancient one which is only partially understood by some of the people. This old language is often used by them at sea, as well as in popular songs and certain heathen rites. The reason for resorting to it on shipboard is to hinder the evil spirits from overhearing and so frustrating the plans of the voyagers. The New Fours of Dutch New Guinea believe that if they were to mention the name of an island, to which a bow of their vessel was pointing, they would be met by storm, rain, or mist, which would drive them from their course. Common words tabooed in Sunda, Borneo, and the Philippines. In some parts of Sunda, it is taboo or forbidden to call a goat. It must be called a deer under the house. A tiger may not be spoken of as a tiger. He must be referred to as the supple one, the one there, the honourable, the whiskered one, and so on. Neither a wild boar nor a mouse may be mentioned by its proper name. A boar must be called the beautiful one, masculine, and the mouse, the beautiful one, feminine. When the people are asked what should be the consequence of breaking a taboo, they generally say that the person or thing would suffer for it, either by meeting with a mishap or by falling ill. But some say they do not so much fear a misfortune as experience an indefinite feeling, half fear, half reverence, towards an institution of their forefathers. Others can assign no reason for observing the taboos and cut inquiry short by saying that it is so because it is so. The Kenyans of Borneo are about to poison the fish of a section of the river with a tupa root. They always speak of the matter as little as possible and use the most indirect and fanciful modes of expression. Thus they will say, "There are many leaves fallen here," meaning that there are many fish in the river, and they will not breathe the name of the tupa root. If they must refer to it, they call it pakat abong, where abong is the name of a strong-smelling root, something like tuba, and pakat means to agree upon, so that pakat abong signifies what we have agreed to call abong. This concealment of the truth deceives all the bats, birds, and insects which might otherwise overhear and talk with the men and inform the fish of the deep-laden plot against them. These Kenyans also fear the crocodile and do not like to mention it by name, especially if one be in sight. They refer to the beast as the old grandfather. When smallpox invades a village of the Sakarain Diaks in Borneo, the people desert the place and take refuge in the jungle. In the daytime they do not dare to stir or to speak above a whisper, lest the spirit should see or hear them. They do not call the smallpox by its proper name, but speak of it as jungle leaves, or fruit, or the chief, and ask the sufferer, "Has he left you?" And the question is put in a whisper, lest the spirit should hear. Natives of the Philippines were formerly prohibited from speaking of the chase in the house of a fisherman, and from speaking of fishing in the house of a hunter. Journeying by land, they might not talk of marine matters, and sailing on the sea, they might not talk of terrestrial matters. The avoidance of common words seems to be based on a fear of spirits and a wish to deceive them or elude their notice. When we survey the instances of this superstition, which have now been enumerated, we can hardly fail to be struck by the number of cases in which a fear of spirits, or of other beings regarded spiritual and intelligent, is assigned as a reason for abstaining in certain circumstances from the use of certain words. The speaker imagines himself to be overheard and understood by spirits or animals, or other beings whom his fancy endows with human intelligence, and hence he avoids certain words and substitutes others in their stead. either from a desire to soothe and propitiate these beings by speaking well of them, or from a dread that they may understand his speech and know what he is about when he happens to be engaged in that which, if they knew of it, would excite their anger or their fear. Hence the substituted terms fall into two classes according as they are complementary or enigmatic, and these expressions are employed, according to circumstances, for different and even opposite reasons. The complementary because they will be understood and appreciated, and the enigmatic because they will not. We can now see why a person's engaged in occupations like fishing, fowling, hunting, mining, reaping, and sailing the sea should abstain from the use of the common language and veil their meaning in strange words and dark phrases. For they have this in common, that all of them are encroaching on the domain of the elemental beings, the creatures who, whether visible or invisible, whether clothed in fur or scales or feathers, when manifesting themselves in tree or stone or running stream or breaking wave or hovering unseen in the air, may be thought to have the first right to those regions of earth and sea and sky into which man intrudes only to plunder and destroy. Thus deeply imbued with a sense of the all-pervading life and intelligence of nature, man at a certain stage of his intellectual development cannot but be visited with fear or compunction, whether he is killing wild fowl among the stormy Hebrides or snaring doves in the sultry thickets of the Malay Peninsula, whether he is hunting the bear in Lapland snows or the tiger in Indian jungles, or hauling in the dripping net laden with silver herring on the coast of Scotland, whether he is searching for the camphor crystals in the shade of the tropical forest, or extracting the red gold from the darksome mine, or laying low with the sweep of his sickle the yellow ears on the harvest field. In all these, his depredations on nature, man's first endeavour apparently is by quietness and silence, to escape the notice of the beings whom he dreads. But if he cannot be, he puts the best face he can on the matter by dissembling his foul designs under a fair exterior, by flattering the creatures whom he proposes to betray, and by so guarding his lips that, though his dark ambiguous words are understood well enough by his fellows, they are wholly unintelligible to his victims. Common words avoided by hunters and fowlers in order to deceive the beasts and birds. He pretends to be what he is not, and to be doing something quite different from the real business in hand. He is not, for example, a fowler catching pigeons in the forest. He is a magic prince, or King Solomon himself, inviting fair princesses into his palace, tower, or ivory hall. Such childish pretences suffice to cheat the guileless creatures whom the savage intends to rob or kill. Perhaps even they impose to some extent upon himself, for we can hardly dissever them wholly from those forms of sympathetic magic in which primitive man seeks to effect his purpose by imitating the thing he desires to produce, or even by assimilating himself to it. It is hard indeed for us to realize the mental state of the Malay wizard masquerading before wild pigeons in the character of King Solomon, yet perhaps the make-believe of children, and of the stage, where we see the players daily forgetting their real selves in the passionate impersonation of the shadowy realm of fancy, may afford us some glimpse into the workings of that instinct of imitation or mimicry which is deeply implanted in the constitution of the human mind. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 2, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7. Our Debt to the Savage. General Conclusion. Human gods, on whom the welfare of the community is believed to depend, are obliged to observe many rules to ensure their own safety and that of their people. It would be easy to extend the list of royal and priestly taboos, but the instances collected in the preceding pages may suffice as specimens. To conclude this part of our subject, it only remains to state summarily the general conclusions to which our inquiries have thus far conducted us. We have seen that in savage or barbarous society, there are often found men to whom the superstition of their fellows ascribes a controlling influence over the general course of nature. Such men are accordingly adorned and treated as gods. Whether these human divinities also hold temporal sway over the lives and fortunes of their adorers, or whether their functions are purely spiritual and supernatural, in other words, whether they are kings as well as gods, or only the latter, is a distinction which hardly concerns us here. Their supposed divinity is the essential fact with which we have to deal. In virtue of it, they are a pledge and guarantee to their worshippers of the continuance and orderly succession of those physical phenomena upon which mankind depends for subsistence. Naturally, therefore, the life and health of such a god-man are matters of anxious concern to the people whose welfare and even existence are bound up with his. Naturally, he is constrained by them to conform to such rules as the wit of early man has devised for averting the ills to which flesh is heir, including the last ill, death. These rules, as an examination of them has shown, are nothing but the maxims with which, on the primitive view, every man of common prudence must comply if he would live long in the land. But while, in the case of ordinary men, the observance of the rules is left to the choice of the individual, in the case of the god-man, he is enforced under penalty of dismissal from his high station, or even of death. For his worshippers have far too great a stake in his life to allow him to play fast and loose with it. Therefore, all the quaint superstitions, the old-world maxims, the venerable saws which the ingenuity of savage philosophers elaborated long ago, and which old women at chimney corners still impart as treasures of great price to their descendants gathering round the cottage fire on the winter evenings. All these antique fancies clustered, all these cobwebs of the brain were spun about the path of the old king, the human god, who, enmeshed in them like a fly in the toils of a spider, could hardly stir a limb for the threads of custom, light as air but strong as links of iron, that crossing and recrossing each other in an endless maze bound him fast within a network of observances from which death or deposition alone could release him. A study of these rules affords us an insight into the philosophy of the savage. Thus do students of the past life of the old kings and priests teems with instruction. In it was summed up all that passed for wisdom when the world was young. It was a perfect pattern after which every man strove to shape his life, a faultless model constructed with rigorous accuracy upon the lines laid down by barbarous philosophy. Crude and false as that philosophy may seem to us, it would be unjust to deny it the merit of logical consistency. Starting from a conception of the vital principle as a tiny being or soul existing in, but distinct from several form, the living being, it deduces for the practical guidance of life a system of rules which in general hangs well together and forms a fairly complete and harmonious whole. The flaw, and it is a fatal one, of the system lies not in its reasoning, but in its premises, in its conception of the nature of life, not in any irrelevancy of the conclusions when it draws from that conception. But to stigmatize these premises as ridiculous because we can easily detect their falseness would be ungrateful as well as unphilosophical. Our debt to our savage forefathers. We stand upon the foundation reared by the generations that have gone before, and we can but dimly realize the painful and prolonged efforts which it has cost humanity to struggle up to the point, no very exalted one after all, which we have reached. Our gratitude is due to the nameless and forgotten toilers, whose patent thought and active exertions have largely made us what we are. The amount of new knowledge which one age, certainly which one man can add to the common store is small, and it argues stupidly or dishonestly, besides ingratitude, to ignore the heap while vaunting the few grains which it may have been our privilege to add to it. There is indeed little danger at present of undervaluing the contributions which modern times and even classical antiquity have made to the general advancement of our race. When we pass these limits, the case is different. Contempt and ridicule or abhorrence and denunciation are too often the only recognition vouchsafed to the savage and his ways. Yet of the benefactors whom we are most bound, thankfully, to commemorate, many, perhaps most, were savages. For when all is said and done, our resemblance to the savage are still far more numerous than our differences from him, and what we have in common with him, and deliberately retrain as true and useful, we owe to our savage forefathers who slowly acquired by experience and transmitted to us by inheritance those seemingly fundamental ideas which we are apt to regard as original and intuitive. We are like heirs to a fortune which has been handed down for so many ages that the memory of those who built it up is lost, and its possessors for the time being regarded as having been an original and unalterable possession of the race since the beginnings of the world. But reflection and inquiry should satisfy us that to our predecessors we are indebted for much of what we thought most our own, and that their errors were not wilful extravagances or the ravings of insanity, but simply hypotheses, justifiable as such by the time when they are propounded, but which a fuller experience has proved to be inadequate. It is only by the successive testing of hypotheses and rejection of the false that truth is at last elicited. After all, what we call truth is only the hypothesis which is found to work best. Therefore, in reviewing the opinions and practices of ruder ages and races, we shall do well to look with leniency upon their errors as inevitable slips made in the search for truth, and to give them the benefit of that indulgence which we ourselves may one day stand in need of. Cum excusation itaque veteres audiendi sunt. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 2, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Note: not to step over persons and things. The superstition that harm is done to a person or thing by stepping over him or it is very widely spread. Thus, the Galileese think that if a man steps over your fishing rod or your arrow, the fish will not bite when you fish with that rod, and the game will not be hit by that arrow when you shoot it. They say it is as if the implements merely skimmed past the fish or the game. Similarly, if a Highland sportsman saw a person stepping over his gun or fishing rod, he presumed but little on that day's diversion. When a Dakota had bad luck in hunting, he would say that a woman had been stepping over some part of the animal which he revered. Amongst many South African tribes, it is considered highly improper to step over a sleeper. If a wife steps over her husband, he cannot hit his enemy in war. If she steps over his assegais, they are from that time useless and are given to boys to play with. They began to think that if a woman steps over a man's weapons, they will not aim straight and will not kill unless they have been first purified. The Nandi of British East Africa hold that to step over a snare or trap is to court death and must be avoided at all risks. Further, they are of opinion that if a man were to step over a pot, he would fall to pieces whenever the pot were broken. The people of the Lower Congo deem that to step over a person's body or legs will cause ill luck to that person, and they are careful not to do so, especially in passing men who are holding a palaver. At such times, a passerby will shuffle his feet along the ground without lifting them, in order that he may not be charged with bringing bad luck on anyone. On the other hand, among the Wajaga of East Africa, grandchildren leap over the corpse of their grandfather when it is laid out, expressing a wish that they may live to be as old as he. In Laos, hunters are careful never to step over their weapons. The Tepuans of Mexico believe that if anybody steps over them, they will not be able to kill another deer in their lives. Some of the Australian Aborigines are seriously alarmed if a woman steps over them as they lie asleep on the ground. In the tribes about Mayborough in Queensland, if a woman steps over anything that belongs to a man, he will throw it away. In New Caledonia, it is thought to endanger a canoe if a woman steps over their cable. Everything that a Samoyed woman steps over becomes unclean and must be fumigated. Malagasy porters believe that if a woman strides over their poles, the skin will certainly peel off the shoulders of the bearers when next they take up the burden. The Cherokees fancy that to step over a vine causes it to wither and bear no fruit. The Bough and Bough of South Africa think that if a woman steps over a man's legs, they will swell and he will not be able to run. According to the South-Slavonians, the most serious maladies may be communicated to a person by stepping over him, but they can afterwards be cured by stepping over him in the reverse direction. The belief that to step over a child hinders it from growing is found in France, Belgium, Germany, Austria, and Syria. In Syria, Germany, and Bohemia, the mischief can be remedied by stepping over the child in the opposite direction. End of section 17. And the end of The Golden Bough, A Study of Magic and Religion, Part 2, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul, by Sir James George Frazer. Recorded by Leon Harvey.